Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm the Moorish Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path. Don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Moorish Empire, traveler on the land, bitch snitch, Moorish Empire, God dang, you're right, traveler on the land, bitch snitch, the late evening U.S. people.
In the trial of Halyna Gutierrez Reed, all eyes turn to the courtroom as the case unfolds. Halyna Gutierrez Reed, the armorer on the set of the film Rust, faces charges related to the tragic shooting incident that took place during production. On October 21, 2021, a prop firearm discharged unexpectedly, resulting in the death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins and injury to director Joel Souza. The pretrial phase has been marked by intense scrutiny of Gutierrez Reed's handling of firearms and adherence to industry safety protocols. The incident has sparked widespread discussion and raised questions about safety measures on film sets, prompting calls for stricter regulations. As Gutierrez Reed prepares to face trial, the outcome remains uncertain, with the film industry watching closely for potential implications on set safety standards. For further developments in this high-profile trial, stay tuned on the Legal Vices channel as the case of Halyna Gutierrez Reed continues to unfold.
Hey, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night, everybody. Whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, it's me, Legal Vices, and we are about ready to get this underway. I'm just trying to pull up one thing real quick here. As a matter of fact, I'm going to stop searching for it and just do a keyword search. Right. First keyword search. This is important because people have been asking about it. There we go. No, that's not it. Sorry. It's the charges against Halyna Gutierrez Reed. Here we go. We've got it. Good. So now we can get right down into business here. I have to undarken my screen. Okay, people. Hi, it's me, Legal Vices, and we are ready to go. Sorry for the little bit of delay, but as you notice, we now have a shorter intro. Well, maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't notice, but we do have a shorter introduction now. Okay, everybody, here's what's going to be happening today. Real quick, we're going to give a little bit of an update on what happened yesterday. There was some stuff that happened yesterday that we didn't know about. We didn't hear about. We're going to talk about that. We're going to give just a brief overview of what happened during the morning session. Then we're going to start with the afternoon session real quick because we don't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of time because the court took a lot of time. So we'll start out with the day 3 yesterday afternoon session at 1.25 or 1.5 speed, however fast we can get away with. And as soon as we finish with that, we will start this morning's live, but we will catch up at 1.25 or 1.5 speed until lunch, and then we'll do it again the next day. So this is where we are now. Just so you know, in case you're wondering, this we will be starting with yesterday today. Time zones. I'm here in Korea, and that's how things work out when you're in another country. We got time zones to worry about, so we do that. All right, first, let's catch up a little bit on what happened yesterday, shall we? Very quickly. First, do the YouTube stuff, like and subscribe. There's the like button, the subscribe button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Please do. And those of you on replay as well, remember to hit that like button. Remember to hit that subscribe button if you haven't. If you are subscribed, double check to make sure you are still subscribed, because YouTube is asshole and just unilaterally unsubscribe people occasionally. During the trial, we're going to be doing super chats. As super chats come in, we will flash them up on the screen. And once they're flashed up for a bit, we will read them later when there's a natural lull in the conversation or a break in the court proceedings, so that we can read them and address them. The super chats aren't required. They're not begged for, but they are graciously and gratefully accepted at each and every one of them. I never take a single one of them for granted. The super chats do, though, make sure that you have a guarantee your comments get read and noticed and seen and addressed. Otherwise, we try to pick up things through chat as we go along. And our like and subscribe poll today, make sure you hit that. Today is pretty basic, but we've gone a few days. We've had a few. I think we're up to witness number 8 right now, and by the end of the morning session, we'll be up to witness 10. Hit the like and subscribe, and then vote who is doing the better job so far. The prosecution, the defense, it's roughly equal, and legal advice is the Law Act, but don't pick that one. I specifically said don't pick that one, and 46% of you have picked that one so far. I just put it in there so I'd have 4 choices. I'm really curious to hear what you have to say about the performance of the lawyers. I knew I shouldn't have put that option in, but that's where we are. I know I've said that's where we are about 8 times today, and I don't know why. I don't want that to become a vocal crutch, but that's where we are. Right. Super chats. We do have one right out of the gate. And I guess I should tell you today's tier. We have 3 things to unlock today. We'll see if we unlock any of them. The first thing, as always, is we unlock the Pig Dog Cam when the super chats reach $100. And we're well on our way there, because Unhung Hero has started us off apparently with the first super chat of the evening. Thank you, Unhung Hero. I volunteer to verify the GGPP. If you know, you know. That's the Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. That's her phone ID for science. Of course, for science. You do it for science. Others will do it for pleasure. And Marv White, thank you so much for your super chat. Whoever complained about the live notifications needs to learn how to YouTube. It was a complaint, but I was genuinely interested, so I put it up in the community tab because I had never considered that. So thank you, everybody, for your feedback on the community tab question. That means we got $12 in super chat, which means we are $88 away from unlocking the first of the achievements, which is the Pig Dog Cam. We've got 2 pig dogs. Both pig dogs are here right now, giving Strawberry a little pat on the head. Both pig dogs are here, so at $100 we unlock the doggo cam, and we bring my co-hosts on. Today, however, we have a special $200 achievement. The $200 achievement is something I saw in the store today. I can't imagine it is anything pleasant whatsoever. Anybody that's ever had Korean alcohol, soju, it's like it's the Korean rice wine. It's unpleasant. It gives a mean and nasty hangover in its native state. But I found this bottle in the store today, and I thought of you guys. I thought of you people, and I thought, all right, I will buy this, and I will try this. I will have a double shot of this at the $200 super chat achievement level. So $200 in super chats or memberships unlocks this challenge. This is the adventure shot, shall we call it? This is soju, again, just poison in its natural state. This is mint chocolate. This is mint chocolate soju. And it's blue. mint chocolate soju, and it's blue. That will be unlocked at the $200 super chat level. So it can't be good. So that's the $200 achievement. We'll just see if we get there, and if somehow through miracles of miracles we get to the $300 level, that we're gonna go back to the punishment shot with the first Korean single malt whiskey. G1. This is really not good. That's the punishment shot. We've been calling that if we ever get to that. So $100 is Doggo Cam, $200 is the mint chocolate soju, and $300 is the standard punishment shot for the G1. All right, so there we are. That's that's all of it. We're going to jump into the background right now. As soon as we mentioned Joe Pottinger. Joe Pottinger, how are you? Member for 9 months. Thank you so much for being the support. Being the support here for that long. It looks like mouthwash. It does. And I'm sure it doesn't taste anything like mint or chocolate, and is probably much closer to chocolate. So chocolate or menthol, mint or menthol. It has mint leaves. It has little apple mint leaves on it and some chocolate bonbons on the front. Can't imagine it's good. News. Knoxview says my vote is skewed by yesterday's afternoon. Thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, this is one thing I want to remind you. Please do not give spoilers. I haven't seen it. I saw the last 10 minutes of The Last Witness. So, with that, do not do the spoilers, please. Nick Starro, $2. You need minty licorice. Minty licorice. They don't have any of the licorice liqueurs or the anise liqueurs like you Scandinavians do, or what is it, Jägermeister. We don't have anything like that native to Korea, thank God. Oh my God, Sonia or Chris starting us off with Doggo Cam. We have already achieved Doggo Cam, of course. There you. Here. You can't leave. You have to go over here. You have to perform. I know you're a dog, but now you have to perform like a monkey. Sit over there in front of the heater. All right, cry havoc and let's slip the pig dogs of law. All right, let's bring this up real quick. Because I've been saying we're going to get right into this for however long we've been going right now, for 12 minutes. Oh my God, we got to hurry. Where's the other camera? See, again, I'm not ready for this to happen right out of the gate. All right, there you go. And here we go. My co-host for the evening is Strawberry. Oh, and Yoda's over here on the floor. Come on, Yoda, get over there. Go on over by your sister. Go. Hey, come on over here. Yoda's just dumber than a bucket of rocks, I swear to God. So there we are. Thank you so much, Sonia Chris, for the major, I can't even say it, major mega super chat. Foghorn for you. Right, and that's $100 super chat, so that also triggers a shot. I will get to that when we start, I promise. Thank you so much for that. I'm speechless. And DCV Titan, mint chocolate and is blue. That's hardly good. No, it's not a good sign at all. It sure would be a shame if we get there. Thank you for the super chat. And King Bob, my last tip of February. It is February. It is 27th. There's still tonight and 2 more days. So let's finish February strong. My last tip of February, and it's all yours. Thank you very much, King Bob. Thank you, all of you, for your support. Let's get it on for about the 9th time I've said that. All right, yesterday, what happened yesterday? What happened yesterday is what I'll tell you as soon as I bring up my notes. I want to make sure I don't miss any of the important things. Okay, the prosecution, they spent the morning with an FBI firearms guy, with a firearms forensic guy. He was saying that basically he testified all morning that the gun could not have done what Alec Baldwin said it did. Alec Baldwin said that he just pulled back the hammer and then he let it go and it just went off by itself. That's what he said, but we know that's impossible. How do we know that's impossible? One, because we know about the gun. We know what kind of gun it is. We learned about what kind of gun. We've seen videos about what kind of gun it is. But the FBI also conducted so many tests on that gun, doing amazingly brutal things like beating it on all 6 sides with a mallet to try to get it to do what Alec Baldwin said it did. They testified it was fully functioning. They put a bunch of rounds through it when they first got it. It was fully functioning and had not been modified when they received it. That was one of Alec Baldwin's insinuations, was that someone must have tampered with the gun for it to do that. Well, they said, sorry, bucko, nobody tampered with the gun. It was fully functioning, not been tampered. The only time they could get it to go off without the trigger being pulled was to have the hammer at rest, flush against the firing pin, and smashing the back of a hammer really hard with a mallet. The only other time they could get it to fire without pulling the trigger was if they pulled it all the way back to full cock position and they smashed the hammer with a mallet. They tried so hard to get it to do what Alec Baldwin said it did that they actually damaged and broke the gun. So that's pretty much proof that it could not have done what Alec Baldwin said it did. But well, they also did a bunch of ballistics testing on the bullets, which is Ian Runkle joined us yesterday to explain why that's just BS pseudoscience. But it's a bit of a red herring, I think, because Alec Baldwin's not on trial here. This is all amazing stuff you would use if Alec Baldwin was on trial, but he's not. It's Halyna Gutierrez Reed, and I don't see what this really has to do with whether or not she was negligent in her job in allowing live ammunition to be on set, loading live ammunition to a gun, etc., performing her jobs as armorer. I don't think it has anything to do with her. So it's a bit of a red herring. Then they also brought on a fingerprint lady from the FBI. She basically said there's some fingerprints on things. There's some inconclusive fingerprints. They don't have a lot of good fingerprints from other people. And it was kind of a meh thing. It's like, Hannah's fingerprints were on some things they should have been and on other things they should have been. So there we go. And not on other things. But more importantly, there is drama. There is drama in the defense. We all noticed yesterday that there was a new lawyer, a new woman co-counsel. What we didn't know is apparently something has gone wrong in the relationship between Halyna Gutierrez and the other lawyer, Mr. Bouillon, the heavy-set guy with the beard. Apparently something happened because he filed a motion to withdraw from the case. I mean, on its face, it could be anything. There could be a death in the family. There could be a medical emergency. There could be something. But let's bring up the order that the court issued here real quick. Is this the order? This might not be the order. Let's see. Here we go. I brought up the wrong thing. There we go. Nope, that's the First Amended Criminal Information. That's not what we needed. Go away. I had it minimized. There we go. Now I found it. Sorry about that. We need to share the... Why can't we see you? All right, I can't find it where I thought I had it, so I will bring up another document, which is the same document. Sorry about this. There. It's the order from the court right here. Where are we? Right here. We're not doing too well on showing screens here today, are we? Microsoft Edge tab. There we go. Share. Yes. Hurrah. Huzzah. We are here. This is the minute order from the court. This was yesterday, 2/26/24 at 12:45 p.m. This was in the middle of lunch. This came down. Ruling, the defendant's motion for Mr. Todd J. Bouillon is denied. So they said, sorry, pal, you're in the middle of trial. You don't get to withdraw from the case. So the judge is forcing the defense counsel to remain on the defense team. Mr. Bouillon shall remain co-counsel of record. And he can't even stay home. He can't even say, okay, I'm going to be co-counsel. I'm just going to stay home. No, he has been ordered to attend trial. The judge has said, you will remain co-counsel and you will attend trial and you will continue to sit at counsel's table. So he can't even say, okay, I'm coming to court. I'll sit in the back of the courtroom. This is a strong order from the judge. And you're going to come to court. You're going to sit at the counsel's table. However, To avoid potential disruptions at trial, Mr. Bouillon shall refrain from directly communicating with defendant Gutierrez, as requested by defendant. Hannah has asked the judge to make sure that Bouillon does not talk to her. She doesn't even want to talk to him. I don't know what happened. We will probably never know what happened, but something happened to the point where Hannah does not even want to talk to Bouillon. So basically, for the rest of the trial, he's going to sit there. Just sit there. And if you notice at the end of day 3 afternoon session, he just stood in the corner while everybody else packed up and left. So we don't know. We don't know what happened. But that's it. And as soon as Doggo comes back, we will reinstate the Doggo cam. She's just gone off to drink some water and whatnot. So there we go. Watch the dynamic between Bouillon and Hannah as we move forward. So that's an interesting piece of drama. Another interesting thing is people are asking. I uploaded a short video about how is it possible that she is charged with 2 counts of manslaughter, of involuntary manslaughter, but there's only 1 body. How can you possibly be charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter with 1 corpse? Well, it's because they've done what they've called, they've charged her in the alternative. And I just want to quickly read the charges against her, something that the court the court didn't do it, and neither did the plaintiffs. So let's find out exactly, the prosecution. Let's find out exactly what she is charged with, shall we? This is the first amended information. They amended it to remove a weapons enhancement on this for constitutional reasons. Count 1. This is the first charge of involuntary manslaughter. On about this date, the above named defendant did cause the death of Halyna Hutchins. So Hannah Gutierrez Reed caused the death of Halyna Hutchins. Committed her this causing her death was committed during the commission of an unlawful act, to wit, negligent use of a deadly weapon. So they're saying she was charged with an unlawful act. The unlawful act was negligently using a deadly weapon. That's unlawful. You can't negligently use a deadly weapon. So she's been charged with doing something wrong, namely negligently using a deadly weapon that caused the death of Halyna Hutchins. However, in the alternative, the count is the same. The defendant did cause the death of Halyna Hutchins, committed in the commission of a lawful act, which might produce death in an unlawful manner, or without due caution and circumspection, a 4th-degree felony. So the first charge is she was doing something wrong. She was committing an unlawful act, which was negligently using a firearm. The second charge is she was doing something lawful, like she was doing her job, but she was doing her job in an unlawful manner, and in a manner that without due caution. She wasn't exercising due caution. She wasn't thinking about it, and that resulted in the death of Halyna Hutchins. So that's what I mean by they have 2 separate charges. She's charged with 2 counts, but only 1 body. One is she was doing something unlawful that caused the death of Halyna Hutchins. The alternative charge is she was doing something lawful, but in an unlawful manner that caused the death of Halyna Hutchins. So that's that clarification. The jury gets to decide which one of those applies, if any. And I don't know what they're thinking, because as far as I know, they haven't been told what the charges are and what the elements of each crime are. There we go. Let's get into this. We're 25 minutes in. I'll have to make a note for anybody that just wants to get straight to the trial and not all the introduction stuff to get there. Before we go, we do have Christina M. Quiroz for member for 11 months. Thank you so much, Krista. I said Christina, didn't I? Krista M. Quiroz. Thank you very much, Krista, for being a member for 11 months. Your support is so appreciated. And DCV Titan, to be pedantic, it was at full cock, and they hit it so hard with a hammer, it broke the safety mechanism. Yes, that's it. The hammer was pulled all the way back, and they smashed it so hard with a mallet that they finally managed to get it to discharge. That's it. Thank you. So let's see where we are here real quick before we get our move on. We're oh god. We're about halfway. We're about 50 away from that chocolate mint chocolate soju. Oh god. Okay, we're gonna kick this on up here. Let's bring up yesterday, and we got Doggo's back. So once we get started, I'll put Doggo Cam back up. Let's share the screen. Day 3, afternoon session. We're gonna be watching this at 1.25 speed, and then we'll see if we can kick it up to 1.5.
Do you have your?
Here's our next witness. It looks like. And let me get the banner ready so we can get his name.
So step up here, face the judge, you're gonna raise your hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Robert Gillette, last name spelled Gillette.
And where?
That is so weird. I'm sorry for pausing this, but I was going to make a joke that it was like Penn Gillette and this witness, Teller. This guy's name is actually Gillette, and I was going to make a Teller joke. That is weird. Doesn't he look like Teller from Penn and Teller? You got Penn Gillette and Teller, and this guy's name is Gillette. Okay, that's weird. All right, sorry. That was just like that was a mind intercourse there.
Okay.
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Robert Gillette, last name spelled Gillette.
And where are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation
Another glowy.
within the explosives unit, which is part of the laboratory division.
And how long have you
Explosives.
worked for the FBI?
I started with the FBI in 2009 as a contractor. I was hired on as an employee in 2012.
And what's your official title?
My official title is chemist, forensic examiner.
And how long have you been working as a chemist forensic examiner?
For about 11
What?
years now.
All right. Can you give us a brief wrap up of your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science in Chemistry from George Mason University. It's in
Oh,
Fairfax,
chemist. Was he
Virginia.
saying chemist?
And do you have any training and experience in chemist forensic examination?
Specifically to become a qualified chemist forensic examiner.
We
I
don't
had
have-
to complete a training
We
program.
don't have closed
That
captions
training
available for
program
this. Damn it.
started with supervised casework, so casework where
Okay, so he
supervisors
is
of
saying
chemists and
chemist.
chemistry examiners oversaw my actions. It included knowledge checks on the different types of instruments that I used, and then competency tests for all of the different procedures that we had. So after that, I had to successfully complete multiple oral boards of examinations in topics that covered explosives, the chemistry of
Well,
explosives,
oral exams are
as
better
well
than
as
the
different
alternative.
analytical techniques that we use in the laboratory. And then after that came 2 different moot court exercises that I had to successfully complete, as well as supervised case reporting. And then I was a qualified chemist forensic examiner.
Have you ever been recognized by a court as an expert in this field in the past?
Yes, I have.
At this time, Your Honor, I move the court to recognize Mr. Gillette as an expert witness in the field of chemical forensic examination.
All right, an expert in chemical forensic examination.
That's it.
Aussie Overlord, we have an Aussie
Mr. Gillette,
sighting?
How did you become involved in this case?
Where are you, Oz?
For this case, I was asked to perform explosives chemistry examinations on what were suspected to be ammunition propellant samples.
And what sort of testing were you asked to perform?
Well, that was it, the explosives chemistry examinations.
Can you describe exactly what that testing is?
Yes, it starts with a visual examination, literally looking at what we have to determine where it's going to fit within the different procedures that we have for examining explosives or materials used to make explosives.
Why do we have an
After that visual
explosives expert?
examination, it'll point me towards a specific procedure. And in this case, they ended up being what's known as, or they appeared to be what's called smokeless powders. It's a type of ammunition propellant. So we have a technical procedure specifically for that. And the first step is visual examination. So I continued my visual examination and used a microscope to look at the specific particles under a microscope, but also to take photographs and make measurements because that's part of our examination. After the visual examination came what's called a solvent extraction, literally using a liquid to ideally extract out the components of those individual particles so that they could be analyzed. And then I analyzed that solvent, that liquid, using an instrument called a gas chromatograph coupled to a mass spectrometer. A chromatograph is an instrument that simply or ideally separates out a mixture into its individual components so that each individual component can be identified, detected and identified, and that's what the mass spectrometer does. And after that, those samples, after they had been extracted by the solvent, they were analyzed using a technique called Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. Spectroscopy techniques.
We use that to identify and
techniques
compare
techniques where
oil
you have a known
spills
amount of
between
energy
vessels.
that
If there's an
interacts with
oil
the
spill,
sample
you
and
take a
those
sample from the
interactions
water and you take a
can give
sample from the
information as
vessels and you
to
compare
the
them to see
specific
which
either
one is
elements
responsible
composed
for the oil.
contained within the sample, or how those elements are bound to one another to give molecular, so structural information. And then the last step is a technique called a thermal susceptibility test. That's literally taking a small amount of material, introducing heat in the form of flame, and then seeing how it reacts.
Thank you. Mr. Gillette, did you take any photographs as part of your examination in this case?
Yes, I took multiple photographs using one of our microscopes.
Great. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
All right.
Could you please look at these two photographs and tell me if these are
Well,
photographs that you took
we have-
as part of your laboratory testing?
Yes, I took both of the photographs.
We have the one shot to do here. I will do that now. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, Mr. Bowles and I have stipulated to the admission of States Exhibits 111A and 111B. May I move for entry of those and request a publish?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Gillette, let's start with this image. Are you able to see that on your monitor?
Thank you, Sonia Chris,
Not
for
at the
that
moment.
generous super chat.
Let's fix that.
Oh, there it is.
All right. Mr. Gillette, did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a handful of the particles from item 4.
All right. When you say item 4, can you explain what item 4 is?
Item 4 is one of the samples that I received with respect to this case.
What was the form of item 4?
What do you mean by form?
Was it a cartridge of live ammunition?
It was a disassembled cartridge. I don't recall specifically every single component within the container that contained item 4, but I was focused on the suspected ammunition propellant.
Great. And did you examine some other items that had a smokeless powder that looked just like this?
Yes, I did.
And what were those items?
Those would have been items 4 through 7, and there was a 5th one. I don't recall the item number.
Would it help you refresh your recollection if you look at your report?
Yes, it would.
Please take a look at your report.
Okay.
Do you now know what the 5th item was?
Yes, it was item 13-1.
All right. And do you know where these items were sourced from?
Specifically, I don't recall the sources for every single item, but it was either from a cart, a bandolier, a holster, and I believe a tray.
Okay. And all 5 of these items, they have this identical smokeless powder composition in them. Is that correct?
Well, they have this physical appearance,
Right.
and the shape and size and color.
Okay, great. Now I'd like to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 111B. What can you tell me about this photograph?
This is another photograph I took using a microscope. This is item 24-.
All right. I'm not an
And
FBI
what does
chemical
this picture show?
expert
The
or explosives expert, but I can
appearance
tell
and
you
the
that
physical
live round
characteristics, what we
had-
call the morphology, the
had
shape,
gunpowder
size,
in
color
it.
of this specific powder.
And did you examine more than one item that had this type of powder?
Yes, I did. There were 6 that had this morphology.
And do you know what the source of those 6 items was?
The source
Where they were found?
is, I recall in one of the laboratory examination requests that I received, the source wasn't specifically a location for 2 of them. It was.
All right, we're going to try to bump this to 1.5 speed. If it's too fast, tell
Do
me
you
and I'll
recall
bump
what
it
the
back
name was?
down
I
again.
believe the name was Seth Kenny.
And do you recall the address?
The specific address, no, I think it was Monroe Street in Albuquerque.
Okay, great. What I'd like to do now,
Let me know if that's too
before I
fast.
do this, all 6 of the cartridges that or the disassembled cartridges that were either identified as coming from Seth Kinney or from the Monroe Street address have smokeless powder that looks like this. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now I'd like to put these kind of side by side. And if you can, I know that it's kind of obvious, but could you explain to the jurors kind of what some of the visual differences between these 2 different types of smokeless powders are?
They both have generically the same shape. We would call that disc shaped. However, the ones on the left are slightly smaller and they're darker in color.
Okay, as a
The ones
juror,
on the
I'm
right are
asking,
slightly
why do we
larger and
care that
similar
there was 2
version.
different kinds of smokeless powder?
Aside from their visual appearance, did you conduct any testing to see if they were different chemically?
Yes, I conducted the explosives chemistry examinations that identified them both as smokeless powders, but with different chemical constituents.
And for those on the left, what were your conclusions?
The items on the left were identified as a double base smokeless powder,
And for the right?
a single base smokeless powder. They were both disc shaped, but the ones on the right were obviously they had a single perforation.
All right. And what sort of conclusions are you able to draw from both the visual analysis and your chemical analysis between these two different types of smokeless powders?
Between the two, they are both physically and chemically different from one another.
All right. Is it fair to say that these probably came from two different manufacturers?
Oh, I couldn't say that because one manufacturer might make a whole bunch of different types of smokeless powder.
Sure, understandable. All right, I'll pass the witness.
Okay, that was quick. Wow. So the prosecution brought an FBI explosives
Gillette.
chemical expert to say that live
So
rounds have
the
gunpowder
number
in
of
them, and
items you
one
tested
went
in this case,
bang.
that was 11 different items, right?
Correct.
This is the
And
new
these
lawyer.
items that you tested were all cartridges that were given to you by Santa Fe, by law enforcement, right?
No, specifically, I didn't test any cartridges. It was the suspected ammunition propellant.
But you received cartridges.
I received, yes, I did.
And your role in this was not to make sure that, I guess what I'm trying to say is you had no role in selecting which cartridges or which powders you were going to test, right? You tested what they gave you.
Correct.
And you received it. Is it true? It's the form you received them in was 11 Ziploc bags, right?
Yes, I believe they were zipper lock style bags.
And each of the bags had a bullet, a casing, and a screw top container with some powder in it. Is that right?
I believe that's what it was.
So then when you received these items, these cartridges, they weren't intact.
That is correct. They were not intact.
The powder was already removed out.
That is correct.
And do you know who removed the powder out?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, FBI laboratory, that's where you said you worked on direct. Are you aware of a Mr. Ziegler that works in FBI laboratory as well?
Yes, Bryce Ziegler was the assigned examiner in the firearms and tool marks unit.
Okay. And was he the one who had these items prior to you testing them?
I believe so, yes.
And you don't know if Mr. Ziegler is the one that removed the powder or if somebody else removed the powder?
I'm not certain that it was Mr. Ziegler. I would assume that it was him.
Okay. So you can't say if the powder from these cartridges was all of it there, or if it was just part of the powder from the cartridges, if it was just a sampling. You don't have no way of knowing that, right?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if the powder actually came, in addition, you don't know if the powder actually came from the particular cartridge that it was in parts in the Ziploc either. It could have come from a different one.
Well, since I didn't disassemble them specifically, no, I can't say where they specifically came from.
Right. And
Strawberry gets a
your
popcorn
testing,
award.
You talked about the source of the 11 items you got being part of them from an individual named Seth Kinney, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I should say that's what was on one of the communications that we got.
It's also on your report, right? Or is it not on your report?
I don't recall it being on the report.
So do you have any idea where Seth Kinney got these rounds from?
No.
Do you know how it is that Seth Kinney selected these specific rounds to provide to law enforcement to provide to you?
I don't know that he even provided them to law enforcement.
You just know they came from him, right?
I just know that in one of the incoming communications we had, his name was stated as the either the source or where it was collected.
Okay. What about the timing? Do you know when these rounds that indicate they come from Seth Kinney? Do you know when those rounds came from Seth Kinney? If it was a month after the shooting, a day, 2 months? Do you have any idea?
There would have been a date associated with that laboratory examination request, that incoming communication, so I could maybe assume around a specific time, but specifically no.
Okay, well, your report was dated May 3rd, 2012, right?
2020.
I mean, 2022.
Yeah,
May 3rd, 2022.
that sounds correct.
Okay. And Mr. Ziegler or somebody else had already disassembled these items before you got them, right? So you know.
Yes, they were disassembled before I got them.
So did you review Mr. Ziegler's report to determine when they were submitted to him?
No, I did not.
But you would have received these items after Mr. Ziegler then, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And he was
and
the guy that testified to
isn't it true that
doing
you're
all
not
of the
actually able
tests
to
that
tell us
broke the
whether
weapon.
two powders that you received are from different, if the two powders from different locations actually originated from the same source?
What do you mean by source?
Like if they're from the same source of a cartridge.
No, I couldn't specifically. I can just say what I received and what my examination results were.
Well, but you can't say that they originated from the same source. You can only say that they're consistent, right?
If I was trying to associate two things together, like comparing two things together, but in this case, both of the two powders within this submission, they were physically and chemically distinct from one another. So they wouldn't be able to be from the same source.
Well, but you have a way to, you can only say that they're consistent. You can't say that they are from the same source.
Oh, if say that these two powders were
Sorry, apparently I had my mic
not
bumped up too
different,
high. Thank you for
but
pointing
physically
that
and
out.
chemically, the best I could say then was that they are physically and chemically consistent with one another, if that were even the case, which is not the way it is.
Now I've seen, so it appears that there were several cartridges that were sent to the FBI laboratory for testing beyond the 11. And I just want to make sure you don't have a different, an additional report, or you didn't test any of the other cartridges that went to the FBI lab other than these 11?
That's correct. I was only given 11 samples to examine.
And so it seems like the purpose of your work is to determine whether there's smokeless powder present, right?
Well, I would say the purpose is to determine whether or not the suspected ammunition propellant is ammunition propellant.
And that would be one type of ammunition propellant is smokeless powder that you're looking for, right?
Oh, look, they're trying to
And you
determine
used-
whether
in
the,
order to do that,
whether
you
the
use this whole
ammunition
scientific process you just
propellant
talked about
inside
direct,
the ammunition is
to determine
ammunition
whether these are live
propellant.
rounds, right? You
Well,
actually have to
thank
look at the
fucking
chemical
God we've
composition of
got the
powder
FBI
in
to
order
tell us
the
that the
difference, right?
that the
No, I never
ammunition
made a determination
propellant
as to whether
inside
something was
the
a live round.
ammunition is
From my
ammunition
explosives
propellant.
chemistry examinations, I determined whether or not they were explosives, specifically ammunition propellant, specifically smokeless powder.
Right, but in order to do that, you actually had to do a chemical composition of the powder to tell the difference, right?
Correct.
And the technique that you had to do to do that is, and you were trying to tell if this was, I think you said what, visual microscopic inspection first, right?
Correct.
And then you also did a thermal susceptibility test.
Correct.
And then infrared, like
Spectroscopy.
yeah, but the spectroscopic techniques,
Correct.
is that what, okay. And then there was one more, it was the gas chromatography, is that right?
Correct.
All right. So that sounds very scientific here. These tests are all done in a laboratory, right?
Correct.
And that is the way that you determine if this powder is in fact an ammunition propellant. Is this all scientific in the lab kind of stuff?
Correct. By following the specific technical procedure that we have.
And your procedure also produced over 100 pages of notes, didn't it?
Not specifically notes, I would say case notes. They were probably shorter than that, maybe a dozen or so, but all of the instrument data, definitely over 100 pages.
All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit to, you were asked some questions about the manufacturer. And isn't it true that it's actually possible to determine the brand of a powder?
If there's enough identifying this.
Well, sure. I mean, each
Physical and
brand is going to have its own
chemical
proprietary
potentially
chemical
could be also
composition.
Okay. And that's something that you are able to perform, but you weren't asked to do that in this case?
No, we weren't asked to do that.
In fact, does the FBI have a standard operating procedure for smokeless powder analysis?
Oh,
that
Flux, you
discusses
like all
brand
the
determination?
ladies.
Not specifically brand determination, but trying to find a specific type of smokeless powder, yes.
Are you saying there's no FBI SOP that
No,
talks brand determination?
I don't recall specifically brand determination being it, but maybe it is. But there are ways, and we do even have a database of several hundred different smokeless powders. But we could compare results to. But we weren't asked to do that. And sort of as you alluded to, it's very, very hard to say that two things are the same technically.
Hey, Recon
It would be
Connor.
very, very hard
Welcome,
for us to say
Alan's
these
mate.
two powders are these specific type of brand. But if there were enough physical and chemical distinct characteristics within them that we could hopefully at best narrow it down to a brand and maybe like a line of products.
Right. And in fact, what you just said with the FBI's laboratory having a database with smokeless powders that can assist in branding determination, that's in the SOP, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But you weren't asked to go through that database in this case or to do that?
No, there was no request to try to determine the specific manufacturer.
Okay. So let's talk about, I think you also took some measurements, right, of the diameter of the particles?
Correct.
And the purpose of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's you can, in taking the diameter, you can compare the similarities and differences of the diameters, right?
Yes.
That's a purpose. But in this case, you weren't asked to perform an associations analysis?
Oh, we don't have an associations analysis,
Okay.
but I did differentiate between the two different types of powders that were identified.
Jim,
Right,
what's
but
up,
in
brother?
terms of actually comparing them, let's talk about the weighing. You didn't weigh the powder, right?
No, I did not.
And that would be another way, would you agree, to differentiate the different particles by weighing it?
But by how one specific particle weighs?
Right.
Yes.
And so you don't know because you didn't weigh them, I guess, if these were partially full or completely full, the cartridges when the powder was in them.
Oh, no, I didn't do any sort of weight examination. No.
But wouldn't weight tell you? Weighing the powder would
Why
tell you
is
how
this
much is in the
relevant?
cartridge, right?
What are you trying
Yes,
to
in terms of weight,
disprove, defense?
Now, I think we were talking a little bit about timeline earlier. I think you said that your work in this case, your report was dated in May of 2022, but your work is actually done in like April of 2022. Is that right?
Correct. I believe I started in April of 2022.
All right, her belt buckle
And
is
how soon would you start? I
distracting.
mean, you can tell me, can you extrapolate from that? If you started your work in April, did you report in May when these items were received by you?
By me, I would have to.
I look at her and I just see
Would it be close to April of
belt
2022?
buckle.
I would expect it to be April of 2022.
Okay. So you weren't provided with these until April of 2022.
I would have to look at the chain of custody to be certain, but I believe I received them in April of 2022.
All right. And you said you're the chemist, you did all the tests here, but you have no personal knowledge about where these were on October 21st of 2021, right?
Correct.
Just a second. Pass Liz.
Okay, right, back to I don't know why we need to do redirect, but apparently we do.
Does the FBI and your lab in particular have procedures and policies in place that discuss cross-contamination of evidence? She asked him.
Overruled.
No.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes, we do.
Can you describe those policies and procedures to the jury, please?
Specifically within the explosives unit, we minimize
Hey,
reduce,
Yoda's
eliminate
here.
cross-contamination a number of different ways. When we start our examinations, wherever we're working, we don't clean PPE, so lab coat, gloves, safety glasses, but we have to clean our work surface typically with isopropanol, so rubbing alcohol, and then put down clean butcher paper so that the surface we're working on is clean and not contaminated, and that we, anytime we handle a different sample, we either do that, change our gloves, just the sort of procedures to make sure we're not introducing anything into the sample that isn't part of the sample.
Do you ever work on 2 samples at the same time?
Yes,
In what circumstances would you work on 2 samples at the same time?
or I can contain them and keep them separated from one another.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, excuse, thank you, sir. Next witness.
All right, real quick here while they while they change witnesses while we stop here. Sonny or Chris says with the $5 super chat. So they needed an FBI chemist to tell them that it was a live round that went bang just as intended. Seems like a good use of resources. I really don't think this guy was necessary at all. So basically, we have the FBI chemist and explosive expert testifying that the live rounds all had gunpowder, and one of them went bang. Thanks. All right. Britt Cormier, thank you so much, Britt. Gunpowder in a live round? How could this be? Don't they know gunpowder is dangerous? And the DCV Titan. I think I know why he's here. He's here to discount that the ammo got heated in the sun and cooked off. Could be. I don't know. And wow. Molan Labe. Hey, there you go. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I reload my own ammo. I think they're trying to prove that she allowed live ammo to get mixed in with dummy or blank rounds. Different types of powder usually indicate different manufacturers. Yeah, but again, you can have dummy rounds. They did have blank rounds from different manufacturers. You can have live rounds from different manufacturers. I don't see what the relevance this is to whether or not she was negligent. We'll have to wait and see if this proves to be relevant anytime. If not, they've just wasted the jury's time. Duncan, Idaho, we're going to need some more FBI guys. Oh, I don't. Oh, wow. Yoda, can we not attack the camera? Thank you very much. All right, Yoda, off you fuck. There you go. Sorry, Yoda attacked the camera. There we go. Well, let's find out who the next witness is. But before we get there, Hugh Jess says, what happened to the gypsy lady? I don't know. I don't know what happened. She was the paralegal. She's not sitting there anymore. So I know they're watching. I know the defense is watching the live streams. Hey defense, if you're watching this, you're probably not because we're a day late. Maybe they were seeing that people were distracted by her and put her somewhere else. I don't know. But she's not been there yesterday, and this is still yesterday. I don't know if she's there today. We'll have to see if she's there day 4. Maybe they put her somewhere because she's distracting. Maybe she was busy yesterday. I don't know. But we do have this new lawyer here, and Techstar78 says, Legal Vices, I watched this live, and the speed you've got, it doesn't do justice to how much that lawyer was struggling yesterday. Well, again, she's a new lawyer. She's brought in the middle of the case. It's going to take her a little while to get up to speed. So I'm not going to fault her for taking a little bit of time, for asking a few stilted questions and whatnot. She's got to get up to speed. She's got to get in the rhythm. The thing to notice here is the absence of Todd Bouillon. He's somewhere at the table. He's probably on the other side, keeping away from Halyna Gutierrez Reed, because as we read at the beginning, there is the judge issued an order. He tried to something happened with Halyna Gutierrez Reed and Todd Bouillon yesterday, to the point where he filed a motion to withdraw. And the judge says, no, you still have to come to court every day. You have to sit at the table, but don't have no direct interaction with the defendant, Halyna Gutierrez, at Halyna Gutierrez's request. So he's just forced to sit there for the rest of the trial and basically do nothing and be uncomfortable. So let's see if we how many glimpses we catch of him and what he's doing while we're watching it. And Legendary Racing, member for 11 months. I think this was a practice round for both FBI agent for Alex trial. This is a dry run. Do not make any mistake about this. This is a dry run for Alec Baldwin's trial. And his trial, by the way, has been scheduled. Jury selection is scheduled to begin on July 9th. My birthday is July 5. So Alec Baldwin's birthday is a birthday present for Ma. So we're going to have fun with that. All right, so yeah, this is a dry run for Alec Baldwin, no question. And the final super chat to catch up on. This trial says unhung hero. Thank you so much. This trial doesn't glow bright enough. Needs more ATF and FBI. Yeah, well, let's get some ATF guys in here to balance it out, shall we? All right, let's get into our next witness. Thank you so much for the support. Oh God, and looking at this, we are about 20 away from mint chocolate soju double shot. We're about $20 away. Oh God. Eesh. Oh God! Now we're about 18 away. The DCV Titan, is he still getting paid to be in court? My understanding is they're pro bono. So my understanding is they're not getting paid. Maybe they are, but I don't think so. I think he just has to sit there for free. And on that note, let's get back into it. See who our next witness is. And for those of you just joining, we are watching yesterday afternoons at 1.5 speed. If it's too fast, we'll bump it back down to 1.25. Oh, they want to approach about something. So we can fast forward through all of the approaching. Don't know what they're approaching.
You'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Geraldine Conway. It's spelled JerrylynConway.
Wait, what?
What's your current occupation?
JerrylynConway.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a DNA examiner in the DNA casework unit at the FBI Laboratory.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a DNA examiner?
As an examiner, I basically...
I'm sorry, I didn't catch her name. I know she's not going to be on here much longer, but we have to get her name right.
CONWAY.
And what's your current...
Oh, Conway.
I'm a DNA examiner in the DNA casework unit at the FBI Laboratory.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a DNA examiner?
As an examiner, I basically manage a case. When a case comes to our unit for DNA testing, I determine what testing we're going to do on that.
Oh my God, could this glow any brighter?
We'll do the testing for that case. I'll review the results of that test. I'll determine if more tests need to be conducted, and then I'll do comparisons and write a report, and then testify as needed.
Great. Tell us about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Genetics from Texas A&M University and a Master's of Science in Molecular Biology from New Mexico State University.
And prior to working at the FBI, what kind of experience did you have?
And while they're going through credentials, if I was a juror, I'd be saying, why are there so many
You may have already said
FBI
it.
experts
How long have you
involved
worked
in
at
a
the FBI?
state
I've been there since
case?
2000, so almost 24 years.
Great.
Is the
And,
state
have you
incompetent? The
attended any
state that's
specialized
prosecuting
training,
them?
for
Are
the
they
position
too
you hold at the FBI?
incompetent to have
I
their
did.
own
I went through about a
witnesses,
2-year
their own
training program.
experts
I
look at
took
these things?
court examinations so that I could be sure to be able to explain my results to a group of jurors. And then I also took oral board examinations in the fields of serology, genetics, and statistics.
Great. And have you ever been recognized by a court previously as an expert witness in this field?
I have, yes.
Great. You already move that the court recognize Ms. Conway as an expert witness in the field of forensic serology and DNA analysis?
Nicola, my blessings go out to your grand.
Sneeze, you couldn't hear some of it. All right.
Forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. What is forensic serology?
Forensic serology is the identification of body fluids such as blood on items of evidence.
And how do you perform serological examination on items of evidence?
When a biologist looks at an item of evidence, they'll look for areas of staining. So those areas of staining then will be tested with chemicals. A small portion of that stain will be swabbed using a swab is like a Q-tip with just the cotton on one end. That moistened Q-tip will be used.
If
to
she
sample a small
testifies
portion
that
of
the
stain.
bullet
And then chemicals will
inside
be added to that
Halyna
swab,
Hutchins had
and
Halyna
the color
Hutchins
change will be
DNA on it,
expected.
I'm going to
If it's
lose my
positive,
shit.
That
Well,
means that blood
the
might be
bullet
present on
went
that
through
item. It's
her.
considered a presumptive test. And if it's negative, then blood was not detected on that item.
And can you give us just a general description of what exactly is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it acts as our genetic blueprint. We inherit our DNA from our parents. We get half from our mother and half from our father, and we basically have two copies. Of
They
our DNA.
better not testify
And, where
that
is DNA found?
the bullet
DNA is found
had
in our cells, and our
Halyna
cells are the
and
building
Joel's
blocks of our
DNA
bodies.
on it.
And if you think of a cell like an egg, then the yolk of the egg, we call that the nucleus. And the nuclear DNA is what we test in our forensic testing.
And how can DNA be used to differentiate between different individuals?
Most of our DNA is the same. However, there is a small portion that is different among us. Some of those portions are tested in our forensic testing, and those portions are called STRs, which stands for short tandem repeats. These repeats are pieces of DNA that are repeated over and over. When we do DNA testing, we determine how many repeats an individual has in their DNA, and then we're able to look at those areas that differ among individuals.
Can you describe for the jury what's the procedure that you use to develop a DNA type?
The procedure goes through a step-by-step process in the laboratory. And when the biologist sees that there's a stain to be tested, then they can either cut that stain or they might use another swab to swab a portion of that stain. That stain or that swab will be cut and put into a tube that's barcoded and then moves through the rest of the process. After it's collected, then it's extracted. And extraction just means that the DNA is purified away from the rest of the material. So the material it was collected on, and then any other cellular material that might be present. The next step is quantitation, where a portion of that sample is put into an instrument to determine how much DNA is present in that sample.
The
And then a portion of the
FBI is
sample is
interested
taken
in
based
pure
on that quantitation
DNA.
to the next step, which is amplification. The amplification means that there are those pieces that we're interested in, those STRs, are amplified so that they can be detected in an instrument. So after the amplification is complete, then a small portion of that sample is moved onto an instrument to separate it out by size. After it's sized, then I can look at that resulting data and determine the DNA profile from that sample.
And what's a reference sample?
A reference sample is a sample from an individual, and we know whose DNA that is. So it goes through all of the same processes to get a DNA profile at the end. But in this case, I know whose DNA is present in that sample, and I can use it for a comparison.
Great. And what does a DNA profile look like?
A DNA profile basically looks like peaks on a graph. So that instrument that separates it out by size, when those pieces move through that instrument, then they are recorded by the instrument. And then I can look at that data. Basically, we look at 21 different locations to determine a person's DNA profile. Those 21 different locations have results at those locations, which end up just being numbers. And remember, we get half of our DNA from mom and half from dad, which means that at any given location, a person might have one result, which means they got the same number of repeats from mom and dad, or they have two results. So they get two different numbers of repeats from mom and dad.
And what is a mixed profile?
So a mixed DNA profile means that more than one person's DNA is detected on the sample that has been analyzed. And I can tell that it's a mixture when I see more than two results at any of those locations that I test.
So after you develop a profile, what's your next step in terms of how do you do your comparison?
So my next step is to look at the DNA types from the reference sample from someone whose DNA I know it came from and compare that to the sample that I got from the evidence. When I do that comparison, I might have enough information that I can exclude that person outright. If I can, then I will do that. If not, then I'll use a statistical program to assess how common or rare the DNA types are in the sample. And also, could this person be a contributor to that DNA profile?
So aside from that, what other conclusions can you draw from a comparison?
So once I've used my statistical analysis, I have a result that's called a likelihood ratio. This likelihood ratio is basically a comparison of two different explanations for the DNA evidence. One explanation is that the person who I'm comparing to is a contributor to that profile. And the other explanation is that person is not a contributor, and rather an unknown, unrelated person is a contributor to that evidence.
How do you calculate the significance of a match?
That likelihood ratio gives me a number, and that number, the higher it is, the more support I have for one of those explanations over the other. So remember, if the likelihood ratio is high, then the explanation that that person is a contributor is more supported than the explanation that that person is not a contributor.
And do you do any sort of ongoing testing to make sure that your results are reliable?
I know that my results are reliable because our laboratory goes through.
I know my results are
there's a number of
reliable
quality
because
assurance
I did
procedures that are
them.
in place at the laboratory. We use controls to ensure that the results. We use a positive control to show that our tests are working and we get an expected result from a positive control. And then we also use negative controls to ensure that we have no contamination in our reagents or chemicals that we use. Our biologists are highly trained. They're qualified to do the work, and they also wear personal protective equipment. They wear lab coats, they wear gloves, they wear masks and goggles to ensure that they don't contaminate the evidence they're working on either.
Thank you. Ms. Conway, how did you become involved in this case?
So this case was submitted to the DNA casework unit, and then I determined that the samples in this case needed to go through testing, and that testing was then conducted by the biologist. Following that testing, I then reviewed those results and wrote the report.
And exactly what sort of testing were you asked to perform?
We did both serology and DNA testing in this case.
All right. And what was the item that you tested?
We tested a revolver.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously
Blood and DNA on the revolver.
monitor on over there?
It is.
All right.
Gee, let me guess. Alec Baldwin and maybe some Halyna Hutchins.
Testing on?
It does.
Okay, great. Was your lab able to detect and obtain a usable DNA reference sample from this revolver?
We obtained a profile from a sample that was taken from the revolver, yes.
Okay. And did you have comparators to check the reference sample against?
We compared this to 4 reference samples that were submitted in this case.
And do you know who those 4 are?
Yes, I do. We got a reference sample from Alexander Baldwin, a reference sample from Halyna Gutierrez, a reference sample from David Halls, and a reference sample from Sarah Zachary.
And what were the results of your comparisons? Were you able to include or exclude any of these reference individuals?
Yes, for each of those individuals, I developed a likelihood ratio, and the likelihood ratio is different for each person. So the likelihood ratio for Mr. Baldwin, the DNA results from the sample from the revolver are 110,000 times more likely if Mr. Baldwin and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample.
And with regard to Ms. Gutierrez, what were your findings?
With regard to Ms. Gutierrez, the DNA results from that sample from the revolver are equally likely if Ms. Gutierrez and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample. This means that the DNA analysis the likelihood ratio was 1, and that DNA analysis was uninformative.
Okay. So is it fair to say you can't say for sure whether Ms. Gutierrez handled this gun?
I can't say for sure whether her DNA was detected in the sample that I analyzed.
Okay,
That's
thank
right.
you. That's fair. I want to change gears a little bit, and I want to talk to you now about the DNA testing of cartridge casings. What can you tell the jury about the FBI policy of testing cartridge casings?
The policy at the FBI is to not conduct DNA testing on cartridge casings.
And why is that?
There's a limited chance that DNA would be obtained from those cartridge casings, especially if they have been fired. The heat from firing a weapon is significant enough that DNA can be very degraded and broken down from that heat.
And is the policy the same even if the cartridge hasn't been fired?
That's right. It's not our policy to test cartridge casings.
Okay. So if the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office had sent you some casings to test,
Maybe
what would you do?
she touched
would
the
not
gun.
have tested them.
Inconclusive.
Great. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Question, Sam?
No, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So are you saying that the FBI policy is never to test cartridges for DNA?
Our general policy is to not test them. That's right.
Our general policy. So does that mean it ever happens?
I believe it has happened in some cases, but our policy is to not accept those cases.
Okay, well, for example, a terrorism case comes through. Very important terrorism case is presented.
Well,
to you.
this
They say,
ain't terrorism,
"We should
pal.
test cartridges for DNA." Has something like that ever happened at the FBI?
I'm not aware specifically of a case where they have been tested.
Okay, but you are aware that the FBI can do that. They have the capability to test cartridges for DNA.
It's possible to test them, yes, but there's a number of reasons that we do not, and our case acceptance. is
Making
to
me
not
some
test them.
rum and coke
Okay,
here.
allocation of resources, whatever that may be, but you can do that as a unit, as the FBI. You're not telling the jury the FBI can't test rounds for DNA, are you?
Testing for DNA requires that a sample in our lab would be swabbed, and that would also destroy any latent fingerprints that might be present. And so our policy is to leave those samples for latent fingerprints,
Okay, so you would prefer latent fingerprints be collected from those?
perhaps.
Okay. Now, in this case, you received 4 names, 4 DNA buccal swabs,
I did.
and a buccal swab for the jury. Just is that inside your?
It's a cheek swab from the inside of your cheek.
Okay, and that gets the DNA that you can use later for the comparison.
That's right.
Okay. Now, you did not receive Seth Kinney buccal swab, did you?
I did not.
And you did not receive anybody else other than those 4 individuals.
That's correct.
And so your primary conclusion in this case was that Baldwin likely touched the revolver, correct?
My primary conclusion is that the DNA that I tested supports the inclusion of Mr. Baldwin as a contributor to that DNA. Yes.
And the other part I didn't quite understand, 3 unknown contributors, but the bottom line is the likelihood he touched it. Obviously, he said he did.
His DNA is consistent with the DNA that I found on the gun. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're excused.
All right, real quickly here. The takeaway from that was the DNA on the gun that Alec Baldwin handled was Alec Baldwin's. Thanks, FBI. The DNA on the gun that Alec Baldwin handled was Alec Baldwin's. And Hannah, who gave the gun to David Halls, who gave it to Alec Baldwin, her DNA may have been on it. Thanks, Glowies. Thank you very much. That was informative, wasn't it? We got 687 people here and 342 likes. Like literally exactly half of you haven't done your job. The half of you that haven't done your job, please do me a quick favor and jump down there and smack that like button. That would be deeply, deeply appreciated. Thank you so much for your attendance here. You could be anywhere doing anything right now, but you're here. You're here with me. We're catching up on the afternoon session of day 3 yesterday, and once this is done, we're going to catch up to the live for today's session up until the lunch break. So thank you so much for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe button. We got our like and subscribe poll going. So after you hit that like button, after you hit that, where you got 700 concurrent viewers, we should be up to 600 likes at least. Let's get us up to 600 likes, because that's when YouTube kind of likes to trigger their algorithm to say, hey, people are watching this. This is important. Go watch this guy, and we'll show up and they'll recommend us to other people and we'll grow. So I would appreciate it. And then take our like and subscribe poll. Who is doing the better job so far? 12% of you think the prosecution is doing the better job. 21% of you say the defense is doing the better job. 23% of you say it's roughly equal. And 43% of you say legal vices, the law racks. is doing the best job, even though I specifically told you not to pick that one. I think that's roughly equal because I think the prosecution is dropping the ball in a big way in a lot of cases. And then the defense comes up and they do a great job with their cross-examination. And then they either go too far, like I think they did with this guy, or they go not far enough and they fail to ask some very important questions. So I think it's about equal at this point. But if you were to give me a balance, I would say the prosecution is failing in their duty to prove the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. But we, again, in fairness, we don't even know what the elements of the crime are because they haven't told us. What do we got here? It sucks to be him, says the DCV Titan. And in $16, sucks to be you. Yeah, we're like $5 away from the mint chocolate soju. Ugh. Ugh. Unhung here with the $5. Is the state incompetent? Thankfully, I miscalculated, so we're a little bit farther away than I thought I was back then. Is the state incompetent? Everyone knows the answer to that. Thank you so much. And Alice Martinez, super sticker. What is the super sticker from Alice Martinez? It is, it's a little Sheena Ibu dog just going, thank you, Alice. King Bob with the $10 heat. Okay, I lied. Drink up. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was about $20 off on my calculations back then, but we're $5 away from that horrific that horrific soju. Thank you so much, King Bob. I appreciate. Oh God. The DCV Titan, unless she's here to say that Hannah's DNA is only Hannah's DNA is on the casing that went off. Who cares what she has to say? It was worse than that. They didn't do the casings. She explained why they don't test the casings. She just basically said that Hannah's DNA may have been on the gun that she handed off to David, and Alec Baldwin's DNA was definitely on the gun that Alec Baldwin handled. So thanks, FBI. And Island with $5. I'm becoming bothered that Hall's got a plea deal and Sarah got immunity, but we're here for Hannah. Not sure she has higher culpability than either of them. See, we don't know if she was given an offer, if she wanted an offer, if she refused an offer, if she asked for an offer. We don't know whether she was given the opportunity to plead out. So we can't speculate about that because we just don't know. But yeah, well, here we are, and there's nothing we can do about it. And finally, Britt Cormier with the $20 super chat. I always like how these expert witnesses are so sure of their results before they take the stand. However, when questioned, they say things like, "My results are consistent X," and they never are certain on the stand. Okay, this is the thing with DNA. You can't say we are absolutely 100% certain. It's the white raven thing. Just because you haven't seen a white raven doesn't mean that a white raven doesn't exist. You can't say with 100% certainty there are not white ravens. You can say I've never seen a white raven, or I've looked at 10 million ravens and all of them have been black. So what they're saying is we're not sure. My results are consistent with Alec Baldwin having touched this because there's like 100 million or 100 billion or 100 trillion to 1 chance that the DNA is likely his. You'll get these numbers like it's 43 trillion times more likely that it's person A's DNA than anyone else. So there's only a few billion people on the planet, and they're giving you these 43 quadrillion numbers. But there might be that one person who has an identical DNA match. You can't say with 100% with certainty. You can just say it's consistent with that. So that's just kind of the language of it. And Alice Martinez with a $5 super sticker. Alice again with that is a lemon who appears to be drinking something, which unfortunately I said that if we get to this point, I will try this horrible thing. And as you know, you may not know, Korea, their rice wine, like Japan has sake and things like that. Korea has soju. Soju is Korea's rice wine. This is something I found in the convenience store while I was coming home from work today. This is mint chocolate soju. Soju in and of itself is poison. Oh God. It smells like chemically mint chocolate ice cream, like mint chocolate ice cream, that horrible, like fake smell. That's what it smells like. And I said, if we got to this point, I would do a double shot of mint chocolate soju. Fresh and sweet mint chocolate soju. It's 12.9% from Muhawk. Muhawk is like a crane. Oh, it's blue. Oh God, it's not even the bottle tinting. It actually is blue. Thank you, ? For all your support tonight. Here we go. Then we're going to get into the next witness. Oh, fuck me. It looks like mouthwash and it smells like fake ice cream. Here we go. Oh God. Oh God. It tastes like watered down mouthwash. Oh God. That is. It starts off with a light, fresh mint, and it finishes with a deep, rich chocolate ice cream on the finish. Oh God, yeah. Oh, imagine drinking like a mouthful of watered down Listerine mouthwash and then taking a quick bite of chocolate ice cream. That is really bad. Oh, give me the piss shivers there. Oof. All right. I'm sorry for that. Oof. Was that worth it for $20? Britt pushed me over the edge. It's all Britt's fault. Oof. Oh, I don't even know what I'm going to do with that. I think I'll keep this around for more punishment shots later. Well, right now it looks like we're about 80 away from the punishment shot, which is the Korean single malt whiskey. Oh, wait, never mind. That's the Thai rum. Gi-won, the Korean single malt whiskey. We've been using this only as punishment shots when we get to the $300 super chat mark. All right, so let's get back on. Oh, that doesn't sit well. Oh my God, that was bad. All right, let's get on with this before people start jumping ship in droves. All right, we're continuing with yesterday afternoon. It's really bad. We're continuing with yesterday afternoon. Okay, we're moving up to the final. Walter White's our final guy. He's going to take us all the way to the end. So basically for the next 3 hours, but we're watching at a 1.5 speed. So there you go. Hopefully we'll be done with him before too long. We can skip nearly a 45-minute break. So we're good. We should be done with him in an hour, and then we'll start watching Tuesday's stream at 1.25 or 1.5 speed until we catch up. And then we'll go to the lunch break. Let's go.
Sure.
We're approaching for something, and let me get ready here to correct our banner. We need to move up the banner. Where's she going? Bye, witness. You're out of here. Oh, I need to take a drink of rum here. Rum and Coke.
We're going to take a 5-minute break on conferring. I think it's easier if you just stay here and
All
sort
right.
of transport it back and forth, but certainly stand, stretch.
5 minutes. Going to go through 5 minutes of stretching. About said she's wearing the same suit she wore yesterday, but we're still watching yesterday. I was about to be critical of her fashion. She's looking so much better than she was. Okay, this is Walter White here. Or James. See, Ian and everybody else on the internet is calling him Walter White. It's Rob Halford for me. So he looks more like Rob Halford.
Affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Ross Adiego.
Spell your last name if you would.
Addiego.
Mr. Adiego, how are you currently employed?
As a dolly grip.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dolly grip does?
I help the camera department in any way possible with camera support. So any camera movement, whether on a dolly, camera cranes.
I'm your
rigging the cameras in
turbo
vehicles,
lover.
I'll assist them in any way that I can as a representative from the grip department.
You do this on movie sets?
Movie sets, television sets.
All right. First of all, people, this is just a very quick announcement. If you're going to be on the witness stand for the prosecution, do not wear clothes that look like prison colors. Don't do that. See, my first thought when I woke up this morning, and I turned this on and I saw him, I thought, oh, it's a prison snitch. And then I found, oh no, it's the guy that pushes the camera around. Yeah, so don't wear prison colors on the stand.
Music videos, commercials.
Project Metalhead knows who I'm talking about. It's
Give us
Rob
a little bit
Halford.
of an idea of your background and experience in the film industry. How long have you been working as a dolly grip or generally kind of as camera supportive crew?
I've been in the industry almost 30 years at this point.
And when we talk about film credits, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we mean when we say film credits.
We all know what film
on a TV
credits
show, we
are.
wouldn't often be listed at the end of the show. On a movie, you would see credits roll at the end of a movie.
Wow, this is we are watching this at 1.5 speed, and it sounds like he's talking normally. Sorry, should make that.
But online, there's a database, internet movie database that kind of tracks
IMDb,
not only, the productions, the shows, the actors, and also the crew, which I would fall under. So that essentially acts as a resume for me.
And on that online database, approximately how many film credits do you have?
Over 100.
And would you say that over 100 is approximately the number of film credits that you really have?
I would say that represents half of my time on set. Certain things don't get, a lot of commercials don't get listed, music videos don't get listed. Most of my TV and film work, I think, is on there.
Okay. So your total amount of credits might be closer to 200?
That's probably a safe assessment.
he thinks Hannah was breaking the law,
And,
breaking the law.
Back in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as the A-camera dolly grip on a little movie called Rust.
So when you say a camera, is there more than one camera?
Yes, that movie had two cameras, an A camera and a B camera.
And is that common?
It is very much common, yes.
Have you ever worked on films that had more than two cameras?
Yeah.
And have
It's
you
not
worked on
Walter
films that had
White.
only one camera?
It's Rob Halford
Yes.
from Judas Priest.
So
Sorry.
as the A camera dolly grip, can you just kind of
Thank you,
walk
Magician
us through
Sapphire.
what you're doing on set?
In the simplest terms, helping the
Yes, I
director
know.
of
We have the
photography,
lawsuit.
capture the
Thank you, Swan Lake Lady.
director and writer's vision for the project.
And specifically, how are you doing that? Physically, what are you doing?
Again, assisting with the camera movement. On this movie, we had a good number of crane shots, so high and wide, to see the Western town or the beautiful environment we were in. A lot of dolly moves, so there was constantly movement throughout the story, whether moving into a set or coming out of a set to reveal other characters.
So what's the dolly and what is the dolly used for?
The dolly is a piece of camera support equipment used in lieu of a tripod or another stable or static camera support apparatus.
It's a
dolly
camera
has
stand
8
on wheels.
different size dollies depending on the project, and it also has a hydraulic boom system, so I can, with my controls, boom the camera up and down, whether during the shot or to set up a shot and get the camera where both the director of photography and the camera operator and the director think it best tells the story we're trying to tell in that moment.
And who was the director of photography for this film?
Halyna Hutchins,
And who was the director for this film?
Joel Souza.
And do you recall, was the camera operator for camera A always the same person?
Until the fateful day, it was the same person.
And who was that person?
His name was Andy. His last name escapes me at this moment.
Okay. In this film, was camera A always on a dolly?
No.
So other than the camera filming from the dolly, how else can cameras film?
We did a good bit of handheld. So my cameraman would have the camera on his shoulder by his hip, and I would assist him with that weight and keeping him safe as he's moving around.
And let me stop you right there.
Yes.
Approximately how much does that camera weigh?
On that project, it was, depending on the lens, 40-ish pounds.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
And then we also had Andy on a man-rideable crane, which means that I could put him on a camera crane that was 20 some odd feet long or longer and kind of put him up in the air to get wide vistas of our sets and locations.
So How long had filming been going on the set of Rust prior to October 21st?
We were a couple of weeks into it.
And when you say a couple of weeks, are we talking, how many days are in the work week?
My recollection is we were doing 5-day weeks, but at some point our weeks shifted.
8 days
I think we
a
were
week.
doing a Tuesday through Saturday schedule. So we were 10 to 12 days in, I believe, at that point.
Okay, 10 to 12 days of actual filming.
Correct.
Okay, because you had weekends.
We did. We typically had whatever our union protocol was, 2 days off, 48 hours. Or something.
Okay, interesting thing. Union. He's a union shop guy. Then it was the Teamsters that were in charge of this union. They were all Teamsters involved in this apparently. So we're assuming when I first saw this, I assumed he was like the Teamsters union rep, but he's a diehard union member. Keep that in mind as we go through. And also, we'll talk about a little bit later. He has a separate lawsuit for negligence per se, and intentional infliction of emotional distress against Alec Baldwin and the Rust Movie Production LLC and El Dorado Pictures, which is a California corporation set up to handle making this film. So he has his own civil lawsuit against Alec and the production companies. So keep that. That's going to taint his testimony. Because he was traumatized by the loud bang that happened near him, and it wasn't, he suffered emotional damages and probably has PTSD and all this other stuff that he wants lots and lots of civil money from.
Now, with regard to all of your film credits, can you tell the jury approximately how many projects you've worked on where there was an armorer on the crew?
Can't give you an exact number, but a dozen or more at this point in my career.
And why would a production company hire an armorer?
Because they plan to use potentially deadly weapons and ammunition.
And what is your understanding of what the responsibilities of set armor are?
Sure.
All right, let's fast forward to their sidebar here.
Mr. Audio, based on your experience working on films with armorers, do you know what the armorer is responsible for?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
My understanding of the armorer's responsibilities is any working firearms.
But you know,
and
or you
any ammunition
understand,
under
which
their
is
control.
it?
And when you say that working firearms and ammunition are under your control, are under their control, let me ask you, in your experience, are there certain industry protocols that are followed on movie sets by armorers?
Yes.
You're not going to object again to lack of foundation?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Wow, good.
You've testified that you have worked on 12 movie sets with armorers. Is that correct?
It is correct.
12 or more.
At least 12.
Has that experience made you familiar with what you believe are the industry protocols for armorers on movie sets?
Approach.
Yep. You can tell him to move on. She wants it. There's no foundation for this. He wants him to speculate about what his understanding of something is.
Of this question, where do you go? Mr. Audiego, in the films that you worked on where there was an armorer, and for the purposes of this question, we're excluding the movie Rust, did you notice certain safety protocols that you yourself saw armorers engage in all of those movies up until you got to the movie Rust?
Yes.
So I'd like to talk to you about those.
That's a twisted question.
In the other movies where there were armorers that you worked on, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how, under what circumstances in your experience, can you describe the safety protocols that the armorers on those other movies engaged in when they would bring a firearm onto set for use in filming a scene?
He's not an armorer.
Right. Other movies has no relevance to what happened on Rust.
Good question.
Response.
Give me a approach.
Good. That's a good objection. What happened on other sets isn't here. She's going to argue, but there's industry standards. And I would argue that he is not an armorer. He's not qualified to talk about industry standards that armorers adhere to. He could tell you all about what grips are supposed to do, what like dolly grips are supposed to do, but he's not qualified to tell you what an armorer should do. That would be my argument. Let's see who wins this objection.
All right, Mr. Adiego, let's proceed. Do you recall the question?
If you could me again, please.
All right.
Walk us through your experience with safety protocols by film set armorers when the armorer brings a weapon onto set to be used in the filming of a scene prior to your experience on the set of Rust.
My experience has been that typically the armorers would have some sort of safety meeting or lecture before any of firearms are going to be used in the filming of a scene.
And I'm going to stop you right there. In terms of the safety meeting, who is the person on set in your experience who usually calls for the safety meeting?
The first assistant director.
And that would not be Ms. Gutierrez.
No, he would not.
He's
Who is
not
the
even
first
the flipping
assistant director in
cameraman.
this
He
case?
pushes the
First
cameraman
assistant
and the
director on
camera
Rust
around on a
is,
cart.
Dave Halls.
Okay. So you mentioned one of the first things that happens is there's a safety meeting.
Typically, we would discuss, I guess I should back up. Typically, when we receive our call sheets, an email call sheet the night prior to filming.
Okay, hang on just a second, because I don't know that we have very many people here that are in the film industry. What's a call sheet?
So I would typically receive an email every night before filming, and that email would include a call sheet that would list who will be on set, both cast and crew. It'll tell us what scenes we're doing. It'll tell us locations, kind of general information for the day, weather, what time the sun goes up and down, whatever production feels is pertinent information. And then a lot of times what they'll attach to that email are the sides, the actual parts of the script we're shooting for the day, and then safety bulletins, whatever union safety bulletins would be appropriate for that day, whether firearms or animals, inclement weather. And then on the day of filming, typically the first assistant director would call for a safety meeting and call all of the cast and crew that would be involved to listen to that meeting. And potentially the armorer may have something to say as far as what we're doing if we're firing blanks. Here's the...
But hang on, I'm going to stop you right there. So hypothetically, if the scene calls for the firing of blanks, because we haven't had a lot of this testimony in trial yet, can you explain to the jurors what your understanding is about the difference in the...
Well, Alec Baldwin certainly isn't shooting blanks. He's got like
in my
6
experience,
minutes.
the armorer would tell us if we're using dummies or blanks, and if we're using blanks, which would make a noise in a flash, they would typically describe the power. Quarter load, half load, full load would give us some indication as to the potential danger with that particular firearm being used by the actor in that scene.
And let me stop you right there. You talked about the particular danger. Can blanks be dangerous on a movie set?
Oh, yeah.
My understanding is they can, yes.
And are there is there certain safety gear that some crew members may use if there is going to be firing of blanks in their immediate proximity?
Safety gear.
And can you explain to the jurors what that would be in your experience?
Certainly. The very basic personal protective equipment we would use would at the very least be safety glasses and some form of hearing protection, pardon me. But sometimes it may be covering the camera operators that may be in jeopardy with special coats to deflect anything coming out of those firearms. We may protect the camera and the lens.
Well, you're wearing
with,
bulletproof
special
vests,
acrylics, like
blanks?
and bulletproof
All right.
glass, essentially. So yes, we would take certain precautions.
Is that the reason that it's important for you to know what size blank is going to be used?
Yes.
And with regard to dummies, go ahead and continue to kind of walk us through how this would work.
So typically, depending on the firearms being used, in this case, it was a Western. So a lot of the firearms were older Western style 6 guns where you would see if the gun was potentially loaded or not. And sometimes that may simply mean loaded with a dummy round. So if the camera saw the front of the firearm, the audience would think that it was absolutely a loaded firearm. But the dummy rounds typically for us as the crew are different than the blanks in that they may appear as though they're a real bullet, but they would typically have a hole drilled in them, or the primer at the end that would ignite that bullet would be removed or already be pushed in. And then sometimes the dummies, depending on how they're being used in the film, you can't make holes in them. So what the props people that make them,
I would be arguing this guy's qualification.
So the armor can shake that dummy, and you would hear a little BB rattle in there, and that's supposed to let us know that that particular bullet or round is safe.
So
Bridget, he
Is
has
this
a
the information
civil
that you would
lawsuit
receive at a safety
against
meeting?
Alec Baldwin and the production
Both at a safety
company
meeting, and I
for
believe
lots
some
and
of this is
lots of
stated in
money.
the safety bulletins put out by IOTC.
And what is IOTC?
IOTC is the union most filmmakers belong to. It's International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees.
And do actors also belong to IOTC?
Typically, no.
Do they have their own union?
I believe they refer to it as a guild, but they would be the Screen Actors Guild is what the actors typically belong to.
The
Yes.
Film Actors
Is
Guild.
IOTC the union for crew members as opposed to cast?
It is, yes.
Now, the call sheet and the email and the safety bulletin that you've referred to, in your experience, who provides that to the cast and crew? Is it the armor?
No, that's generated by production. Is someone in production will
Okay.
generate that and get it out to us in whether it's an email or given to us on set.
So Ms. Gutierrez wouldn't have been responsible for that.
Not with what I know.
And you indicated that in terms of safety meetings, the safety meetings are called by the assistant director and not the armorer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With regard to safety bulletins,
I said Film Actors Guild. He said Screen
was there
Actors.
a difference between the way that safety bulletins were handled on the set of Rust and the way that safety bulletins were handled on the other films you participated in that had firearms and armorers?
Yes.
Tell us the difference.
So in those emails that I referred to earlier, it typically would say, please, would ask us to please refer to the appropriate safety bulletins, and then they would list the number of that bulletin. And then in that email, I'd be able to click on a link if I so chose to review that bulletin. I don't recall any of those bulletins actually being attached to our emails during Rust.
You don't recall ever getting a single one.
I don't recall ever receiving a safety bulletin from Rust Productions, no.
Let's jump to safety meetings. On the other sets that you worked on that had guns and armorers, how frequently would a safety meeting occur?
At least once a day, if not more frequently.
And on the set of Rust, how frequently did safety meetings occur?
I don't know that I was invited to more than one during our couple of weeks on Rust.
That
So
wasn't
for
the
the
question.
entire 2 weeks, you are only aware of one safety meeting.
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. Aware of and invited to are different.
Okay, so we
Now, again, mind you, again, I hate to bring this up. I don't hate to bring it up. I hate to pause it to bring it up. This guy here is involved in a civil lawsuit against Alec Baldwin and two of the production companies. Halyna Gutierrez Reed isn't mentioned in the lawsuit, probably because she doesn't have any money to satisfy a judgment against her. But so this guy, to me, and I would be arguing, I'm not sure what the defense is going to do, but I'm sure they're going to point out that he's involved in a civil lawsuit and imply that his answers are going to be tainted in such a way as to protect his position in the civil lawsuit. Everything was negligent. Alec Baldwin was negligent. The production company was negligent. If he says there was nothing wrong, everybody did everything according to their job, nobody was negligent, everything went great, he doesn't have a civil lawsuit. He has to testify that things were fucked up and that everybody was making mistakes and that things were terrible and he was traumatized by it. He has to testify to that here under oath in order to preserve and maintain his lawsuit for negligence and intentional infliction of emotional distress that he has against Baldwin. So this guy may be saying the absolute gospel truth, but the fact that he has this civil lawsuit automatically calls into question his credibility for me and automatically taints him as someone who has a vested interest in proving that there was negligence on the set rather than giving an open and honest opinion as to whether or not there was negligence on the set. So I'm by this guy's like he's the equivalent of a prison snitch, but he's like a civil lawsuit guy. It's unfortunate. Prison snitches sometimes tell the truth. People who are involved in civil lawsuits maybe often tell the truth, but you have to go, is he really? You have to take him with an extra grain of salt, with an extra little bit of critical thinking.
talked about safety bulletins and safety meetings. Go ahead and continue to walk us through,
Thanks, great
in
success.
your experience, the protocol of an armor with firearms.
In my experience, the armors are usually the, well, for lack of a better description, the most uptight and anal retentive people on set because they literally have people's lives in their hands. They don't joke around. They don't really have friendly conversations. They stick to themselves and focus on the task at hand. Most of them, in my experience, seem to be either former military or law enforcement and have some sort of background with firearms.
Did you notice a difference then generally in terms of just the behavior, the general behavior on the movie set of the other armors you worked with as compared to Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
What was that?
She wasn't necessarily as serious or professional as I'm accustomed to with the other armors that I've worked with.
What do you mean? Give us an example.
I recall walking by her cart a number of times and firearms and or bandoliers or ammo belts being left out on the cart unsecured. I don't know that I've ever seen an armor pull loose ammo out of a fanny pack. Typically, my experience with armors is any ammo they use, blanks or dummies, comes out of some sort of container, whether it's a labeled box or some other plastic type ammo container. So.
Now, in terms of you indicated that you would see firearms and gun belts unattended on the cart. Why was that? Why did that stand out to you?
It was out of the ordinary. Again, my experience is most of the firearms I've seen on set come out of some sort of locked bag, locked container. Some armors, depending on the show, have a whole wheel around cart with drawers that they can lock. A drawer that potentially has the individual's actor's or character's name on that drawer. So that character's props would live in that drawer under lock and key.
Were the guns and gun belts laying out unattended on the prop cart, was that a safety concern for you?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed inappropriate and out of the ordinary that those firearms weren't secured.
Now, he's not testifying
Why
as
is
an
it concerning that
expert. He's
firearms
just
aren't secured?
testifying as a witness to what he saw and what he normally
Don't know
sees.
that they're completely under the armorer's control if they're not under lock and key.
And what's your understanding of whether those firearms that you saw unattended, were they fake guns or were they real guns?
My understanding, most of the prop firearms we had on Rust were actual working firearms. So.
Okay. Now, based on your experience, just generally, what is the armorer responsible for?
Your Honor, again, this is expert testimony. He's a camera operator.
Yep.
He's asking to give expert testimony on what armors.
He's not, sorry.
This is based upon his personal experience only, and as long as it stays there, it's fine.
Oh, that's a fine line,
If you
Judge.
don't mind the question again, please.
What is your understanding, based on your experience, of the armorer's responsibilities on a movie set?
To control and keep safe all firearms and ammunition on a given set.
Okay. Go ahead and walk us through, if you will, what in your experience are the safety checks that take place when an armorer is bringing a firearm onto
Okay,
the
I
set
think
for
this is
filming.
beyond his.
Typically, the
I think
first
this,
AD.
this,
versus
this is beyond his experience. I mean, he's not entitled to, he's not privy to, he's not present at everything an armorer does. His job is literally to roll a camera around on a stand when told to by the cameraman or the director. So I mean, there may be innumerable things that that armorers do that he's not privy to because he's just not relevant for what armorers do.
assistant director would notify us that we're going to use firearms for a scene, whether they're loaded or not. They would say something about the fact that we're bringing something that's maybe not a rubber dummy, but an actual firearm onto set. And then typically the armorer would invite the first AD, the cast members involved, and any crew that would like to see both the firearm and the ammunition to see those safety checks, whether that's looking through the barrel, shaking those rounds we discussed, the dummy rounds to hear that BB, or explaining to us that the actor is going to fire X number of blanks and they're going to be of a certain power, and then making sure that anybody that's going to be in close proximity has the appropriate safety equipment they need and they're prepared for that moment on camera.
So what you just described regarding the armorer showing the gun and allowing people to look down the barrel, why would that be important to crew members?
Because unfortunately, there have been accidents in the past where the barrels weren't cleaned in firearms and a blank was fired and whatever debris was in that barrel injured or killed somebody on set.
So with regard to your experiences with Ms. Gutierrez, were the cast and crew ever invited to look down the barrel?
Not to my recollection.
And was that concerning to you?
It was.
Why?
Well, they call them safety checks for a reason, and we were moving through those instead of pausing to have those checks.
With regard to the sequence that you described where the armorer shows the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, and I want to be clear, in your experience, Does the armor hand you the dummy round or the blank so that you can shake it?
No, I'm not actually allowed to touch the firearms or ammo.
So why are you allowed to testify about what armorers do if you're not even allowed to touch the shit? Just
a
stop.
particular round was in question, we could ask for them to, show us that it is one type of round or another.
And with regard to dummies, how would the armorer do that?
Again, in my experience, the way the dummy rounds are manufactured,
Now
you would
he's-
have one of
Now
potentially
he's
three
testifying
indicators,
about how
that
dummy
it is not a
rounds
live
are
round. One
manufactured.
being a hole drilled in
Come
potentially one side
on.
or two sides of the brass, so you'd actually see a hole in the bullet.
This is horseshit. He should not be testifying to this. But the judges allowed it. They made their objection that he's not an expert, and the judge said, "Oh, it's in his experience."
Sometimes the primer is either already struck by something or it's removed altogether, the primer being the end of the bullet, or they would shake them like you'd hear like
Nah, you don't get to touch it. If you're not using it, you don't get to touch it.
Who is the person responsible for shaking them for you or showing them to you?
The armor.
And on the set of Rust, did Ms. Gutierrez do any of that?
Not that I recall.
Not that I recall. Not
In
that
your
she didn't
experience
do
on
it,
other
that you
movies-
recall. This guy's horseshit.
Is the gun, when is the gun loaded with the ammunition by the armorer? And let me kind of make that more pointed. Is that something that's done away in secret, or is that something that's done in front of cast and crew?
Secret?
Bless you. No, in my experience, it would be within moments of that safety check where the cast and or crew are invited to see that firearm. They would then load that firearm knowing that we're about to roll the camera. Some armorers, for reasons unknown to me, would in fact not even hand that firearm to the actor. They would actually place that firearm in the actor's holster and then indicate to the first assistant director that they're good to go. And then the assistant director typically would call rolling at that point.
So the gun is generally, in your previous experience, loaded with either the dummies or the blanks right there in front of cast and crew.
Correct.
Is that a practice that Ms. Gutierrez followed?
Not to my recollection.
Do you recall ever watching her or taking note of her loading the gun in the presence of cast or crew?
I think there were a couple of times on set where we were doing these quick resets instead of cutting the camera, where she was put in a position to reload that as quickly as she could and hand it back to our actors.
And when you say she was put in a position, who would have put her in that position?
In that particular instance, both the first assistant director that's in charge of safety and the actor producer, Alec Baldwin.
Gee, who put her in that position? The exact person he has a civil lawsuit against and an employee of the production company he has a civil suit against. Coinky dink, I think not.
And with regard to your experience on other movies, have you ever seen an armorer slow down that pace so that they are not being rushed?
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever take any steps to slow those things down if she was being rushed?
Not that I ever saw.
Not that I ever saw. Not that it didn't happen. Not that I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy. I just don't.
Give me just one moment.
He has too much of a vested interest in this case. Why
Were you
not get
present
a
for the
witness
filming
that
of
doesn't
every
have a
scene
lawsuit
that was
against it?
filmed on the set
against
of
the
Rust
companies?
during those 2 weeks?
I believe I was present for every scene, maybe not every take.
And when you say take, explain to the jurors what you're talking about.
So the scene may require a couple of, each time we roll the camera and cut, that would be considered one take. So depending on what the director was wanting, or if the actors maybe weren't happy with their
No, I'm
performance,
not going to
we
bite
would
you,
potentially
ag
do multiple
biochemist.
takes as we worked our way through the different angles of a scene. So it may be from one actor to the next, we shoot one direction and do a couple of takes with one actor and then change directions and perhaps a couple of takes with the next actor that's in that same scene with them.
So with regard to the individual takes that were recorded, were you present for every single take that was filmed?
I was not.
Approximately, if you can give us a percentage, what percentage of those individual takes were you present for?
I think it would be safe to say I was there for 95% or more of them.
Okay.
Oh, let me rephrase. I don't dislike him. I just think his testimony is tainted by his civil lawsuit. That's what I'm feeling. Everything he's testifying to helps his civil lawsuit. He's testifying for things that will give him
the way that you've experienced
support in his
this
civil lawsuit
on
against
other
Baldwin
movie
and the
sets,
production companies.
How does the armorer behave with regard to if the armorer provides a gun to an actor in your experience on other movie sets, does the armor just walk away?
In my experience, the armor is never out of eyesight of whatever weapons or ammo they're in charge of.
Was that the case on the set of Rust?
It was not.
Describe to us what you saw on the set of Rust with regard to that.
All right. Again, this is another thing. The defense, I think, is going to say what people have been saying before is Halyna Gutierrez was not allowed to be in the room at that time due to COVID restrictions on film production. His last 30 years of experience have nothing to do with what happened during the COVID times. The before times are different than what was happening then. In order to do all these film production, you had all these rules and these restrictions on how many people can be in a room at a time, how big the room had to be, et cetera, et cetera. So this isn't really particularly believable to me. And I hope the defense eats this guy's lunch.
Particular issue, that being the armor always staying within eyesight of the gun.
I don't know that the armor was always within eyesight of the firearms being used on set.
Okay. And do you recall being present on the set of Rust on a day where there were what I'm going to refer to as accidental discharges of guns?
Yes.
Can you describe the first accidental discharge that you recall happening?
I think the first one was I don't know if the prop master was loading or unloading.
Let me stop you. What's the prop master's name?
Sarah.
I think her name was Sarah Zachary.
Okay.
That was her name. We were outside of the character Rust's cabin, and I don't know if she was loading or unloading a handgun, but unannounced to any of the crew, that firearm discharged. So we consider that a negligent discharge.
And how did you know it discharged?
I was within feet of it, and
you heard a
she
bang.
seemed pretty spooked when I turned around, and it appeared as though she had shot that firearm at her foot.
Can you tell us, in your experience, in your opinion, what you think that gun was loaded with?
It made a bang, but it didn't. I don't know if there was a bullet or not because
It
I
didn't
don't
blow her
know if
fucking
it
foot
hit
off.
her foot. But it certainly made a loud noise that spooked us and the animals we had on set. I think we had a couple horses on set, and again, it was unannounced, so it was a surprise to everybody that was around.
Were you preparing to film a scene or a take at that time?
Yes.
Was it announced by anyone whether the guns were going to be loaded with dummies or blanks?
I don't think at that moment it had been, no.
So when that accidental discharge happened, what did it sound like?
A gun going off.
Bang.
Okay.
It sounds like
you
bang.
indicated that this accidental discharge occurred because that gun was being loaded or unloaded by the prop master, Sarah Zachary. Is that right?
That's correct.
In your previous experiences on other movie sets with armorers, did you ever see the prop master loading and unloading the guns?
I've never seen that, no.
And can you describe what the other accidental discharge was that happened?
So like I had stated, we were kind of outside the cabin we were using as Halyna Rust's cabin.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. Who's Halyna Rust?
Halyna Rust is the lead character in the movie, and that was played by Mr. Alec Baldwin.
Okay, please continue.
The man I have a civil
believe
lawsuit
it
against.
was Alec's stunt double. So somebody dressed up to look like Alec was going to be firing either some sort of long gun. I don't remember if it was a lever action gun or a shotgun, something out of the window of the cabin towards, I think it was the law enforcement that were chasing him, that were starting to catch up with him. There was supposed to be some gunfire. And I believe that Hannah was prepping the stunt double in the cabin with that firearm. And again, unannounced to any of us outside the cabin, that firearm was discharged.
And what did it sound like?
A loud gun going off.
And if you can estimate, how much time passed between the first of these accidental discharges and the second?
My recollection is they were within an hour of one another.
Stunt
in your
Alex is so
experience on
much
other
like
movies,
real
armor,
Alex that they both
are
don't know how to
accidental
handle
discharges common?
firearms.
No.
Have you ever experienced an accidental discharge on another movie?
I don't know that I have.
In 30 years. All right.
Okay. All right, we're going to take our afternoon break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll start again at 2:45. Thank you.
right, let's fast forward a little bit here to the end of the afternoon break.
On a movie set.
I can't do anything.
All right, and let's take care of a couple of business items here. Bridget says, Jeff, do you think Hannah should or will testify? I mean, the prosecutor will crucify her if she does. Exactly. She can't testify. If she testifies, she is literally going to be murdered on the stand. She can't testify. Whether she should, I don't know, but she just can't. It would be a bloodbath. And D-Flesh60, he shit the bed for any future he has in the business. That is a big risk. Now he is a guy that will file a lawsuit against a production company. So this may taint him for future employment. And Mega Johnny 420 NED. What is the pipe? What's in the pipe? Oh, this pipe. This is a Savinelli author pipe. This is a basic Savinelli pipe. And what's in it is GH American Black Cherry. Gawith and Hewitt American Black Cherry. And have you checked out Smoking Pipes? I think I may have actually bought this from Smoking Pipes. This usually I get my pipe tobacco from Four Noggins, but Smoking Pipes, I have a couple of pipes I bought from Smoking Pipes, and I bought some tobacco from them. But Four Noggins generally does a better job packaging and shipping internationally.
Think about the temperature, whether I don't know if you're hot or cold, but
oh, and just in case you're keeping score, it looks like we're about 70 away from punishment shot of Korean single malt whiskey.
probably hot, right?
Cold. Okay. Are we back on the record?
Bridget,
Yes.
my tendonitis is gone. I'm perfectly
Mr.
fine.
Audiego, Mr. Audiego, I think that when we broke, you had just finished describing the accidental discharges to us. In your experience
I'll be right
in
back.
the film industry and your opinion, who is responsible for accidental discharges on a movie set?
I'm gonna object again. His opinion.
Well, wait a minute. Yeah, speculation.
We don't know what set he's talking about.
He's not being tendered as an expert.
Yeah, no, he shouldn't be qualified to answer that question. That just calls for pure speculation on his part as a key grip as to what should be going on.
Now I'm hearing things. I apologize. Mr. Audiego, do you recall the question that
Oh
was
my
asked?
God,
You've been
she
permitted to
won
answer?
that.
If you don't mind asking again, please.
In your experience and in your opinion, working in the film industry, what member of the crew is responsible for an accidental discharge?
I would say first and foremost the armor.
All right.
What if it's the armorer's boss who's
Did
loading
the accidental
guns?
discharges that you described
All right,
cause
I'll be
you
right back.
concern?
Yes,
Did you articulate that concern to anyone on set?
I did.
Who?
Both the first AD and his second in command on set, the second AD,
And when you say the first AD, who are you referring to?
Dave Halls.
And what did you say to Mr. Halls?
I don't recall my exact words to Mr. Hall, but I expressed my frustration and anger with the fact that safety seemed to be secondary to the production clock.
And without saying what Mr. Halls said, was Mr. Halls responsive to your concerns?
Mr. Halls ignored me and walked away.
And what did you do then?
I went to his second, Ann, I don't recall Ann's last name, and expressed my anger and frustration and asked that this be put on the production report. So
What's a production report?
the production report is essentially the diary of everything that happens throughout production on the film set.
Do you know whether or not this was ever included in the production report?
I do not.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm going to take you to the morning of October 21st, 2021. Were you working on set that day?
I was.
And approximately what time do you think you arrived on set?
Pretty early. I believe our call was between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. that day.
And what does that mean, your call?
So on that call sheet we've discussed, those emails would tell me specifically what time my department requires my presence on the set for each day. So that would be my call time for the day.
And when you arrived on set, did anything unusual happen?
Yes.
What was that?
The camera department had decided to leave the show due to safety concerns and some other concerns they had.
Interesting you'd say safety concerns and other concerns, not
And if you can
enumerate the
describe
other
for the
concerns.
jurors what effect that had on the production and filming that day.
I would say it
Like this,
threw us
the main
into more
reason
of a state
that
of
they
chaos
talked
than we
about
already were on
was that they
film
were put up
day.
in shitty accommodations,
let's
given
back up.
shitty food.
You said it
far
threw
away
you
from the
into
set.
more of a state of
That
chaos.
was what they were more
Generally
concerned about
speaking,
than safety on the set.
What was the state of speed in terms of chaoticness or not on this movie set generally?
I mean, at times we would, I guess we'd say we were moving at ludicrous speeds. That we've just trying
Baseball's
to
reference.
race the production clock because we understood that we had a finite amount of time.
Is that
to
Hannah's
complete
fault?
A very ambitious schedule.
Is
So
that
we seemed to
Hannah's
always be,
fault?
rushed and under the gun to get stuff done and move on.
Is there a saying in the film industry something about making your day?
Yes.
What does it mean in the film industry to make your day?
So if we know that on that call sheet we've been given that there are, for example, 4 scenes and production's budgeted 12 hours to complete that work in a day, if we complete that, we've made our day. Otherwise, production has to figure out where else to schedule that work to be completed.
Go ahead, make my day.
Why is making your day or not making your day problematic on a film set?
My understanding of Rust Productions is they were budgetarily restricted to the number of days. Whatever deals happen that I'm not aware of that are not privy to me, we had, Halyna and I discussed having probably a few less days than we needed to actually complete
Not Hannah's
that ambitious
fault.
schedule in an appropriate manner with 2 cameras.
Okay, so you didn't have enough time.
Me, we had, Halyna and I discussed having probably a few less days than we needed to actually complete their ambitious schedule in an appropriate manner with 2 cameras.
Okay, so you didn't have enough time.
In a nutshell, we certainly didn't have enough time to do what was being asked.
How are you qualified to answer
you
that
indicated
question?
that the camera crew walking off created more of a chaotic environment. Can you give the jurors a little bit more of a description about how not having them there was affecting things? And were they replaced?
Well, yes, they were replaced. So on most projects, but certainly on a small project where you're moving that fast, we all count on each other and become close in that short amount of time. And so the camera department had counted on me, and I had counted on them, and knew that I could trust them. And Halyna had handpicked us all to make up her crew. So when suddenly, I think it was roughly 6 people of that crew decided to leave. That was certainly a disruptive thing. And I think we soon learned that their replacements weren't as qualified as they were. And also they only replaced one of the camera teams. So it also meant to me that this schedule is going to get much more intense because we now have half the equipment to do the same amount of work.
I want to just get an idea from you in the days of filming leading up to the 21st. Is it typical for the director of photography to be operating an actual camera?
Not typically, no. They hire an appropriate number of operators based on the cameras they have.
Where does the director of photography usually spend his or her time during filming?
Mostly on set with the crew and the cast. Occasionally they will go to what we would refer to as like the video village, which is where the monitors are set up for the producers, the writer, or maybe cast members that aren't involved in the scene to watch what's actually going on set.
So the 6 people that left, how many people came in to replace them?
My recollection is 2 to 3.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Souza or Ms. Hutchins about making that day?
Yes.
And without saying what they said, what was your part of that conversation?
I think they were both concerned that potentially would, prevent us from completing that day, maybe even completing the movie. So I just tried to reassure them that the operator that stayed and I would, get them through the day, that we would, continue on and try to continue making the best film we could with the resources we were provided.
So
Low
you
budget
indicated
film.
one operator stayed. Is that a camera operator?
Correct.
And what was that person's name?
Reed Russell.
Thank you. So what was the first scene that you all were filming on October 21st? Just describe it to us generally. It doesn't have to be huge.
Yeah. I believe it was a couple of the lawmen riding into this Western town where we were filming with some kids, and it's supposed to be an average morning in a Western town, whatever that is. So people
Life in
going
a
about their day. I think
northern
we had some animals on set, and I think it was the lawmen ride into town in pursuit of Harlan Rust.
Alphaville.
And
Great
when
group.
you say you had some animals on set, what kind of animals would you have on this movie set?
Horses?
Well, certainly the lawmen rode in on horseback, and I think we had some just kind of farm type livestock. Every day kind of changed a little bit. There may have been some chickens, some goats, some cows, mules. There may have been other horses just tied up as prop horses. Again, this was supposed to resemble a lively working Western town.
In terms of those animals, are there specific crew members that are put in charge
Gorillas.
of managing and caring for those animals?
Yes.
Is there a name for those people?
They're typically called animal wranglers.
Okay. And were there animal wranglers employed on this movie set?
Of
My
course.
recollection is there was a number of them. Yes.
So were you all able to complete the filming of that scene with the children and the animals?
As far as I recall, we had completed that scene.
Do you recall, was there gunfire in that scene?
I don't recall. I
Okay.
know.
We don't want you to assume.
No, the lawman.
He's been fucking assuming since he got on the stand.
Lawmen, but I don't recall any gunfire in that scene.
Okay, there wasn't a scene that required shootouts and blanks and stuff like
Not
that.
to my recollection. No.
Okay. And what then was the next scene that you all were going to be filming on that day?
I believe we moved to the church upon completion of that scene.
And what was your understanding of the scene that was to be filmed and perhaps was indeed filmed inside the church that morning?
That part of the story we were filming that day was, I think at that point in the story, Harlan Rust had been injured in one of the previous shootouts, story-wise, and he finds this church, or happens upon this church, so he knows he's being pursued by the law. And I think it was story-wise that he goes to essentially hide in the church.
My shout out to the little one.
In the hopes that he gets the draw on the lawmen when they enter the church. Kind of a last stand, if you will.
And was that scene actually filmed prior to the lunch hour that day?
Pieces of it.
Pieces of it were. Okay. And have you had an opportunity to see those short clips?
I think I saw one piece of that footage, yes, that was covered with the Steadicam.
Okay, because this isn't the first time you've met me.
It's not.
Okay. So I think that we have a stipulation to, let's start with State's Exhibit 112, if you can help me, Mr. Bowe. Let me get set up.
I am he who pushes the camera around. All right, this is a audio video Chad here. Let's fast forward through this.
And can you,
Oh, are we gonna get
do
it?
you see what's on your?
Is this the oh my god. I'm so happy we get to see this. Now, all right. For those of you that haven't seen this, remember Alec Baldwin's assertion from day fucking one of this lawsuit. I mean, of this criminal case, sorry, of this incident, even before he was charged, and then the charges were dismissed. I'm sorry, were dismissed, and he was recharged from. Oh my God, sorry, that's horrifically bad manners of me. From day one, Alec Baldwin has asserted that he never put his finger on the trigger. He never touched the trigger. Of course, he would never do something as fucking stupid as putting his finger on the trigger. It just went off. He just has no idea what happened, but he never touched the trigger. Watch this video. Keep that in mind. This is Mr. Alec Baldwin. I didn't do nothing wrong. It just went off. I don't know what happened. I wouldn't touch the trigger.
Screen there, Mr. Adiego?
I do.
And can you, what is this thing that we see before these movie takes? What's the information on that and what's it called?
That would be considered the sound slate. So it's a slate provided by the sound department that is used in editing, and the script supervisor also uses it to keep track of scenes and takes.
And does it tell you the scene and the take? What's the handwritten stuff at the top? It looks like it says 26 and 118 B1. Do you know what that means?
Mostly. So I can tell you that,
Come
of course,
on.
it has the title Rust. It tells you It tells
don't
you
need to
on the
know all
left
this
corner, the director's name, Joel Souza, and on the bottom right, it has the director of photography's name, Halyna Hutchins, and then it signifies that A signifies that it's the A camera, and I don't.
Is it A or is it B?
It appears to be a red A.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
would be
Sorry.
the A camera, and then it looks like on the top right corner that would be take number 1, and the other numbers typically would be a scene number, so it potentially is scene 26, and then I think 118B would be the note the script supervisor uses for the editors and the writers, and that stuff I don't really get involved with.
And who was the script supervisor for this film?
Who cares who the
Our
script survivor
supervisor
is?
was,
Move it along.
Mimi Mitchell, I believe is her last name.
Okay. And what is that the time? What numbers are we seeing there in red?
So it's time code, and depending on how the sound mixer and production wants to keep track of that, sometimes it's elapsed time. So if we started at 6 a.m. and we're 6 hours into the day, it would show you, that it's 6.00. Sometimes it's date and time, and I don't often deal with the details of the slate. So those numbers are generated by the sound department.
Okay.
And fed to the camera.
And this scene is taking place where?
This is it appears to be the church on Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Okay, leap of faith. We're going to press play and hope we don't have any technical difficulties. Let me start that again.
Wow. And just a note here before we get going. Court only started 15 minutes ago. They started nearly an hour late. So we're not that far behind. We're going to catch up real quick to today's proceedings. They started about 15 minutes ago. Right now, we're still finishing up day 3 afternoon, and we'll get up to speed. Okay, this just watch.
We don't have any sound.
That's Alec Baldwin right there.
Give me just one moment. Hang on just a second. Hang on.
She looks so nervous, and rightfully so. I mean, her life is over, and it could be really over if she's found guilty. Let's watch them unintercourse themselves. They always AV Chad is the worst AV guy ever. He's the best dressed, most well-groomed and manicured guy on set, but he's really shit at his job of AV, audio video guy.
With your testimony, and we'll come back. 1 hour that we're the scene that
Never
was
mind,
being
no video,
filmed
false
prior
alarm.
to the lunch hour that we're working up to showing. Describe what this scene was supposed to be. What was your understanding of what was going to be filmed?
That Harlan Rust was going to be laying in wait in this church for the lawmen that he knew were pursuing him, and I think at this point in the story, rapidly catching up to him.
I'm sorry. With regard to firearms, what was your understanding about what, if any, firearms were going to be present and used during the filming of that scene?
What I understood was that we were going to finish the piece we started looking at, where it's the Harlan Rust's reaction to the lawmen coming in, and then we were going to film one more piece that we would refer to as an ECU, an extreme close-up, where you see Harlan Rust contemplating pulling his gun or not, kind of rubbing his hands, and then he starts to draw the firearm. My understanding is once we have that piece filmed, we were going to do what we would call a turnaround. So we'd then be filming from behind Harlan Rust, Alec Baldwin, seeing the I think it was 2 lawmen come into the church, and then the shootout would ensue from there.
So during the scene in the morning, was Mr. Baldwin armed with his prop gun?
Yes.
And what was your understanding about whether that was a real gun or a replica?
Doesn't
Meaning
matter.
a rubber gun or a plastic gun?
My understanding is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to use his, what we refer to as his hero props. So I understood it to be a real.
See, this is a very interesting thing. Again, a really quick side note here. They call them, the hero props or the hero guns. He wanted the real one so that when he would actually fire it, it would fire the blanks, or and it would give the smoke and the recoil, and it would look really real, and he'd look like the hero. That's what he's talking about here. Alec Baldwin always insisted on using the real guns. But now we have Alec Baldwin going, we should never have real guns on the set. So he's gone from insisting that he have real guns to now, I don't think there's ever a reason to have a real gun on set now with today's technology. Alec Baldwin is an absolutely despicable piece of shit human being. Just thought I'd say that.
At that point.
And when you say cold gun, explain to the jurors what you mean.
Cold gun would indicate that the armor and potentially first AD had deemed that weapon safe to be used on set. Cold referring to the fact that the trigger could be pulled and nothing would happen.
Did you know whether the gun in the morning was, whether it had dummies in it or whether it was just empty?
I don't know.
Okay.
Hey,
So how
Satan's
did-
here. What's up, Satan? Been a while. Welcome again, Satan.
Did you see for the morning session who brought Mr. Baldwin the gun?
I did not.
And
Oh, interesting.
how did that morning session inside the church go? Was it relatively uneventful? How was it?
I mean, other than the previously stated kind of state of rushed chaos we were in, I would say yes, mostly uneventful.
And then when you had completed those couple of takes that we're going to show here shortly, what happened then?
I think that's when we broke for lunch for the day.
And approximately how long was your lunch?
I think we were doing half-hour lunches. Maybe they might have been a little longer because where lunch was a little bit of a van ride from where we were filming.
And when you say a little bit of a van ride, how far away how was that set up?
I think that so the production clock for us works on 0.6 of an hour. So it may have been 6 minutes away. So if it was a half-hour lunch, it may have ended up being approximately 42 minutes. For that travel both ways to and from catering.
And is the food just provided for you all right there on set?
But there's a caterer and a catering tent. Yeah, if not on set on the facility where we were filming. Yes.
So approximately what time, if you know, would you have completed lunch and come back into the church to continue filming?
Again, I think we started between 6 or 7. So lunch would have been called at 12 or 1 and 42 minutes after that. So for argument's sake, 2 o'clock-ish.
Okay. And what was your understanding of anything that was going to take place immediately after lunch and perhaps before filming? Can you explain to the jurors?
I believe the decision was made. So we were, for parts of that scene, we were using a Steadicam, which is a camera apparatus affixed to the camera operator. And I don't think they were getting quite what they wanted as far as how the photography was portraying the story. So I brought the Dolly in so we could mount the camera on the Dolly and give them a more stable platform.
So it's your fault.
Technical difficulties abound. Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
Oh my
I
God.
think that was it for the
Video Chad, you need to get your shit together.
So while these gentlemen were speaking to me, did you explain that this was going to be a blocking?
I did not.
Let's go there. Explain what the blocking is.
So the decision was made to go from Steadicam to the Dolly. So once it takes a moment to convert that camera over from one use to another. So I'm getting the Dolly close to the pew where Mr. Baldwin, Harlan Rust would be sitting.
Getting close to
and,
Alec Baldwin's pew.
Working with the camera operator, Reed. Halyna had kind of mentioned where she wanted us, but I believe her and her gaffer were starting to prepare for the turnaround of when the lawmen came into the church.
Yeah, I said Video Chad
so
because
we were
literally
just trying
the
to
video guy's
find,
name is Chad.
Blocking the shot, we would call it, trying to find the shot that best told the story in that moment that the director wanted to tell, which was to be, my understanding was to be an extreme close-up of Alec starting to draw his weapon. And then from what I know in the edit, his cut would have been, you as the audience, see that weapon start to leave his holster. And then we were going to then put the camera behind him to see the lawmen enter the church. And that's when this shootout would have begun in the church.
So were cameras rolling?
No, we were still blocking the shot.
And were you present in the church when Ms. Gutierrez brought the firearm into the church?
The gaffer's the guy that
And
handles the
Tell
tape,
the jury
all of the taping.
what you
everything
saw
they do.
and or heard.
I never saw the interaction between Hannah and Dave in the church, but I could hear Hannah telling Dave that the firearm had been checked before lunch and had been locked up during lunch. And then Dave called out cold gun or cold weapon. I heard the word cold, and that's when I went back to focusing on my task at hand, helping Reed and Halyna find that insert shot.
Let's see what's on the server. I'm still trying to iron out this issue. Thank you, Mr. Adiego. So, do you recall who said cold gun? Did you describe that?
I did. I heard Dave Hall's call. I don't recall if it was cold gun or cold weapon, but I heard the word cold, which typically for me is what I need to hear.
And cold gun means it's not going to go bang.
Correct.
Okay. With regard to Ms. Gutierrez's statement that you overheard about her not having checked the gun since lunch, did that cause you any concern?
It did.
Why?
just accustomed to armors checking those guns again on a regular basis. And we had a break. And typically that any firearm that's brought on set is checked, even if it had been checked previously.
Do you know how the gun got from Ms. Gutierrez to Mr. Baldwin?
I do not.
So after you heard Ms. Gutierrez's voice and you heard Mr. Hall's call out cold gun, where was the gun the next time you saw it?
In Mr. Baldwin's holster on his left side.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I don't recall.
Oh my
seeing him in the
God,
church
Daily
after
Quick,
lunch.
you're correct. Gaffers handle the lights. I'm sorry, I said tape.
So
The tape they use
Go
to
ahead and
tape
walk
the
us
lighting
through.
cables and other cables
Mr.
are called
Baldwin now has the
gaffers
gun.
tape.
Where is he?
I'm
Where is
sorry.
he sitting? What is he
The
doing? Take us
gaffers
through
handle the
this.
lights.
Mr. Baldwin
Gaffers are the people that
seated
set the
in
lighting,
a church
and the
pew,
gaffers tape is the
and,
tape that the gaffers use to tape
and,
the
Reed and I are
wires
trying
and the
to find
cables. Oh my
an
God, sorry
angle,
about that.
looking kind of over his right elbow or right bicep to see his hands in his lap transition from his lap to that firearm that's kind of hidden in a holster under the coat that he's wearing.
So if you can stand up, if you don't mind, and demonstrate what you believed Mr. Baldwin was supposed to do for the blocking.
Crossbody draw, that's it.
My understanding was it was just to reveal that part of, the part of the gun that holds the bullets coming out of the holster. And then that portion of the, that piece of photography was finished. Once we saw that gun coming out of the holster, it would again give the audience the idea in that story that that Harlan Rust is about to defend himself or try to.
Okay, this is interesting. This is actually, I mean, again, I don't know that it has fuck all to do with Halyna Gutierrez's trial. This is something that would be, see, this is why this is a test run for Alec Baldwin's trial. This is really bad testimony for Alec Baldwin. He's saying Baldwin was only supposed to draw it slightly out to give you the motion of him pulling the pistol crossbody out of it, that was hidden behind his coat, like only to hear, and then they would cut the scene. But I'm sure we're gonna see the video of him like completely drawing it out and pointing it, This is actually bad testimony for Alec Baldwin, but again, it doesn't have fuck all to do with whether Halyna Gutierrez was negligent or not.
Shoot the long end before they shoot him as they enter the church.
How close were the cameras to Mr. Baldwin?
The only camera we had in the church was, I think at that point I had the lens within a foot of Mr. Baldwin.
And do you recall where Ms. Hutchins was?
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
I do.
Well, we all know where she was.
So directly, if I'm sitting in the pew as Harlan Rust, Halyna Hutchins was essentially directly in front of Rust, having a conversation with her gaffer. So there was maybe a couple of feet of air in between Mr. Baldwin and the pew that Halyna and Serge were standing behind, directly in front of Mr. Baldwin.
And let me stop you. What's a gaffer? We don't know these terms.
My apologies. Gaffer is the head of the lighting department. So he was discussing with the director of photography. My understanding, of course, is they were discussing what we were going to do when we turned around to see the lawman, because we were already lit for the direction that we were filming.
Do you remember the gaffer's name?
Serge is his first name. I believe his last name, and I don't want to slaughter it, but I think it was Svetny,
Okay.
I believe is his last name.
Could you understand the conversation between Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Svetnoy? That's my
Thank you.
best try.
So often none of us could understand because they often conversed in either Russian or Ukrainian, as they were both born and raised in that part of the world. So,
do you know where Mr. Souza was at this point in time?
Mr. Souza was shoulder to shoulder, just to my right. He was looking at my Dolly monitor, so he could see what the camera was seeing.
So why would the director be in the room?
So this guy actually came really close to being shot. I can see that being a little traumatizing. I mean, knowing that he came really close to being shot would be a bit traumatizing.
Looking at your monitor. Well, let me ask it this way. Would the director normally be looking at that vantage point from Video Village?
Depends on the director and the situation. Sometimes they'll work with us more closely, where they will be shoulder to shoulder, and we'll look at my monitor. We were still waiting for the new camera assistants to finish converting from Steadicam to what we call studio mode. So I don't believe the camera actually had a monitor, and potentially that's why he was looking over my shoulder instead of a bit removed in the Video Village.
Okay, we're going to pause for a moment. We think we're going to be able to watch these videos, and that's going to give everybody a much better idea of what was going on in there.
You're saying this guy's not a Chad? His name is actually, I'm not sure if it's Chad or Shad, but he's the audiovisual Chad. This guy is the best dressed guy in court, the best groomed guy in court. He's a Chad, but he sucks at his job as AV guy.
I'm going to go ahead and play the video. This
All right,
video
watch
will
this video.
be marked as State's Exhibit 112.
Nice hat, though. That's a really nice hat.
What's that noise we hear? That
I'm not actually sure. I was trying to figure that out myself.
Okay.
Okay, so he's got the gun hidden under his hand here. The gun is hidden under his hand in his coat, and he's going to do a cross body draw. And remember, he never touched the trigger. Alec Baldwin has never put his hand on the trigger of a gun.
Who is the person speaking? Whose voice are we hearing?
It sounds like Jensen Ackles.
And is he an actor?
He is an actor in Rust playing one of the lawmen, is my recollection.
Okay, thank you.
Stand up slowly and toss in guns. Okay, we're going to do it again. And set and action. On the rust. Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have. There ain't no iteration you walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss in guns. Okay, and set.
Okay, so there's the answer to your question. That's the answer to your question earlier, that sound.
Why don't you explain to us what we're seeing?
So what you just saw for a brief moment was one of the effects department people coming in to spray at what we call atmosphere. So dust or whatever I don't know what's in their spray can, but that is what that sound was. And that's what they were doing, was adding atmosphere that makes it look a little foggy. And if hard light comes through those windows, you would kind of see those lights, the rays of light in that fog.
And I just backed this video up to 1 minute, 6 seconds so that I can ask you the position that Mr. Baldwin is sitting in this video. Is that the same or similar position that he was in the blocking scene after lunch?
Yes, similar.
Okay.
Okay, so this is before lunch.
Okay, so if you want to go lower than that.
Or is there any way you can come up and see me open my eyes, or let's say I'm down here like this, and when he says "Harlan Russ," I'm gonna go. Okay. You gotta come down here for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see if we can. Here we go. On another tape. Here we go. Ready?
And set. Ready? On the rust. If you get up nice and slow, toss any guns you have. There ain't no iteration you walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss some weapons. Russ. All right, let's flip the sensor.
Can we try this?
So let me ask you.
All right, so that wasn't the clip where he actually draws. I mean, I'm sure they have to show the scene where he actually draws the weapon. We'll talk about it later.
That we get an idea where we see Mr. Baldwin sitting in the church pew. Where is the door to the church?
Behind the camera.
From Mr. Baldwin's perspective, is it in front of him?
In front of Mr. Baldwin, yes.
And where is Mr. Ackles, the gentleman who is speaking in the scene?
It sounds as though he's just to the left of the camera.
So where would that be in relation to the door?
Jensen would be in between Mr. Baldwin and the door.
Okay, and if you can estimate how many feet, how big is this room, and how many feet are there from where Mr. Baldwin is sitting to the door?
In that instance, because we had moved the pews around a little, so in that instance, Mr. Baldwin's less than 20 feet from the door would be my guesstimation.
Okay, and who's this gentleman here that we can see in the video?
That is Dave Halls.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish it just for completeness, and then we'll move on to our next one. All right. I am now going to play what will be marked as.
All right, these are both right before lunch, just before lunch.
Ask the court
They're
to
checking the
go ahead and admit
blocking.
112A and give permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 112A is admitted. You may publish.
All right, yeah, this is the scene. And this isn't the actual filming of the movie. They're just doing some camera tests. They're just doing some film tests to see how it looks on film before lunch. The actual scene was supposed to be shot after lunch, and Halyna Hutchins was shot during a similar situation, a similar blocking thing prior to what was supposed to be the actual filming.
set, ready, and action. Alden Russ. Did you stand up nice and slow? Tell us any weapons you have. Begin, ready? Milty White. And set, ready, and action. Alden Russ. Did you get up nice and slow? Tell us any weapons you have. One more. You good? Ready? Set, ready, and action. Alden Russ. Did you get up nice and slow? Tell us any weapons you have. Well, how close can I get right there? So the only way to get that line, so he lands, so camera lands. Yep. Set this one. Draw your gun, look up.
He said, "Draw your
camera
gun."
right over. So camera left for you.
I'll stand right here for you.
So whip it out. Yeah. Okay, well, let me get this all greased and ready.
Okay, draw your gun, whip it out.
Okay, ready? Ready.
And set. Ready, and action. Alden Russ.
Look at that motherfucker right there. Look at that motherfucker. This motherfucker is the guy that has testified from day fucking one that he never put his finger on the trigger. He said, I would never do that. That would be irresponsible. This gun went off somehow without me touching the trigger. This, again, this is not the exact moment of the shooting. This was before lunch, but here he is with his finger clearly on the goddamn trigger. And we learned yesterday, this was a 2-pound pull. That is extremely light. That is an extremely light pull on that trigger. This motherfucker's got his finger right there on the trigger. He's not supposed to have his finger on the trigger. He shouldn't have his finger on the trigger. This should not be happening. This is some shit right here. Baldwin, look me in the fucking eye and tell me you never put your hand on a trigger ever. Bullshit. If you did it here, you did it after lunch too. That's you being a dickhead. This is some shit right here. You lying motherfucker. Right. You can. His fingers on the trigger. We don't need to see anymore. He said he never touched the trigger. Well, here you are touching the trigger. Again, this was before lunch. The shooting happened after lunch when you were basically rehearsing the same thing, but you rehearse to do what you would do in reality. Rehearsal is a reflection of what you're going to normally do. It is normal. It is clearly normal for him to have his finger on the trigger of the gun. This pisses me off to no end. Sorry, Strawberry. I'm sorry, baby. Did I scare you? Let me lure you back with more pop.
Alden Russ. Nice.
Again. Why is the camera upside down? Oh.
Okay, so the blocking, you can take these, thank you, Chef. The blocking that you were describing as a...
And bear in mind, people, what you just saw with him having his finger on the trigger is clearly what happened after lunch. The same thing. Okay, everybody's telling me to go back and watch this again. All right, we'll do that.
Alden Russ.
He's a little wavy. People are saying he pulled. The hammer was already back. He thumbs the hammer back in that last take. If you look at the, okay, again, let's go back to the previous take. The hammer was already back. If we go back to where are we at here? Okay, that was the first one. Go forward to the actual thing here. Let's Now the hammer is already back here. You can see it with the hammer already pulled back.
Arlen Russ, did you set up nice and slow? Tell us what weapons you have.
Again, ready?
Little too wet. And set, ready, and action. Arlen Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Tell us what weapons you have.
One more. You good? Ready?
Set, ready, and action. Arlen Russ,
I think it was before this when they were just doing
did you
the
get up nice and
previous
slow? Tell us
scene.
what weapons you have. Well, what's I get right there? So the only way to keep that line, so he lands, so camera lands.
Yep.
Setting this one. Draw your gun, look up. Pull your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left? So camera left for you.
I'll sit right here for you.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get this all greased and ready. Okay, ready?
Yeah, you can see that the hammer is back there. Let's back that up a couple of frames. The hammer is back on that. I don't know if you can see that well, but the hammer is already pulled back on that. There, that okay, with the light hitting it there, you can see it better. The hammer is already pulled back on this. The hammer is pulled back and his fucking finger is on the fucking trigger when he draws that thing. So yeah, he that last take where he told me to go back and watch it, he didn't pull back the hammer. It was already back. That hammer, I wish to God this had gone off right here and blasted him in the fucking thigh, blasted his artery and took him out rather than Halyna. That looks to be very much full cocked. He said he only pulled it back to like the half cock position and it slipped. But again, this is before this is not the shooting. Do not misunderstand. This is not the shooting. The shooting happened after lunch. This is before lunch. So it could have been a completely different scenario, but this is showing you that he has zero concept of firearm safety on the set here. It's pulled back to full cock for no reason whatsoever. There is no reason for it to be at full cock. This is just a camera test to see how it looks while they prepare for the actual shooting. So not only is it fully cocked when there's no reason for it to be, during rehearsal, he's also rehearsing with his finger on the goddamn trigger.
Okay, ready? Ready.
Oh, that's annoying.
ECU?
What's the ECU?
Extreme close-up.
Okay.
I was not.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
My understanding was it was just to kind of reveal that weapon coming out of the holster to the camera.
So I think that we may have ended your description of what was going on in the after lunch session.
That gets my stress
where
level
Mr.
up.
Souza was standing. And were there other people in the church also?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many people were in there?
Myself, Reed, camera operator, Zach, the boom guy was.
When you say the boom guy, what is the boom?
Sorry, guys. The person
Absolutely right, Greg.
holding the sound boom. So recording sound for the sound mixer was in the church. Joel was shoulder to shoulder, like I described, looking at my monitor. I believe Mamie Mitchell was to his right. Wardrobe, a woman named Doran was in there, I think, looking over Mimi's shoulder at the monitor. Halyna, Serge, my direct boss, Reese Price, who's the key grip, he's the head of the grip department, had just come in to work with Halyna and Serge. Dave Halls, and maybe one of the effects guys, I recall, was kind of in and out, keeping an eye on things because they had pre-rigged some of their effects stuff.
I think so, Irish.
Again, in preparation for the big
He did it.
turnaround that we were about to do.
Okay.
So I
Consciously or
didn't give you a number, but
subconsciously?
I think that works out to 12-ish.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So keep walking us through it. What happens next?
So we, I guess Reed and I are trying to find the camera angle that Joel, the director, is happy with, that he feels will tell that piece of the story. I think, like I said earlier, mentioned earlier, I believe Halyna and Serge were discussing how to change the lighting for the turnaround. Reese, my boss, Reese Price, was in there. I think he had just brought in a bounce card, maybe for that insert, maybe for the next shot.
We don't know what a bounce card is.
Lighting apparatus. So he was going to use some of the light coming through one of the windows and potentially reflect that back towards Mr. Baldwin to help illuminate him. I think Joel, the director, and Alec had some brief conversation back and forth about what the goal was for that shot. And
Strawberry's watching.
I think
me.
Alec had drawn it once to kind of audition what he thought his action should be for Joel, and then he drew it again, and it went off. And instantly, I mean, a firearm went off in a small wooden church. So the concussion, ears ringing, that moment of panic in everybody. I think the first person I made eye contact with was Halyna, who was clearly injured by whatever that gunshot was, that noise we had just heard. And in fact, she was starting to go flush, and I think holding her right side. And then I think that Joel let out some sort of scream or made some noise that, to indicate he was also injured. And I think
God, I hate that I have to be this negative. Which is why I find this witness problematic. He may have been good friends with Halyna Hutchins. I don't know. He was standing right next to a woman who was shot, and literally, as he said, shoulder to shoulder with the guy who was shot. This guy actually came really close to being shot himself. That would be traumatizing. But the fact that he is the plaintiff right now in a lawsuit against Alec Baldwin and the production company for intentional infliction of emotional distress and testifying in this criminal case, this raises, and of course the jury probably doesn't know this yet. I can't imagine that the defense is not going to bring this up on cross-examination, but knowing that he is the plaintiff in this civil lawsuit for intentional infliction of emotional distress, he has to show emotional distress here. He has to show, I was distressed. If he just says, yeah, this went off and we were freaked out and we did this, that doesn't show emotional distress, and it doesn't help his civil lawsuit. But if he's up there going, my best friend was shot and I was standing right there, and if he acts emotionally distressed, this helps his civil lawsuit. So whether he is actually emotionally distressed or not, the fact he has a civil lawsuit filed already against Alec Baldwin and the production company taints the veracity, the truthfulness of his testimony to me. It makes me suspicious. Is he actually traumatized? Is he actually upset by this shooting? Or was he Heather Sparrow? That's what I'm saying. Does he really have PTSD from this, or is he acting up this distress in order to bolster his position in the civil proceedings? It makes me question that, and I hate that it makes me question that. He was standing right next to a woman who was shot through her right side. The bullet passed through her chest, out through her left side, and into the shoulder of the guy standing immediately next to him. That would probably traumatize the shit out of me. But you have to ask, is he doing it because he actually was traumatized, or because it helps him in his civil lawsuit? You got to be skeptical. And I hate that I had to say that. It bothers me.
My attention went to Joel because he was the closest to me. I think I recall Reed and Serge moving Pew out of the way to help Halyna get to basically to lay Halyna down and start tending to her, figure out what her injuries were, or injury.
I don't know. That's the problem.
Started attending to Joel. I think
honest to God, I mean, you can't say, oh, if he was crying, that shows this, or if he wasn't crying. I don't know what he should do. But the fact that he has a civil lawsuit filed for damages for emotional distress, that makes me question, is he acting to show emotional distress because of the lawsuit, or is he doing it because he really feels? I don't know the answer, but it makes me question it. And I hate that I have to question whether or not someone is really distressed by watching a woman killed standing right next to him. I hate that I have to ask that question. And he's put himself in this situation. Wait until the fucking criminal trials, or if you have a long statute of limitations, wait to file your damn lawsuit so it doesn't taint your testimony in the criminal lawsuit. Yeah, I would have waited. Because for me, this tells me he's just there for himself. He's not there to help the prosecution. He's not there to be an unbiased witness. He is there to do say everything and do everything in such a way that it helps him in his civil trial. And I hate that I have to say that, but that's how I'm feeling.
I yelled out that if you can't help us, get the fuck out of here. And someone called 911. And I do recall Mimi's voice in the distance talking to 911 and telling where we're at. And I tried to calm Joel down. We had a good rapport, so I just tried to calm him down and let him know that we were going to get through it because I didn't know what else to do in that moment. And then soon after, the medic and the best boy electric came into the church.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. The medic, do you recall her name?
Her first name was Cher. I don't recall her last name.
Okay, and who was the other person you said? Best boy?
The best boy electric, Matt Hemmer, I believe was his last name. He was Surge's second in command is what a best boy is. So the gaffer and the key grip each had a best boy and then the rest of their department. And my understanding was Matt had some combat medical training. So he came in to assist the medic Cher. And I think
when right after the gun went off, do you recall seeing Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I do not.
And did Mr. Baldwin stay in the church?
He sat down in that same pew. I think in that moment when I yelled out that if you can't help us, you need to, get out of here. I think he sat down, and then at some point, I know I looked over and he was gone. So
okay. And in terms of your attention to Mr. Souza, what were you doing to him? Were you touching his body? What were you doing?
I was. So Joel was wearing kind of a thick hoodie, and I believe he had a t-shirt or a couple shirts on underneath. So it was start to figure out where Joel had been injured. He was certainly at that point writhing in pain and concerned for himself, asking me how Halyna was, and I think coming to the realization that he had been shot. So I was trying to find where he was wounded. So started pulling back his hoodie to reveal what appeared to be a circular wound in his right shoulder. And at that point, I think the chair and Matt came in. They had gloved hands. I didn't, so I had some of his blood on my hands. And I think I helped them roll Joel over. One of them had trauma shears to cut his shirt off. And then I helped roll him over, and I was in a position to see that what appeared to be a bullet just under the skin, basically where his right shoulder blade was. And he was in a great deal of pain. And I think that Cher gave me some gauze to just put some pressure on the wound while they attended to Halyna's injuries, which I gathered at that time were certainly much more severe because of her proximity to the firearm.
And could you hear Ms. Hutchins? I know you indicated that Mr. Souza was kind of yelling out in pain. Did you hear anything from Ms. Hutchins?
If I did, it was just, the groaning and discomfort from being shot by a firearm. I don't remember anything verbal from.
I mean, this is actually tragic and sad testimony.
And at some point, did paramedics arrive?
Yes.
And if you know, at some point was Ms. Hutchins taken for medical care offset?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I stayed with Joel until they carried him out. And what I observed was they were trying to stabilize her. I heard them call for a lifeline. So they were trying to stabilize her to get her in a helicopter and get her to whatever ER they felt was appropriate.
And at some point in time, were you notified that Ms. Hutchins had passed?
Yes.
Lincoln Kane in chat. What's up, brother?
Mr. Adiego, when you heard the gunshot and you saw these people fall, did it occur to you in that moment that it was a live round, that there was a real a real bullet in that gun?
I don't, maybe not in that moment. I think it became clear when, like I mentioned, I rolled Joel over, helped roll Joel over to see what very much looked like a large caliber bullet just being barely held in by his skin.
Okay. And is this the first time in your life that you've ever seen a bullet?
No.
Okay, so you knew a bullet when you saw one.
Xterra Bill, welcome. Xterra Bill is the one that's responsible for the grounds video.
Did you
He
ever
did the music. He did
Ms.
the music for the
Gutierrez
grounds video.
after the gunshot went off?
Welcome, brother.
Not until today.
Okay. And I want to back up. The people who, the camera crew that walked off that morning, did you know those people?
As well as you can know anyone in 2 weeks. Sure.
Based on your time on set and everything that you knew about what was going on that movie set, do you have any reason to believe that any of those people planted live ammunition on set?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation, lack of foundation.
Great. Yeah, it was absolutely, that was
Well, I think he can answer
pure
the question
speculation.
whether he has any reason to believe that they did or not.
Council approach.
Yeah, that was absolutely speculation.
He can answer the question.
But again, it looks like they lost the looks like they lost it here because she gets to ask the question again. Now, look, I'm not going to question. I'm not going to say whether or not his emotion was fake. I'm just saying it makes me question whether or not it's fake because of his civil lawsuit, and I hate that it makes me question it. He's here for money. He's suing for money. Lots and lots of money. As Daily Quick Buy says, I'm not testifying for money. I'm testifying for lots of money. And when someone's testifying for lots of money, you kind of have to question whether what they're saying is authentic or whether it's designed to improve their position to get lots of money in a civil suit. God, it makes me angry. This would completely be unnecessary if Hannah had done a job and if Alec Baldwin had done their job and if David Halls had done his job and if Sarah had been like somewhere else. I hate all of this. I hate this. Firearm accidents are just shitty because they're absolutely 100% preventable. This never should have happened. We never should be questioning anybody involved in this.
That morning. Do you have any reason to believe that live ammunition was planted by disgruntled crew members who left that morning?
I do not.
Speculation, but...
And based on everything that you heard when you were in the church after lunch, do you have any understanding of who the person was that loaded that gun?
Yes.
Who is the person that you believe loaded the gun?
The armor.
On what basis do you say that? It could have been Sarah. It could have been her. It could have been David Halls. It could have been anybody. You're just, what is your basis for saying that? Did you watch her? If you didn't watch her, it's pure speculation.
Who's that person?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And do you see her sitting in court today?
I have seen her. She's behind you. Yes.
Okay. And just for the record, can you point out what Ms. Gutierrez is wearing?
Gray blazer with a black collar, hair in a ponytail.
Will the record reflect
Right,
that
Danielle.
the defendant has been identified?
Yes.
Danielle's the smart one. Danielle
At any
sharp.
point in time when you were in the church after lunch, did you hear anyone tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
Man, this is so
I'll pass the
fucking
witness.
sad. All right, we're going to get into cross-examination now. I'm expecting some brutal cross-examination. And if not, I'll be really disappointed because they should tear this guy apart about his interest in testifying in order to better his position in the civil lawsuit. They should tear apart his credibility on that grounds. They should tear apart his credibility on what he actually saw and what he's just making up and speculating about. This is an opportunity for a devastating and withering cross-examination. Let's see how it goes. Oh, and by the way, just we are about looks like we're about 60 away from the punishment shot of we're about $60 away from the punishment shot of Korean single malt scotch. Ooh, just so you know. Real quick here before we get on here with the cross-examination, Freeman Gunner says, to be fair, 2-pound trigger pull makes sense when you have to set the hammer first, which he also does. You know, the single action. But I mean, even that's very light. That's a very light pull. Google does not like the tech term. Right. JKD Buck. Thank you, Gunner, for the $5 super chat. Don't hold back, Law Rack. Say what you really think. God damn it, Alec Baldwin is a fucking liar. Absolute fucking liar. What despicable human being. If he doesn't go to prison, fuck the New Mexico justice system. That's all I have to say. When we watch Alec Baldwin's trial, I'm sorry, I have zero ability to be unbiased. Hannah, I'm willing to consider that, you know, all right. We'll talk about all that stuff when it's relevant. Let's get on with it. Don't hold back. Thank you so much for 11 months of support, JKD Buck. 60 away from Korean single malt whiskey shot. Cross-examination. Here we go. This better be good, boys.
Sir, when you started your testimony, early on your testimony, you talked about being on 12 prior movies with armor or something like that. Recall that?
Yeah.
And you talked about you're used to seeing ex-cops, ex-military. Remember that?
Yes.
As the armor, the primary, were those all males?
What?
I can't give you a definitive on that. I think there may have been a female or two, female armor that I worked with in the past.
But you just didn't, you weren't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor, were you? A female.
I wasn't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor.
A female.
Yeah, what does male
that
or female have
play
to
into it for me?
Right.
So
Okay.
whether
Good
male
point.
or female doesn't really.
What does that have to do with it?
Okay, and I want to get into another, and we'll work through these topics, but you talked a lot about things that you think Ms. Gutierrez-Reed did. One of the things you didn't tell the jury is that you've sued Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, haven't you?
I have.
You what?
Yes, exactly. Pound this into the ground. Everything he says should be tainted because of his civil lawsuit.
Yes.
You have a pending lawsuit right now, don't you?
As far as I know, it's pending, yes, sir.
And your attorney's in the courtroom?
He is indeed.
Been watching your testimony?
Clearly.
Natural.
See how you do?
You'd have to ask him, sir.
Okay. And you've sued Alec Baldwin and Rest Production, but you have not sued Halyna Gutierrez-Reed, have you?
Again, you'd have to talk to my counsel about who I've actually sued.
You don't even know who you've sued? Dude, at least know who you've sued.
Have you read the lawsuit?
I perused it.
You perused it.
Oh my God. He doesn't know who he sued and he hasn't read the lawsuit.
Or did you just read page one and just said, knock yourself out, lawyer, go ahead?
I think I got past page one, but since I'm not in your industry, I don't understand what a lot of that is. And I trust my counsel to represent me.
It seems like you're making a lot of opinions earlier on what armors do. You filed a lawsuit. It seems like you could have read your lawsuit, right?
Relevance to whether or not he read his lawsuit?
Well, I want to ask if he's read these paragraphs because he has a totally different story in his lawsuit that he did today. So I want to ask him if he's read and adopted this.
Ooh, this is bad. This goes to the credibility of what he's testifying here now is what is in his in the sworn complaint in the civil suit. This could be bad.
This lawsuit.
And I think he's already answered that.
Did you approve your lawsuit being filed?
I must have.
Because it was filed, right?
Yep.
Okay. And in that lawsuit, you're suing for a variety of things, punitive damages, right?
Again, I'm not a lawyer, sir, so you'd have to discuss that with my counsel.
You don't even know what you're suing
for. Loss of enjoyment of life.
Certainly.
Okay. And you know you're suing for medical expenses and non-medical expenses, right?
I understood that to be the case, yes.
So out of this tragedy, you claim that you have a blast injury, right?
I believe that's in the...
A blast injury? A blast injury? Lincoln Kane, what is wrong with you? Lincoln Kane with a $100 super chat. Vagina. Thanks? Question mark. I love you, Lincoln. You are nuts. That puts us over into the horrible shot. We'll get to that in just a second. Lincoln Kane dropping the big heat. Okay. Thanks, question mark. I love you, Lincoln. All right. But this is he suffered a blast injury, and he's like, well, I guess that's what it says in the lawsuit, so I must have suffered a blast injury. What the fuck? This is weird. Okay, so far, the first few questions the defense has put are crushing this guy.
The documents you're referring to? Yes, sir.
Did you go to the doctor for a blast injury?
I have talked to my physician about what happened that day. Yes.
You talked to your physician. Did they do any tests? Did they take any x-rays? Did you just tell him I was in this? And
I described the incident, and he did what he felt was appropriate.
What was that?
I'm not going to discuss my medical treatment with you, sir.
Okay. Well.
Oh, you suffered injuries, but you don't want to say what they are under oath? Well, you're going to have to fucking say it under oath at some point, pal. All right. Yeah, I was injured, but I'm not going to tell you. Okay, this is pissing. Now dude's pissing me off. I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, but now he's pissing me off. And quickly, this is the Korean single malt Scotch Ghee 1. It's the very first homegrown with barley cultivated and grown in Korea, distilled in Korea, aged in Korea, single malt Scotch. This is my punishment. This is my punishment shot because we reached the $300 super chat mark. This is really, really not good. Cheers, Lincoln Kane. You insane mofo. Thank you so much. Cheers, respect, Lincoln Kane. This is because of you. This is because of you, and this is your fault. I think I prefer the mint chocolate soju to that. All right, let's get on with it.
So in any event, you're suing Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, right?
Yes.
And you're here telling this jury all about Ms. Gutierrez Reed, but in your lawsuit, you talk about defendants, Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, cut corners and cut costs and then endangered the cast and crew. So you believe that, right? Rest Production?
I do.
And you believe that their hiring of Gabrielle Pickle and Ro Walters to manage the budget was not a good idea because they have cost-cutting problems on prior sets? You believe that?
Correct.
Okay. And you also believe that David Halls had prior safety issues, correct?
Yes.
Okay, in the lawsuit, he's blaming Baldwin, Halls, and the production company.
You also
Here,
believe
he's blaming
you knew
Anna.
that Ms. Gutierrez Reed had asked for more training days as an armor. You knew that.
I don't.
In the form of question, there needs to be a question. It sounds like a statement.
Overruled.
Okay. You're aware that Ms. Gutierrez Reed asked Gabrielle Pickle for more time as an armor, more training days, and more armor days. You're aware of that.
I became aware of that after 2 people were shot. Yes, sir.
That is a huge win for the defense right there. Because this was the deal. She was allotted 8 days time as an armorer, 8 days. And Gabrielle Pickles told her a few days before this shooting that her 8 days were up and she's not supposed to be an armorer anymore. She's supposed to focus on the props. She's not supposed to bother Alec Baldwin about training. She's supposed to focus on the prop department. She's spending too much time as an armorer. Her time as an armor up is done. And he's saying he became aware that she asked for more days as an armorer. This is a big win for the defense.
Okay, well, it's in your lawsuit. It's part of your lawsuit.
Okay.
So let me ask you this. Are you hoping that you can come in and testify here today and something happens to Ms. Gutierrez Reed, it'll help your lawsuit?
I'm hoping for justice, sir.
For
2
yourself.
people were injured on a film set. That has not only affected me, that has affected the film industry.
And you want money for that?
I want justice.
You want money?
Oh, you want money, you motherfucker. Don't you fucking equivocate. This is the problem. This is why I'm saying that people who file the civil lawsuits and then they testify in criminal cases, this is why it undermines their credibility. He has to say he's out for justice. He can't say he's out for money because it makes him look like a shit. But he is clearly out for money because he's filed a civil lawsuit. But he doesn't have the fucking balls to say, yes, I'm out for money. I'm out for justice and money for my injuries, for my trauma, for my medical costs, for my PTSD. I'm out for money because I want these fuckers to pay for what they did. He doesn't have the balls to say that because he knows it looks like shit. I hate this guy. I really, really do. I was semi with him during the prosecution, but already in this brief part of the cross-examination, this guy is, I do not like him at all.
Money. Your lawsuit doesn't say justice. It says money.
Again, you'd have to
for money. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Foles needs to let the witness answer the question. If he's being argumentative, this needs to be a cross.
I'll let him answer. I agree. You're suing for money.
I asked my lawyer to help bring justice in this case. And if that doesn't mean criminal, then I would assume that means some sort of monetary.
For you, not justice for Halyna, not justice for Halyna's husband, not justice for Halyna's son, not justice for Joel, not justice for whoever else is in Joel's life. It's money for you. What justice do you get out of this?
Justice.
Yes. Okay. Now, you also understood that Mr. Halls did not post the safety bulletins on any of the call sheets, correct?
I understood that production did not furnish us with safety bulletins, sir.
Okay, so production. So that may not have been Mr. Halls. It may have been somebody else in production.
And production is all encompassing of Mr. Halls and the other ADs that would generate that information.
And you also indicate that Mr. Halls was the overall safety coordinator on set, correct?
That's typically one of the many jobs of the first assistant director. Yes, sir.
And so it's his responsibility to convene the safety meetings you testified to, right?
Typically it is, yes.
And in this particular set, he did not do that on every day of the filming, did he?
Not to my recollection.
And in fact, the day that this, you described it as the camera crew walked off the day of the shooting incident. You described it as more chaotic than it had been. And that day, there was no safety meeting convened by Mr. Halls, was there?
Not that I was invited to.
Okay. You've indicated that Mr. Baldwin didn't follow gun safety rules. You believe that, right?
I do.
And you believe that Ms. Gutierrez Reed was operating in 2 jobs in props and armor, and you thought that was dangerous. The production did that, didn't you?
I did.
And you felt it was dangerous and part of your lawsuit that they should not have put her in those 2 positions. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And
Wow. Defense is killing it here, so to speak. Killing it. Defense is killing it here. They've got the prosecution witness to admit that he does not think she should have been both armorer and assistant, prop person. He's saying he thought it was problematic. She was put in both of those. The defense is laying a perfect groundwork here to say it was her supervisor. She could not have done anything other than she did because she was put in this position by the people above her. They gave her 2 jobs. They limited her time as an armorer. They forced her to focus on 2 jobs instead of the most important one to preserve human life. They forced her to focus on props. She was put in untenable situations where she couldn't have done otherwise. He is helping the defense's case immensely here. Wow.
in fact, sir, you've never been on all of your 12 prior movies with armors. You've never been on a set where an armorer was part-time, right?
I don't recall ever working on a set that had a part-time armorer. No.
Wow.
So this would be your first one on the rest set where they had part-time.
Potentially.
Okay. And in fact, because it's in your suit, you thought that was a terrible idea, right?
Yep.
If it says so in the suit, then I must have said that. Yes.
And this was a gun-heavy set with guns operating on 17 of the 21 scheduled film days. Yet you knew that they weren't paying Ms. Gutierrez Reed for more than 8 armor days, right?
I had no idea what they were paying Ms. Gutierrez.
Were you aware that whether her armor days had run out by the time of the shooting incident?
I was not privy to that information, sir.
Okay. And you're probably not also privy to the fact that she was regularly performing props duties as part of her.
I think this is Halyna's husband.
Were you aware of that? Did you see her doing those prop duties?
I believe that it was noted on the call sheet that she had more than one responsibility.
Did you ever see her, for example, rolling cowboy cigarettes, having her do jobs like that in her props duties?
Can't say that I did.
So you didn't see her all the time then?
No, because my job takes a lot of focus and I have essentially 5 bosses at any given moment. So I have to focus on my tasks at hand.
Well, that's what you said also, that you didn't see who was in the church, or you didn't see what was happening, because you have to focus on your job. You have to focus on your camera and what you're doing with that, right? So you're not always seeing everything else around you.
I'm not necessarily seeing, but I'm trying to watch and listen to everything that I can on set.
Let me ask you about that, listening to everything. You talked about what the negligent discharge by Sarah Zachary, nothing being called out in terms of a gun being operated. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Now, what radio channel were you using on set? Would you regularly use?
I'm a grip, so I'm always on channel 8, sir.
Channel 8. And do you understand, or did you understand that the armor operates on channel 1? And that's when that's called out on channel 1, it goes to David Halls. Did you know that?
If it only goes to channel 1 and Dave Halls, then somebody's failed at their job, because their job is to let everybody know what's going on with firearms and ammunition on set.
And were you aware then, sir, before you gave your testimony to the jury, that responsibility is Mr. Halls then to call out, we're going to have a gun scene? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of what Mr. Halls' responsibilities are, certainly.
Okay, well then, why didn't you say that earlier? That when this was called out, you may have been on the wrong channel. Maybe Mr. Halls didn't call it out. Did you not know that?
I don't understand your question. I wasn't on the wrong channel. I'm on channel 8 where I'm supposed to be, sir.
Okay, well then,
yeah, okay, that was a poorly formed question. He's on channel 8. He's supposed to be on channel 8. Hannah is on channel 1, so he's not on the wrong channel. He's just not on Hannah, so he's not privy to everything that she's talking about.
It was not Ms. Gutierrez Reed. What you wanted to imply to the jury was Mr. Halls, wasn't it?
Ms. Gutierrez Reed loaded a firearm that killed my friend and injured a director.
I'm not talking about the incident. I'm talking about the negligent discharge with Sarah Zachary. We're talking about that incident. Now, first of all, you have no idea who loaded that weapon that Miss Zachary negligently discharged, do you?
I wasn't there when the weapon was loaded, so no.
Okay. And you have no idea. You said earlier you don't even know if there was a bullet in it.
I saw a bullet in Joel Souza's shoulder.
I'm not talking about that. I know you want to keep coming back to it for your lawsuit, but I'm talking about Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge.
To Mr. Bowles' tone, indicating that this.
Please, no commentary.
Yes, I
All
won't,
right,
Your Honor.
all
I
right,
won't.
thank you.
So with regard to Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge, you have no idea whether it was a blank, whether it was a live round. You just don't know.
Correct.
I think that was the witness's lawyer. Could have been.
You talk a lot
I don't
throughout
know.
your testimony about all these failures you find in Miss Gutierrez Reed, yet in your lawsuit, it's all about production of Mr. Baldwin. Can you explain that? Why you talk about production of Mr. Baldwin in your lawsuit and not Miss Gutierrez Reed?
I would refer you to my counsel, sir.
Because
I
she-
didn't write that lawsuit, so
Okay.
I would refer you to my counsel for those questions.
You went after the people with money for the lawsuit, right? And
I
then-
went after production, the people responsible for hiring the people that killed and shot someone on a film set.
And you, as part of that, talk about that the decision to hire Ms. Gutierrez Reed was motivated by production desire to have a quick and cheap production. That was part of their desire to hire a cheaper position in that role, make her do two jobs, right?
Apparently that's what it says. That's what it says.
Okay. And
Yeah, his
you
attorney
indicated
just
that this
made
was
shit up, or
constantly
he
rushed
agrees
and
it.
reckless and
He
chaotic
agrees
on
with
set, correct?
Correct.
And you heard Mr. Baldwin a couple of times at least rushing people and telling them to move, right?
I did.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Halls do that also?
I did.
Did you ever stand up to Mr. Baldwin and say, no, we're not going to move this fast?
That's not my job, sir.
Okay. And did you ever see anybody else stand up to Mr. Baldwin, tell him not to move that fast?
I don't recall anybody standing up to Mr. Baldwin on the set. of
Oh my
Arrest.
God,
Wasn't gonna happen,
he's
was it?
Objection to the former question, calls for speculation.
You never saw anybody.
Restate the question.
Yes, Your Honor. You were aware, based on your seeing Mr. Baldwin, how he interacted with everybody, it was your perception nobody was going to stand up to him, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. Because he's running the show. He's the big boss, right?
He's a
both-
superstar.
well, he's the producer, one of the writers, and on the call sheet, he's number one. So yes.
So wouldn't you find it difficult for a 24-year-old female armor in her, as you call it, her second movie, with everybody else, grown men, not standing up to Mr. Baldwin? Wouldn't you find that difficult for her also?
I wasn't in her position.
Oh, come on. You never saw anybody stand up to Alec Baldwin, but you're an inexperienced 24-year-old armorer. You don't know whether she would have stood up to him or not. You didn't have the fucking balls to stand. I mean, you say it wasn't your job to stand up to him, but you said you saw nobody stand up to Alec Baldwin. But you can't speak for whether or not this 24-year-old little girl on her second film should have stood up to him. You disingenuous shit.
Now, you also talk about the IATSE armor. You knew that Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not yet in the union.
Actually, my understanding was it was a union show and the crew was union.
But you didn't know whether she was not union. She's not union. You didn't know that.
Mr. Bowles is testifying, Your Honor.
I'm asking if he's aware.
No,
But
you
he's
are
not.
testifying.
Good
You said
point.
She's not in the union. Okay, that's
Make it a question. Yes, he is testifying. It's a technicality. He's going to rephrase it, but okay, this is also a guy. This is a union guy. Union guys don't like non-union people. They don't like the scabs. They don't like the people that are not them on the scene. If it's supposed to be a union production, everybody on that production should be union. He's a diehard union guy. He's got to be pissed that Hannah was not union. He just has to be by nature.
your testimony.
Well,
So
I'm asking-
ask it as a question rather than testifying.
Yes. Were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez Reed is not union?
I was under the impression that we were doing a union movie.
Not the
Everybody
question.
on the crew was union.
Not
I
the
didn't learn
question.
that she was not yet in the union until after.
Were
So
you
you did learn
happy
that
about
after.
that?
Correct.
And from your experience in over 100 credits and being on a movie, having the union behind you makes it likely that you can stand up. I mean, in other words, if there's a safety issue and you have your union behind you, you can raise that because you've got the union.
On a union movie, any crew member has the support of a union, whether they're union or not. They're
That's not exactly true. They get people that are working there, they kind of get the benefits of the union benefits. But if they stand up and go, I'm going to do this, I'm going to stand up against the status quo, I'm going to stand up against the normal, regular, standard operating procedures of what's going on, the union, by and large, might not stand behind them because you don't pay the dues. It's as the old saying goes, you don't pay the dues, you don't sing the blues, bitch. if you're not a union paying, I mean, a due paying union member, you can't rely on the union to go to bat for you, to spend their money for you, to spend their time, to spend their efforts to back you up and support you in your bucking of the status quo. This is intellectually dishonest from anyone who's ever had any dealings with a union.
Presented by IOTC.
Well, could you have stopped the whole production if you wanted to, if you saw these safety issues?
I certainly could have voiced my opinion. Whether or not they would have honored that and stopped anything, I cannot say.
Okay, so you did say on the negligent discharges, you went to Mr. Halls and you told him you were concerned, and you told him you're concerned about safety. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you also told his second AD, Ann. You told both of them, right?
Ann was his second, just to be clear. But yes, I did mention it to Ann as well, that I was concerned and that this needed to be on the daily production report, knowing that the other producers typically read the production reports, as would the insurance company or whoever's bonding the film.
Okay, and you didn't see anybody do anything after you made those complaints?
I wouldn't necessarily see anybody do anything because they would potentially be on Channel 1 having that conversation amongst themselves.
Well, did you see anything happen, like additional training, any kind of actions taken by Mr. Halls that you saw?
I didn't see anything change.
Okay. So the day of the incident, the day of the shooting, you indicated to Ms. Morrissey on direct that you didn't see Ms. Gutierrez read in the church, but you didn't have concerns or words to that effect, that after the firearm had come into the church, you didn't have concerns, because I think you testified the armor would check that. Is that what you said?
That misstates the testimony.
Well, tell me what you said. I may have misheard it. Tell me what you said.
I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know what.
He's not getting at anything. He's asking you a straightforward question.
You didn't see Ms. Gutierrez read in the church?
I only heard her in the church.
Did you look around and after you heard her to see if you could see her in the church?
No. Wait, I didn't see who rated us.
Did you see if anybody else, Sarah Zachary from Props, was in the church?
Who is rating us? I didn't see the raid.
I don't recall anybody from the props department seeing anybody from the props department in the church.
Okay. Now, Sarah Zachary, I want to talk about her for a minute. You knew, or were you aware that she would load firearms too at times?
I became aware when she had a negligent discharge on set.
Okay. Did you also ever see her loading firearms?
Broken Baker, thank you so much for the raid, brother.
That incident, her really dealing with firearms, if at all.
You know that Sarah Zachary was Hannah Gutierrez Reed's boss?
I do.
As props master. Okay. And now, earlier you talked about your understanding of armor, but isn't it true that props department is in charge of the ammunition? Those are props.
That's my understanding of how the props department works. Sure.
Okay. So when you said earlier that the guns and ammo would be the armor, in reality, the ammunition falls under the props department. It's a prop.
My understanding is live ammunition is absolutely the armorer's responsibility. Any other ammunition that may be used in belts or bandoliers or strewn about on set falls under props.
Well, live ammunition is never supposed to be on the set.
Right.
When I say live ammunition, I'm referring to blanks. Okay. Something that can go bang.
Oh, come on, bitch. Live ammunition is not blanks. This goes right to why he shouldn't be testifying for all this shit about blanks and dummies and live ammunition, because he doesn't even know what the fucking definition of a live round is. This is why he shouldn't be testifying to this shit. And this totally undermines his credibility.
And hurt someone.
Okay, so let's be clear. A blank is not a round with a projectile. It's not a real bullet. It's a blank that shoots powder, right? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My understanding of blanks are, it looks very much like a real bullet. They're crimped differently at the end, so they don't actually contain a bullet. But beyond that, I don't know that I would, I don't know if they're marked in any other way other than seeing the ends crimped.
Okay. And you've never been in armor yourself?
I've never been in the props department at all. No.
Or the props department. So when you make opinions about what you think of, you really have no idea because you never served in that role. It's just what you've seen over other movies?
It's what I've learned in almost 30 years in the film industry. Yes.
You didn't learn much, apparently.
Now, when you talked about guns being left out on the cart, I want to ask your experience in prior movies. Have you seen carts that are professional looking that can be locked up, that an armor can use to lock up those weapons on it?
Yes, and I believe I described that earlier.
Okay. Yes, and this cart on this set was not like that.
I believe it was just kind of a more of what I would be accustomed to seeing craft services use, like an open gray plastic cart.
And were you aware that it took over a week for the props department even to get that cart?
I'm not in the props department. I'm not really aware of what they do.
Okay.
In that sense.
So this cart that they had on set that they were supposed to use for their firearms, on this Russ set, it wouldn't lock. It was more like something you would see in the crafts department. So and production provides that, right?
Again, I don't know what the props department brought or what they were provided. A lot of us rent the production companies our appropriate gear. Some of that may be carts, some of that may be tools.
Okay, so you don't know. You also don't know if the firearms that you said were laying out from time to time on the cart were real firearms or were plastic, were replica? You don't know that for sure.
I can tell you that the firearms certainly looked real as they would reflect the sunlight. They were certainly metal firearms. Whether they were actual firing guns, no, I don't know. But my experience is any firearm, even rubber dummy, at the very least in some sort of soft firearms case, a bag, somehow protected and not laying on top of a cart that's not secured.
Well, you saw the gun socks they have, the protective cloth carrying for the guns. You saw those, didn't you?
There may have been a long gun or two that had some sort of soft or some soft covering on them, sure.
And the handguns had the socks too. You never saw those?
I don't recall seeing the handguns in any kind of container, sir.
Did you ever hear Hannah call out the load amounts? You testified earlier you didn't, but you weren't always around those scenes when Hannah Gutierrez Reed was dealing with the firearms, were you?
I was on set 95% or more of the time, so there may have been an instance where she called out whatever power that blank load would have been, and I missed it.
And again, if she's calling it out on channel 1, and Mr. Halls is supposed to then communicate that, and you're on another channel, she may have called it out and you didn't hear it.
Well, the protocols on set typically is the armor would call that out verbally. What she does on her radio, I don't know. I'm not on that channel. And then the first assistant director would parrot that and let us all know to make sure there was redundancy and that we heard it was hot or cold.
And sir, are you sitting now under oath telling this jury that Hannah never called out the loads that were used on that set? Are you going to tell them that under oath, that you never heard that?
Objection, Your Honor. That has not been his testimony, and he's already answered this question.
It's been asked and answered.
So other than reporting to Mr. Halls and the second, did you ever report this to anybody else if you were so concerned about it? Did you report it to Gabrielle Pickle? Did you report it to anybody else? Did you report it to Joel Souza?
I believe that Joel Souza and Halyna, before she was killed, had a conversation about some of the safety issues,
That was my
payroll
question.
issues, and I did notify Local 80, which was the union that represented me while I was making that movie.
When did you notify Local 80?
You'd have to contact Local 80. It was early in the movie, and I can't give you a definitive date. Sir.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I'm not going to contact Local 80. They're not here in court.
He's already indicated he doesn't remember.
Judge, can I do my cross-examination?
If you do it properly, you can.
I'm doing it properly.
Listen.
Fuck, sorry, I'm muted. Sorry, I was being all angry and shit. Yeah, he didn't. Sorry, he didn't say he doesn't remember when he contacted Local 80. He said, you'll have to talk to them. No, the question was to you. When did you contact the local union? Not not a question to the local union. When were you contacted by this guy? You say whether you did or not and what time you did. And if you don't remember, you say, I don't remember. You don't say, ask them. So I think the prosecutor's wrong here, but they're going to get angry. Let's listen to their little fight here.
Judge, when did you notify Local 80?
You'd have to contact Local 80. It was early in the movie, and I can't give you a definitive date, sir.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I'm not going to contact Local 80. They're not here in court.
He's already indicated he doesn't remember.
Judge, can I do my cross-examination?
If you do it properly, you can.
I'm doing it properly.
Listen. Ask the question about the date. He said he didn't remember, and then you started to.
No, he did not say I don't remember. He said I don't definitively recall. I mean, it's almost saying I don't remember, but it's not. It's not saying I don't remember. It's saying I'm not sure I remember correctly. That's more what he's saying.
You weren't going to ask that person, and that he was going to tell you in so many words. Okay.
Yes.
So let's not be argumentative. Let's just ask him. You can ask him one more time.
So do you have any idea what date you may have contacted Local 80?
I believe it was in the first week of production.
Oh, now he remembers basically when.
So the first week of production was before any accidental discharges would have happened.
That doesn't mean I wasn't concerned about safety.
Ooh, that was smooth. Did you guys see that? That was smooth. This is the new co-counsel. She's bringing up a note to the guy. And a lot of times they'll stop what they're saying. They'll read the note. They'll get confused. They'll kind of break their stride a little bit. Then it'll take. He takes the handoff from her. He doesn't break stride. That's the sign of a great lawyer. She's got something to say. I don't know what it is, whether it's wrap it up, don't argue. The jury is looking disgruntled. Ask this, ask that, don't ask that. I don't know what this note says, but he takes it from her, looks at it, absorbs it, and doesn't bat an eye. This is slick. This is the sign of a very good lawyer. Doesn't break his stride at all, that he gets a letter, a note saying do something or don't do something, or this is what's happening.
I believe it was in the first week of production.
So the first week of production was before any accidental discharges would have happened.
That doesn't mean I wasn't concerned about safety.
That's good.
And I understand. My question was not that. I understand you were concerned. My question was that was before any of the accidental discharges.
I don't recall exactly if that was before or after, but once I contact local 80, that doesn't mean I stopped talking to local 80 throughout production. So I think we had more than one conversation about it.
Oh, you're still talking to your union. So what were you telling?
Because you're contacting local 80, did they do anything about it?
Yeah.
My understanding was they contacted the New Mexico local, which is 480, and a representative from 480 showed up, and possibly a representative from the camera union, local 600, also showed up.
All right.
What happened at that point? Did they do anything?
They have conversations that I'm not part of, sir. Yeah.
Ultimately, the camera crew was disgruntled, and they walked off the day before the shooting. Part of that was their hotel situation.
Right.
You're aware of that, weren't you?
I don't know about disgruntled, but I know that they were promised hotels or housing, and those promises never came to fruition.
See, earlier he said they walked off the set because they were concerned about safety. Now he's saying they walked off the set because they didn't like where they were staying. I'm sure it was a mix of both, but he specifically didn't say that they walked off because they were unhappy about their hotel situations under direct examination. But now under cross examination, he's saying that they weren't happy with their lodging.
The next day, when there had to be a new camera crew, they had to get some more people. You were aware Video Village was down?
I was not.
You didn't know Video Village was down at all?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Asked and answered. All right, the judge is going to yell at the lawyers, tell them to stop their shenanigans and to be civil about it. This is a long one. Support Lincoln Kane, everybody. He's a monster. He's a beast. LC's a beast. Welcome, LC.
Sir, you said earlier Baldwin always wanted to use his hero props, or words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yep.
And by that you meant he wanted to use the real, for example, the real revolver.
That was my understanding of his the way he liked to perform. Yes, sir.
And would that also include, sir, the knife, those kind of? Is that what you're meaning by hero props?
My recollection is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to be ready to call rolling when he was ready. So hero props in his wardrobe, essentially ready to go.
Okay. And everybody else had to be ready to go when he was ready.
Yes.
Okay.
So everything revolves around Alec Baldwin and his ego. MG, what's up, brother?
So that, sir, it was your understanding, you may have said this, and I just want to go back over it, but that Mr. Baldwin did not, that scene or that rehearsal did not require the draw. Was that your understanding?
My understanding was it was really just the initiation of that movement was the part of the story that Joel Souza wanted to tell.
Okay. And I think he called it an extreme close-up shot of his hand.
Correct.
Okay. So it would be coming out of his holster, and there would be an extreme close-up on that.
Correct. The frame would have been essentially his right hand going into his coat to draw his firearm.
Okay, sir. Okay, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? Okay.
All right. Normally, when they say just a moment, they talk about and they realize they don't have anything else to ask. And
Mr. Odiego,
Yeah, there we go.
are you the
Right,
only
we're on redirect now. This is the home stretch for yesterday afternoon. Then we're going to catch up. We're a little over an hour behind on the on today's hearing. So let's get on with it.
person suing Mr. Baldwin in Rust Productions?
Not from my understanding.
There are others, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Bowles asked you in your lawsuit, you claimed that you have lost enjoyment of your life as a result of the incident. Is that correct?
Yes, it is absolutely correct.
Oh, fuck off. I don't believe him now. I'm sorry. I don't believe him.
Just to be clear,
He's lost enjoyment of his life. I'm sorry. I don't believe him now. After hearing this cross-examination, I don't believe him.
did you receive a subpoena for your testimony today?
I believe that my counsel received a subpoena from both sides for today. Yes.
Do you know, sir, did anyone force Ms. Gutierrez to accept a job as an armor and props assistant?
Force her? Not that I'm aware of. No.
Do you know if anyone forced Ms. Gutierrez to continue working on the set of Rust when things were chaotic and difficult?
Not to my
Her
knowledge.
contract did.
Is Mr. Baldwin on trial today?
If she doesn't keep working, if she doesn't fulfill her contract, she's going to get nailed for a breach of contract. Her contract forced her to be there.
It appears that he is a bit. Yes.
I'm asking you, is this the trial of Mr. Baldwin?
No, it's not.
Is this the trial of Rust Productions?
No, it's not.
Is Mr. Halls on trial today?
He is not.
Oh, this is
On
stupid.
October 21st, 2021, did Ms. Gutierrez show the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, as you have indicated is proper safety protocol for armors?
Not when I was on set, no.
Did Ms. Gutierrez shake the dummy rounds for the cast and crew?
Not when I was on set, no.
Oh,
If Ms.
come
Gutierrez
on.
had shown the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, what do you think would have happened?
She doesn't have to show it to the cast and crew.
If he has an opinion, if he knows based upon his personal knowledge.
In your opinion, working on this movie set with Ms. Gutierrez and working on other movie sets with other armors, if she had taken the dummies, rattled them, showed them to the cast and crew,
She doesn't have to show them to the crew by any stretch of the imagination. She just has to show it. Well, she doesn't, I don't know if she has to, but standard protocol is to show it to the person she's handing the weapon off to, which would be David Halls in this case. She should have shown David Halls what was loaded and what wasn't loaded, not the entire fucking cast and crew.
do you think that live round would have been discovered?
No.
You don't?
What?
Oh, pardon me. Had we looked at all of the ammo, we would have known whether it was dummies or live.
Who made the decision?
The jury is just going to, okay, I think that was a misstep. See, he was prepared. I think he was prepared as a witness, and he was asked a question in the opposite way he'd been asked previously during his questioning. So, yeah, that was a bad slip of the tongue. I truly believe he meant to say yes, it would have been, but he said no, and that's going to sit in the jury's mind because they're going to be shocked by his what, you wouldn't have recognized it, and they're going to ignore maybe when he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke."
Oh, pardon me. Had we looked at all of the ammo, we would have known whether it was dummies or live.
Who made the decision not to show the cast and crew the dummy rounds prior to handing the gun to anyone in the
Speculation.
church?
I would guess the armor or
No, you can't guess.
He is
Right.
All right, that's his answer. He guessed, so we'll strike it.
Yeah, that should be stricken. That was a complete guess. That was complete speculation. Come on, prosecutor. These are some bullshit questions. You know it.
Guessed.
Is it your understanding that Ms. Gutierrez loaded that gun?
it is.
Sorry, did you all hear me?
Again, speculation.
Yes, you're all saying yes. Okay.
In your opinion, would Ms. Hutchins be alive today if Ms. Gutierrez had not put a live round in the
Speculation.
gun?
I'm going to strike that.
Yep. Strike that fucking question. See, okay, again, for those of you that don't know, this prosecutor, she is a special prosecutor. She was appointed to prosecute this case by presumably the attorney general because the original prosecutor had some issues. But she is actually a very, very good defense lawyer. She is a very good defense lawyer. That's her bread and butter. That's her trade. She's actually prosecuting this like a defense lawyer would handle the defense. So she's asking these questions that a defense lawyer would ask, but a prosecutor shouldn't ask. Yeah, it's muscle memory, it's brain memory for her. She's not a prosecutor by trade. She's a defense lawyer by trade.
All right. Who is the person on the set of a movie who is in charge of firearms?
Sustain.
Do you know why your civil lawsuit doesn't include Ms. Gutierrez?
You'd have to refer to my counsel for that answer. I don't know.
Have you testified today in order to further your civil lawsuit?
Yes?
I've testified today to bring justice for the death of my friend.
No, that wasn't the question.
Nothing further.
She's not even answering her own lawyer's question.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir.
All right, that's the end of the testimony for the day. We are that is the end. That is the end of the questioning for yesterday. Now we're going to start on today's testimony. Let me queue up. We are. It looks like we're still about an hour behind. They took a very, very long break. So let's find where we are. Let me bring this up. It took them a long time to start trial. They were really, really late, and I don't know why. All right, let's bring up the new. This is today. We are now moving into day 4. I will handle things as soon as possible after we get this going, but I've got to take a little bit of a break, if you know what I mean. So let's go with this. And somebody let me know who this witness is because I just can't stick around to find out who the new witness is. I like her hair. That's great. I'll be right back.
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Dr. Heather Jarrell,
And what's your current occupation?
Jarrell.
There you go.
I'm the Chief Medical Investigator at the Office of the Medical Investigator.
Great. And what are your primary responsibilities as the Chief Medical Examiner, OMI?
I oversee the operations of the OMI, including approximately 200 employees and the forensic pathologists who are there. In addition, I also perform autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Great. Can you give us a brief explanation about your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. Then I went to medical school at Mercer University School of Medicine in Macon, Georgia, where I graduated with a medical degree. Then I completed a resident.
Okay, I'm back. I just about didn't make that. All right. Whew. Deep breaths all around. All right, we have finished up. Let me pull down the banner here and fix the banner for today. We are now into day 4. We are now on this morning. And again, we're going to catch it up. We're going to put this up to 1.25 speed and then bump it to 1.5 if we can. And then we'll watch this until we catch up to live. We should catch up with live just about the time they go to lunch. Let me see here. All right, we pulled that down. People, what is her? Did any of you catch her name? What was her name, and have we got her job yet? Or should I just go back? It wasn't that long. We'll just kind of go back a little bit. All right, but before we go back again, before we start today, let's go. We've got a bunch of super chats lined up. Let's talk about these. Lacey Ann says, "Drink up." That was from the LC $100 super chat. Lincoln Kane, love you, brother. Lincoln Kane is an animal from Australia, an absolute monster of a human being. We love LC. Thank you so much, Lincoln Kane, and thank you so much, Lacey Ann. Lancelot 652 says, "Why is Walter White on the stand?" Again, it's not Walter White. It's Rob Halford. It's Rob Halford. Sorry. If you're into metal, you know who Rob Halford is. Judas Priest, front. He just has less leather on today. That was Judas Priest front man Rob Halford, not Walter White. But thank you anyway, Lancelot 652. And Grifter Wannabe says, "Jeff, please give this guy a break. The sand in his nether regions were shaken loose when the gun went off, and he can't get the sand back in place." No, Grifter Wannabe. That's harsh. True, but harsh. The guy's credit. The guy lost credibility. I thought the defense did an amazing job tearing apart his credibility. That again, this is the prosecution's case to lose. They had a good witness. They were a little bit. I wasn't really happy with the prosecution, but they still could have used him as a reputable witness. They still could have used him to support their case. But the defense tore him apart on cross-examination. I think you have to disregard everything he said. The differences in his civil lawsuit complaint and the differences in his testimony, mixed with his obfuscating, mixed with any bias that he has to show that he really is just traumatized. He may be traumatized, and I certainly as fuck would be traumatized if I was in his position, but he has to show that because he has a civil lawsuit saying he was traumatized. I think we have to disregard everything that guy said. He was also testifying about a lot of shit he had no firsthand knowledge of. The defense did a remarkable job tearing him apart. And Nick Naylor, Legal Bites was pissing me off because she was going after the lawyer here. And I was like, WTF, he's right. Oh, I'm sorry. Correction, says Nick Naylor, not Legal Bites. Emily, I confused trash opinions. Now look, I have I have no complaints with either Legal Bites or Emily Baker. I like Alita Legal Bites. I think she's sweet. I like her. You know, her shit is what her shit is. You know, I'm not involved in. I do like her. I have zero beats, but I haven't watched any of her coverage. I know she's covering, but I haven't watched any of it. I've only watched about 5 minutes of Emily Baker, but Emily's pro prosecution. That's just how she is. So, you know, the fact that Emily is taking a pro prosecution deal and saying that the defense lawyer is a big bad meanie is to be expected. I just tend to take the view of let's weigh each and every lawyer's questioning and each and every witness's answer on its own merits, regardless of whether you're pro prosecution, pro. I'm not pro anybody. I'm pro truth. I'm pro evidence. I'm pro what can the state prove? What can the defense cast doubt on? I don't care what side you're on. I care what you're proving and what you're arguing. So, you know, she's being hard on him. I disagree with Emily, but you know, Emily doesn't give a shit what I think. So yeah, that's a thank you so much, Nick Naylor. I appreciate your comment. And Knox Fuse says, I think that was the witness's lawyer. Okay, I said it may have been Halyna's husband. It may have been the lawyer. I just don't know. I was totally speculating out my ass. Island, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Remember when I said this guy was polarizing and you said you didn't dislike him? Those were good times. I liked him on cross-examination. I liked him on direct examination. By the time the cross-examination was done, I didn't like the guy at all. I actively disliked him. And Duncan Idaho says, Legal Vices, what if it were argued that justice is the money? Punitive or compensatory money is the justice. Is that ridiculous? No. Provided that it is someone who needs justice. Halyna Hutchins' husband filing his lawsuit, which was ultimately settled, him seeking money, that's the only recourse he has. That's the only real recourse he has for justice. You can't make him whole. Criminal lawsuits, civil lawsuits will not bring his wife and the mother of his son back. Money is the only option he has. This guy, however, asking for money as punitive or compensatory damage, it rings a little hollow to me. Him only wanting justice for Halyna. If he only wants justice for Halyna, then why is he suing for money for himself? Is he going to give anything he gets from this lawsuit to Halyna's family? I fucking doubt it. I highly fucking doubt it. If he wants justice, why is he suing for money? Why isn't he just testifying on behalf of the defense to make sure that evil Hannah, who isn't even really mentioned in his lawsuit, found guilty? So that's why it rings a little bit hollow to me. Rosalind Duke has gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. Rosalind, thank you so much for that. If you got one of the 5 Legal Vices memberships gifted by Rosalind Duke, give her a super special shout out. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about what's going to be happening, but I suspect we're going to be doing our February members only chat on March 3rd. I know that doesn't make any sense, but trust me, I'll talk about it later. And Trent Thorough says, just because she was 24 and inexperienced doesn't absolve her of responsibility if she didn't stand up to Baldwin or do her job. Everyone in this case should be in jail. Again, it's what I agree. Straight out, I have zero tolerance for any firearm negligence, any firearm mishaps. I think, personally, she should be found guilty. But it's, in this case, right now, where we're under trial, it's, can the prosecution prove that she should be in jail? Can they prove the elements of the crime? And I don't think they have yet. I expected this to be a slam dunk. I was full like, all right, let's just go through this and let's get her sent off to 18 months in jail. I have changed my mind. I don't know if it's because of the prosecution has done it. I mean, the defense has done an extraordinary job in their cross-examination. I think it's more the fact that the prosecution has done a less than stellar job so far of telling us what they have to prove and then actually proving it. The DCV Titans is special special ed. I said, you have said we had she's a special prosecutor. She was brought in, a defense lawyer by trade. She was brought in to prosecute this case as a special prosecutor. So DCV Titan's a special ed. And Lincoln Kane, LC, with another big old foghorn super chat. Thank you so much, brother. I only lie when I love you, Jeff. Also make Xterra Bill a mod. We should do that. We should make Xterra Bill a mod. Xterra Bill's a great guy. And again, Xterra Bill, he's the guy that did the music. He's the guy that did my voice remix for the Grounds video at the beginning. In case you're just here and you don't know, my editor guy, he did the video part of it, but the audio part of this video was done by Xterra Bill, who is here in chat now. We'll give you just a couple of quick seconds.
Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path.
Xterra Bill, he's the one that did the remix for that. Thank you, brother, for that. That is awesome. It's a staple here. And we should do that, Lincoln. You're a good man. You're a wise man. DCV Titan wrapping us up here. Oh no, yeah, he is suing the production company. His suing the production company has nothing to do with him being subpoenaed by both sides in this case. Fair enough, true, absolutely true statement. And paranoia, they destroy. I'm ever for 1 month. Thank you so much. Great to be here, and it's great to have you here. Thank you so much for being a supporter for 1 month. All right, we've got all of this out of the way. Thank you, everybody. Let's move into today, into this morning. We're going to start. I'm going to go back because I didn't catch your name and whatnot because I was having a bit of a comfort break. So we'll
Betsy and anatomic pathology.
Sorry, we'll bring this back up. She's somebody, and she does anatomic pathology. Okay, this is the medical. I said this the other day. We've gone through the ballistics guy. We've gone through the fingerprint person. Now we have to get into the medical examiner. I think this is going to be our medical examiner person here. So let's bring her back up. Make sure we've got everybody taken care of. Thank you so much, everybody, so far for your support. You've been more than generous, more than kind. We're finishing out February on a strong note with Super Chats. Love you all so much. All right, bring her back up, and we're going to go at 1.25 speed. Then once you get used to that, we'll bump it up to 1.5 speed, and hopefully we'll get to the end here before the court gets to the end.
Law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole.
Bring it up. All right, hang on. I'm not bringing it up fast enough. Share screen, live, boom. Oh, and happy birthday to Aaron Hack. It's Aaron Hack's birthday. Aaron Hack, cheers. Oh, I'm not going to do that. Cheers. I'm going to do your really quick cheers here. Bye, Franz. Thank you so much for bringing this to my attention. Happy birthday, Aaron Hack. And thank you so much, Bye, Franz, for your support. Aaron Hack, cheers. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. I hope you have an amazingly wonderful year ahead of you. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your viewership, and thanks for being here. Cheers. All right. Let's find out who she is and what she's going to testify to as we kick off day 4, morning session of the Halyna Gutierrez trial. And go.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Dr. Heather Jarrell,
What's your current occupation?
Jarrell.
There we go.
I'm the chief medical investigator at the Office of the Medical Investigator.
Yeah.
What are your primary responsibilities as the chief medical examiner, OMI?
I oversee the operations of the OMI, including approximately 200 employees and the forensic pathologists who are there. In addition, I also perform autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Great. Can you give us a brief explanation about your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. Then I went to medical school at Mercer University School of Medicine in Macon, Georgia, where I graduated with a medical degree. Then I completed a residency in anatomic pathology at the University of Virginia, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology. Then I completed a fellowship, which was a 2-year fellowship in neuropathology. at the same institution, and I'm board certified in neuropathology. And then lastly, I completed a forensic pathology fellowship at the Virginia Commonwealth University, and I'm board certified.
Oh my
in
God, it's
forensic pathology.
Rosalind Duke's birthday.
Can you explain to the
Rosalind,
jury
I
what
didn't see
forensic
that.
Pathology is?
A
Rosalind,
forensic
happy
pathologist
birthday to
performs
you two.
autopsies to
Cheers.
determine the cause and the manner of death.
And what about anatomical pathology?
A person who is an anatomic pathologist can perform autopsies usually in a hospital setting to determine what caused death, but they also can.
All right, cause of death. The bullet going through her body crossways. That was the cause of death. Thank you very much. And I gotta say, Hannah's looking good today. I like the hair. Hannah's hair is looking good. She has improved her image so much since the day this happened.
Determine, like, for example, if you have surgery and have something removed, let's say a cancerous lesion, the pathologist is the one who determines what type of cancer it is or disease it is.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
I have performed and supervised over 3,500 or 3,500 examinations, plus about 500 neuropathology consultations.
And have you had any training specific to injury analysis?
Oh my
Can you
God,
be more specific?
we're already at 1.25.
Just training in terms of determining how an injury may have affected an individual's body and how that may have contributed to the person's death?
Yes, that would be included in my forensic pathology fellowship.
Great. And have you ever testified in court as an expert witness in the fields of forensic and anatomical pathology?
Yes.
Amy Winehouse is back. This is Amy Winehouse. They're paralegal. The paralegal's back.
Approximately how many times?
More than 50 times.
Great. And have you rendered opinions in prior cases regarding homicides that involve guns?
Completely agree with
Yes.
the MG law.
And does this include testifying to the entry and exit of gunshot wounds?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I move the court to recognize Dr. Gerald as an expert witness in the fields of forensic and anatomical pathology.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, not
Dr.
what-
Gerald,
not
would you
what
explain
else
to the jury
he
exactly what is an autopsy?
An autopsy examination consists ultimately of two parts, both an external examination and an internal examination. In the external examination, we document features of the decedent, such as hair color, eye color, weight, and stature. But we also document any injuries that we see externally. We take measurements of those injuries and we classify those injuries. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination. I also neglected to mention that during the external examination, we collect trace evidence in suspicious cases. That might include fingernail clippings and hair samples. The internal examination consists of blood collection for toxicology when applicable, and looking at every internal organ individually to look for injury, and again, classifying that in type of injury, and also looking for natural disease findings. We also make microscopic slides as a result of that internal examination, which we analyze by looking through a microscope, and we form a final report with the ultimate goal of determining the cause and the manner of death.
Thank you. And does every person who dies receive an autopsy?
No.
So how do you determine whether or not you're going to perform an autopsy?
An autopsy, I'll back up and explain that a little bit more. Within the state of New Mexico, the OMI is notified of all sudden and unexpected deaths. And for cases that are non-natural, there are certain circumstances where the OMI will take jurisdiction. And so in the case of deaths resulting from gunshot wounds, this is an example where the OMI, or the Office of the Medical Investigator, will take jurisdiction. And in possible homicides, the OMI will perform an autopsy.
Thank you.
Knowledgeable women
the
and
intake
Flux in
process when a
particular.
body
Is she
arrives at
wearing like
OMI?
a
What does that intake
lapis
process
lazuli? Like
When a body
pendant?
arrives at the
Or is that
OMI,
just like a
the body
random
is received
blue
in
stone?
a sealed
And I
body
know
bag,
Flux likes
so
the
the chain of
lapis
custody
lazuli.
is maintained from the scene to the OMI to ensure that no one's tampered with anything inside the body bag. We break the seal, and we have a machine at the OMI called a CT scanner, just like in a hospital if you have to get a CAT scan. And the body at the OMI receives a full body CT scan. This allows us to have a look inside the body before we actually open the body. For gunshot wound cases, it lets us know if there's a gunshot wound track and if there is a retained projectile. And so that is the beginning of the intake process.
Thanks. And I'm going to get into some greater detail about the CT scan in this case and further questions. But right now, describe to us as part of the intake process, is it typical for sometimes for items to arrive along with the decedent's body?
Yes.
So what might arrive?
Per our state statute, anything present on the body should come with the body. In this case, there were personal belongings that included clothing that came present with Ms. Hutchins' body.
Great. Do you gather any statements prior to conducting an autopsy?
If law enforcement is present to view an autopsy, which is not uncommon, I will usually ask if they have any questions before I start, and I will communicate autopsy findings to anyone who is there to view autopsy. We also, before I
Stop the
issue cause
Hope
and manner of death,
Diamond.
when relevant, will review law enforcement reports.
So you mentioned kind of the external examination. Is there another step to the autopsy process?
There is the internal examination.
Right. And can you explain what that is briefly?
During the internal examination, we make an incision on the chest and the abdomen to look at the internal organs. We also make an incision on the head and remove part of the skull to look at the brain.
As part of the external examination, what sort of things are you looking for on the outside of the decedent's body?
On the external examination, again, we're looking at certain physiological characteristics or physical characteristics of the decedent, but we're also looking for any injuries that might be present. And again, we take measurements of those and we classify what type of injury they are.
And how do you document the external examination?
The external examination is documented. I typically use a body diagram and I make notes. If there's any tattoos, I'll document where those are. And then if there's any injuries, I'll document on a body diagram what type of injuries they are.
And do you take photographs as part of this?
Yes.
Thank you. And let's talk now in a little bit more detail about the internal examination. How do you proceed about conducting an internal examination?
How much detail do you want?
Just give me an idea in terms of, are you looking for whether the death was caused by an injury versus a natural disease? Just kind of a high level description of what you're looking for.
Yes, the combination of the external examination and the internal examination are looking at any documented natural disease or injuries.
Oh, Greg,
If
you are
there
not
injuries, do they
saying
count for death?
she is
there any natural
Kira, are
disease
you?
that
You're not saying
counts for
she's
death?
Kira from
And
Deep
again,
Space Nine.
when we perform toxicology,
Your
is there
tone.
any toxicological cause of death or contributory factors to death?
And as part of that, do you ever collect samples of tissue or fluids?
Yes.
And can you explain that process?
Yes, we typically will collect blood to perform toxicology in certain cases to determine if that caused death or contributed to death. As I mentioned before, we also collect hair samples, other blood samples that could be used for DNA testing if needed later. And we collect fingernails, clippings for what we call a so-called homicide workup.
Perfect. And was an autopsy performed on Halyna Hutchins in this case?
Yes.
And who conducted that autopsy?
I did.
Great. What was the date of that autopsy?
The autopsy was performed on October 22nd, 2021.
Great. And how did you identify the decedent as Halyna Hutchins?
I believe she was identified by a visual identification. We can also do comparison to identification like a driver's license.
Great. And what was your role in this particular autopsy?
I was the person who conducted the full autopsy. So
It's
I'm the
not
person who
really
did the
relevant
external
in this
examination
case.
and the internal examination.
It really
wrote the
isn't.
report and certified cause and manner of death.
Great. So it was you who was ultimately responsible for issuing the findings?
Yes.
Great. Did you
No,
review
she
all of the
died.
photographs
There's no
related to the autopsy
question
before
she
your opinion?
died.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's
Were you
why
able
she
to render
died and
opinion
whether
regarding the cause and
Halyna,
manner of
I mean,
death,
whether
for Ms.
Hannah
Hutchins?
Gutierrez had
And
anything
what was
to
your
do with
conclusion
it.
for cause of death?
The death was caused by a gunshot wound to the chest.
And what was the manner of death?
I certified the manner of death as accident.
And can you explain why you classified it as an accident?
Yes. I classified the manner of death as accident. Well, let me back up to go
Because no one
to
intended
a
it.
homicide is classified as a volitional act caused by another to cause fear, harm, or death. Intent is not always needed. It is a common element, but is not always needed. Conversely, for an accident to be applicable, what must not be present is an intent to cause fear, harm, or death. Looking at the material that was available to me through law enforcement reports, it was apparent to me there was no obvious intent to cause death. It doesn't mean there's no negligence or so on, but it means there was no intent to cause death. Additionally, there are medical examiners across this country that would have certified the manner of death in this case as homicide. However, reviewing the material that was applicable to me, it is clear that there was a belief on the set that the firearm was not loaded with live ammunition. And based on that belief, and this scenario being much different than what we see in other medical examiner cases for firearm-related deaths, I felt that the manner of death was best classified as accident. And thirdly, there has been somewhat of a precedent set in a previous movie set shooting death.
Danielle,
where the
I
manner
just
of
want
death
to
was
say
classified
thanks
as
for being here.
accident.
You are so
Thank you so
awesome,
much.
Danielle. I'm glad
you
you're
mentioned
here.
earlier when you first started your testimony that you sometimes perform a CT scan on the decedent's body. Did you perform one in this case?
Yes.
And what did that scan reveal?
The scan revealed that there was no significant natural disease for Ms. Hutchins. It also demonstrated a gunshot wound track. It demonstrated that there was medical intervention prior to her death in the form of surgical intervention that was conducted at UNMH or University of New Mexico Hospital. And it also demonstrated that there was no retained projectile within Ms. Hutchins' body.
Thank you. When Ms. Hutchins first arrived at OMI, do you recall what she was wearing?
She was wearing undergarments and she was wrapped in a hospital blanket.
Okay. Did any clothing arrive with her?
Yes.
And do you recall what that was?
Yes, there was a jacket.
This is
Or
just
I
ghoulish.
classified it as being a jacket. There was also a pair of tights and a pair of pants.
Great. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to move for admission of States Exhibits 113 and 114, their photographs, and they've been stipulated to by defense
Oh,
counsel.
AV Chad is here. We get to see some
Yeah,
pictures.
Yes.
This is just ghoulish what she was wearing. Why does that matter? This doesn't matter. I'm loving the Marie Antoinette hairstyle here.
Is there an image on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be the jacket that arrived with Ms. Hutchins?
Yes.
Did you do any examination of this jacket?
I did a visual inspection.
And why did you do that?
For firearm-related fatalities, we look for defects of the clothing that correspond to any gunshot wounds on the body. In particular, we will look at the defect that corresponds to the gunshot entrance wound, we look for visible soot or dark particulate material that would help us indicate a range of fire.
And did you find any of that on this jacket?
No.
Okay. And so what kind of conclusion can you draw from the absence of gunpowder or that kind of thing?
The absence of soot, unburned gunpowder particles, and gunpowder stippling on the clothing and or body would indicate a distant or an indeterminate range of fire. Indeterminate range of fire would be applicable if there is an intermediate target, meaning that the projectile went through something else before it struck Ms. Hutchins. There was no indication that the projectile went through anything before it struck Ms. Hutchins, and therefore the range of fire is best classified as distant.
And just to be clear, when you say distant, can you put some actual measurements to that, perhaps in feet?
It's difficult to say, but what we generally say very conservatively is that to get the best idea of the actual distance of the firearm to Ms. Hutchins' body would be to do a examination or, sorry, the word has left me, a firearm test where you test the actual firearm with the actual ammunition to try to get the range of fire. However, generally speaking, in forensic pathology, we can estimate that distance roughly to be about 2 feet or greater.
2 feet or greater.
Yes.
Thank you. If you look at your monitor, I put up States Exhibit 114. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are they?
These are the pants that were received along with Ms. Hutchins' body.
And were
This
you able to make any?
this
findings or
has
determinations
nothing
on the
to
basis
do
of
with
these pants?
whether or not
There
Hannah
were no
Gutierrez
defects that
Reed
were
was
significant.
criminally
The clothing had been
negligent.
partially
in
cut
her
or cuts due to
duties.
resuscitative efforts, but there's
This
nothing
is
significant
purely
from my point of view with regard to the gunshot wound.
singularly a dry run for the Alec Baldwin trial.
And you've mentioned the gunshot wounds, so let's talk about that. How many gunshot wounds were there?
There were 2.
What injuries were you able to observe externally?
There was a gunshot entrance wound in the right armpit region, and there was a gunshot exit wound on Ms. Hutchins' back, just below the left scapula or the left shoulder blade area.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for admission of States Exhibits 115, 116, and 117. These have also been stipulated to by defense counsel.
All right, admitted.
And may I publish those?
Yes.
Dr. Gerald, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph before Ms. Hutchins' body was cleaned, which I typically do with regard to gunshot wounds. The reason why I do this is because things like soot can wipe off. And so I like to take photographs before the wound is clean that demonstrates that there is no soot surrounding the entrance wound. But what is depicted in this photograph is a gunshot entrance wound in the right armpit region. Surrounding the entrance wound is an abrasion or a scratch that is likely due to the positioning of Ms. Hutchins' arm.
Going to be an
when she
armor
was,
again.
when she was
If
shot.
she's convicted,
And so
she
that's
can't
just
be
an
an
abrasion
armor
that was
again
caused
because she
by
won't
the
be allowed to
projectile as it
handle
entered the armpit
firearms.
area.
And you also mentioned an exit wound. Can you explain what this photograph is?
Yes, this is a gunshot exit wound, which was left of the midline, left of Ms. Hutchins' midline on her back, below the left shoulder blade. It does show, and this is again before it has been cleaned, which again is a standard practice. But this is the exit wound. It has some bruising around the exit wound that was probably caused by medical intervention and placement of a plastic device to help render medical aid.
I'm going to pull up States Exhibit
A
117.
plastic device intended to render medical aid. What does that mean?
In terms of her back, so this may give the jury a little bit better idea of where that was. But just to be clear, this is the same exit wound as from the previous picture, correct?
Yes.
And do you notice anything different or remarkable in this picture that you didn't already discuss in the previous one?
No, it just gives better orientation.
Great, thank you.
All right, the audio crackle from the court is starting to annoy me. That's it? Are we? I thought she said that's it. I guess they're just. I thought that was the end of. Yeah, she's stressed.
All right. Dr. Gerald, based on the examination and your review of the photographs, were you able to track the path of the projectile from where it entered Ms. Hutchins' chest and where it exited?
Yes.
And can you explain that path?
Yes, the projectile entered through the right armpit area. It missed the major blood vessels in the shoulder area and in the arm. It entered the right aspect of the chest into the right chest cavity. It injured some of the blood vessels that travel along the ribs, broke some ribs, or broke one rib, went into the right lung, and exited the right chest cavity just adjacent to the vertebral column. It went through the spinal cord and
Oh my
traveled through the
God.
soft tissue of the back before exiting.
And as part of that examination, did you use what's called a trajectory rod?
Yes.
And what does that help you do?
All right, I want to go back and hear that again so we get an idea of exactly where the wound traveled. Because I was under the impression it was a straight through the right side and out the left side. It wasn't. It seemed to be like, I think she described it more as like a 3/4 of the way through
Missed
here.
the major blood vessels in the shoulder area and in the
Where based on the examination and your review of photographs, were you able to track the path of the projectile from where it entered Ms. Hutchins' chest and where it exited?
Yes.
And can you explain that path?
Yes, the projectile entered through the right armpit area.
Okay.
It
We knew
missed
that.
the major blood vessels in the shoulder area and in the arm. It entered the right aspect of the chest into the right chest cavity. It injured some of the blood vessels that travel along the ribs, broke some ribs, or broke one rib, went into the right lung, and exited the right chest cavity just adjacent to the vertebral column. It went through the spinal cord.
Oh God. So yeah, it wasn't into the right side, out the left side. It was in through the right armpit and sort of like a 3/4 halfway shot through. It went through her ribs, her lungs, and through her spinal column and out her back. Fuck, that is a horrific injury. Well, I mean, obviously it's horrific. It killed her. That's terrible.
And traveled through the soft tissue of the back before exiting.
And as part of that examination, did you use what's called a trajectory rod?
Yes.
And what does that help you do?
The trajectory rod just simply shows the pathway, the general pathway that the projectile took through the body from the point of entrance to the point of exit. And that trajectory with respect to Ms. Hutchins' body is front to back, right to left, and downward.
And were the injuries that Ms. Hutchins suffered to her internal organs consistent with being shot?
Yes.
And of the injuries that you described, which of those can be lethal?
There was documented in medical record, there was over 1 liter of blood present in the right chest cavity when Ms. Hutchins arrived to UNMH, or the University of New Mexico Hospital. And so that indicates significant blood loss within the chest cavity, and the injury to the right lung was also lethal.
Thank you. And I know you mentioned earlier that you took tissue samples for toxicology testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were the results of those toxicology tests?
The toxicology was negative for alcohol and common drugs of abuse.
Okay. Nothing further?
All right. So her job was to testify she died in a horrible manner.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, I first want to ask you about your classification. Now, you've been doing autopsies, you said, I think 33,000 or 3,500?
Yes, 3,500.
3,500. How long, how many years have you done autopsies?
I came to the OMI straight out of fellowship in August of 2014.
Okay, so 10 years.
Yes.
And you are very familiar with the classification system, whether it be a homicide or accident, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you ruled the cause and manner of death to be accident.
Yes.
And in a homicide, your definition you gave was to rule it a homicide, it has to be a volitional act caused by another to cause death, correct?
Yes.
And volitional means purposeful?
No.
What does volitional mean?
Volitional volitional means a voluntary act. It doesn't mean that there is, it doesn't always mean there's intent. You don't need intent. So something as simple as
Correct.
pulling a trigger could be the volitional act.
Okay, but in this case, you reviewed reports and you got information, and based on that, your determination was that this was an accident.
Yes.
And when you said accident, I think you described that as what must not be present is intent to cause death.
There should not be intent to cause fear, harm, or death.
Okay.
That's correct.
So in the materials you read and the information you reviewed, you did not find an intent to cause death by anybody.
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to that classification,
That
is an
doesn't really
official,
help. It's
state
negligent.
of New
Negligent,
Mexico ruling,
by
correct?
definition,
Yes.
means you
Okay.
didn't intend
And-
it to happen.
That is an accident.
Yes.
That's what
I know in
negligence
your
is.
notes
Negligence
that you
is an
documented
accident.
the approximate time of the incident was about 1348. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is 148?
Yes.
Okay. And then you documented that Ms. Hutchins arrived at the hospital approximately 1520. Is that right?
Yes.
And that is 320.
Yes.
Now, that is approximately an hour and a half delay. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that she was being attended to by EMT personnel and there was a helicopter waiting to take her to the hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any idea why there was a delay in the hospital taking her?
No.
Now, during your findings, you did a CT scan before your external examination, correct?
Yes.
Did you find evidence of prior medical intervention from Ms. Hutchins?
Yes.
And what was that evidence of medical intervention?
She had been intubated The intubation was actually in the wrong place. It was in the esophagus. It was removed when she arrived at the hospital, but she was also re-intubated into her esophagus and not into the airway. She had also had surgical intervention. So they had opened up the chest cavities on both sides due to the presence of a gunshot wound. They had also opened up the protective covering surrounding the heart to try to do what they call manual cardiac massage. To
Why
restart
are
the
you
heart.
in slow?
It's my understanding that she was pulseless upon arrival and non-responsive and not breathing.
You said that she had an intubation and another intubation. Is that right?
Yes.
And they were both in the esophagus.
Yes.
Now, an esophageal intubation can be a dangerous situation.
Yeah,
correct?
it can.
It's an ineffective way to respirate someone or to establish air.
And in fact, can that potentially cause an anoxic situation, lack of oxygen to the brain?
Dude, you're not going to go
Injury itself is
anywhere
what causes the
arguing that the
anoxic situation.
intubation caused
But
her
the
death.
intubation into the esophagus isn't giving adequate airway establishment.
Because, doctor, when you do the intubation,
See, this is why I'd like the defense can be so stellar at sometimes, and then they can be so weirdly ineffective at times. He's like arguing that perhaps the fact that they had to intubate her, they had to force either a tube down her throat to help her breathe, or to give her a tracheotomy and drill a fucking hole in her throat to make her breathe. He's insinuating that somehow this may have caused her death rather than a bullet ripping through her armpit, her rib, a lung, and out of her spine may not have been the cause of death. Maybe it was the intubation later. This is why the defense is so confusing.
you're trying to get it into the bronchus, correct?
Yes.
And the bronchus, can you tell the jury what the bronchus is?
The bronchus, the mainstem bronchus is the main airway that goes to both lungs. It eventually divides into a left and right bronchus. It goes to each lung.
And so by putting it in the esophagus, that is basically sending oxygen into the stomach.
Yes.
And part of your notes, I know you indicated that Ms. Hutchins was complaining of shortness of breath.
Yes.
And so an intubation into her esophagus would not have assisted with that, with helping her to get that oxygen.
That's correct.
Did you also find on your CT examination that there was a chest needle that was tried to put in?
They attempted to put in a central line, which means you're trying to get fluid to in the most effective way possible. Because of her situation, they had to put blood products directly into her heart.
And did that, based on your review of that CT exam, it looked like it did not go in properly?
No, it was in the heart.
Oh, it was.
I believe it was.
Okay. So that wasn't a shallow insertion?
I couldn't tell that based on the autopsy or the CT.
Okay. So the esophageal intubation, do you know who performed that? Do you know who did that?
I do not.
All right. Apparently nobody likes my take on the medical thing. I just think it sounds bad. That they're like, oh yeah, the guy who intubated her may have killed her, and not the negligent shooting by. See, I would be Oliver Alec Baldwin here. I wouldn't be arguing that it wasn't Alec Baldwin that killed her when he pulled the trigger and blasted out her insides. It was the guy who was trying to help her breathe. Okay, you guys clearly don't like my take. But I'm standing by it.
CPR efforts you observed, do you know who performed those?
Not off the top of my head, no. I would have to review the medical records.
Based on everything that you saw, and as a medical doctor, had this not taken an hour and a half, had Ms. Hutchins received more time in medical intervention, could she have possibly survived these wounds?
It's difficult for me to answer that question because I'm not a doctor who treats gunshot wounds in the chest, and I have a very skewed view regarding the lethality of gunshot wounds. So that's outside my purview.
When you were interviewed, didn't you say she possibly could have survived?
Potentially, but I'm not the best person to ask for that question.
All right. Well, they said he possibly. The expert said she possibly could have survived. So, all right. I'm willing to reconsider. Let's keep going.
Basically, it said that. You're
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Well, that's the end of it. Holy shit. All right. While we figure out what's going on here, let's bring up these super chats because you clearly don't agree with me. All right. We did happy birthday, Aaron Hack. We did that already. Thank you so much. Thanks for the birthday wishes, says Aaron Hack. And chat, thank you so much. And thank you, Aaron, again. Happy birthday. And thank you for being a member for 8 months. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Your support is truly, truly heartfelt. Thank you. DCV Titan. It wasn't Baldwin. It was the one-armed man on the grassy knoll. Seriously, this is theater at this point. Again, this was pre-medical examiner comment. So I think, but I mean, so far she's testified that Halyna Hutchins died of a gunshot wound. But then at the end she said she possibly could have survived. but she doesn't know because that's outside the area of her expertise. And you clearly don't like my take that it's ridiculous to argue because she was blasted through her vital organs and out of her spine and shit. All right. The plastic device was like, I said, what was this plastic device? The plastic device was likely an occlusion dressing placed on the chest wound to prevent air from entering the chest cavity. It may have been that. It may have been the intubation tube or equipment that they used. I don't know what they were talking about because they didn't say what it was. And the DCV Titan, or was caused by ineffective medical treatments. Okay, that's in your. I personally think / thought it was ridiculous that he's arguing that it could have been the person trying to save her life and help her breathe while waiting for, hospital treatment to occur, caused her death rather than the shooting. But you guys seem to disagree with me. So, all right, I'm willing to backtrack a bit. And Knox Few says, Jeff, I'm a paramedic. An esophageal intubation pre-hospital that isn't caught before the IR is absolutely a fatal error. I'm not an expert. I'm willing to admit that maybe my take is wrong, but that's kind of my feeling. If I would, I'm just me. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a paramedic. I'm not a medical expert. If I was on the jury and someone, and she described the injuries the way she described them, and then somebody said, well, maybe it was the guy that was putting the breathing tube in her that killed her, I would react as I just reacted, negatively. Whether that's the right reaction or not, I don't know. And the Iceman 101418. This is one of two. Hey, Jeff, I'm confused by everyone who thinks outside of the trial that think Hannah should be guilty of manslaughter. Civil liability, sure. Well, this is what the trial. This is the trial. This is the criminal liability trial. Is she liable? Is she guilty of involuntary manslaughter? That's what we're looking at here. And 2 of 2. Oh, thank you so much again. I don't see how any of her incompetence rises to criminal negligence. The more I see of this evidence, the more I'm convinced. See, that's where I think the prosecution may be losing the ball. This, I believe, is witness number 11. And they said they had 30 potential witnesses, if I recall correctly. So they've gone through 1/3 of their witnesses. And I don't really see anything that's established Hannah's criminal negligence that's been shown in court so far. It's the prosecution's case to lose. I think she should be punished, and I think there's plenty of evidence to show that. But I think the prosecution is dropping the ball a little bit, and the defense is being so effective on cross-examination. We're going to have to see what the other 2/3 of the witnesses show, because I tend to be in your camp, Iceman. The DCV Titan, I agree. Defense is dumb for making that argument. We'll just have to look at it in the grand scheme, the total picture of all of the evidence that the prosecution presents for their case. But I'm so conflicted in this case. This is fascinating for me as a personal journey. This case is really fascinating. All right, they're going to go up and talk a little bit, then we're going to get back onto the trial.
Dr. Gerald, what was your determination as to the cause of death of Halyna Hutchins?
Her death was caused by a gunshot wound to the chest.
Thank you. And
all right.
You said that you performed this autopsy on October 22nd, is that correct?
Yes.
And her date of death was October 21st, is that correct?
Yes.
So you had approximately 1 day's worth of investigative materials available for you to review, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused. By court order, the photographer is not allowed to publish any of the OMI pictures.
All right. See, Daily Quick Bites here says Legal Vices airway support failed utterly. That is just as likely to have killed her, more so than the gunshot damage. I know that sounds counterintuitive. No, it doesn't really sound counterintuitive. But what I've got to go to as a juror and as a non-medical expert, the medical expert testified it's her opinion that the gunshot caused the wound, caused the death. It was death caused by the gunshot, not death caused by post-gunshot wound medical treatment. So I'm going to have to go with the medical expert here. I'm going to have to say that the intubation, the post-shooting medical treatment didn't cause the death. That's where my credibility lies. My credibility here lies with the prosecution's witness that was the cause of death, was the gunshot
Those are
wound
the autopsy
caused by
photos,
Alec
the exhibits
fucking Baldwin.
of the autopsy, and that's the order is either direct or picking up it indirectly. All right, next witness.
This guy called Stephen Orr.
He's got a stumpy arm, or just a bad fitting suit. I'm not sure.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
He's just got a really shitty fitting suit. Wow, that's bad. Diabetes.
Sir, go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Orr.
How are you currently employed?
I'm with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And what position do you hold at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently assigned to the Civil Division.
How long have you been employed there?
In the Civil Division or with the Sheriff's Office?
With the Sheriff's Office.
Just over 15 years.
And do you have law enforcement experience prior to going to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I'm retired from the Albuquerque Police Department.
How long were you with the Albuquerque Police Department?
From 1990 to 2004.
And did you become involved in
Diabetes.
this case somehow?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this case?
On October 28th, 2021 at about 3:01 p.m.
I have zero fashion sense in my life, but I do know, do not wear a black suit with a blue shirt and a blue tie. Do not wear a blue shirt and a blue tie. Don't do it.
Sergeant Chris, for whatever reason, I was at the office. I don't recall the reason why I was at the office that day. But Sergeant Chris Zook found me in the office. He knows my firearms background and asked me to take a look at a rifle that they were having trouble clearing.
What's your firearms background?
I became a firearms instructor in 1991. I'm currently a master firearms instructor in law enforcement with handgun, rifle, patrol rifle, and shotgun. I'm a master hunter education instructor. I became a hunter education instructor in 2000. Currently a master instructor for hunter education. I'm an armor and Glock pistol, AR-15 platform rifle, bolt action rifle, and police shotgun.
You know a little bit about guns.
A little bit.
On October, well, no, I think it was maybe October 27th. On October 27th, were you asked to assist with this case?
I thought it was the 28th, but it could have been the 27th.
It might have been the 28th that you got involved.
That I got involved, yes, because at the scene of this incident, I was not involved. I just, once again, happened to be at the office that day. And Sergeant Zook, knowing my background, just simply asked for some assistance.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 10.
So it looks like we've got about 20 minutes before the break, and then we're about 30 minutes behind. So we should finish right about the time
I'm
we
not
break
seeing
for
it on the other
lunch.
monitors. Oh, I'm sorry. It's already been entered in evidence, so I think we can publish it. Let's go ahead and do that. Do you recognize that?
It didn't come up, but it flashed for a moment before, but yes.
You don't have it in front of you?
No, ma'am. I do, yes. Okay, yes, yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Where did that come from, and how did you end up
That's a pretty
in possession of
firearm.
it?
Once again, I was at the office. I don't recall the reason for the third time. I don't recall the reason why I was at the office that day. Sergeant Zook, who was at the time the sergeant of the Criminal Investigation Division, asked me to take a look at this rifle. Apparently, there were some cartridges that were stuck in the gun, and he didn't know how to clear it, so he asked me to clear it for him. So to answer your question, what I'm looking at here is a Henry Patton Allen Arms 4440 lever action rifle.
So let me ask you, was the gun jammed?
It was jammed, yes.
Why was the gun jammed?
Well, first of all, let me explain the difference between a jam and a malfunction. Okay, a malfunction is something that can be readily cleared by the operator of the firearm. A jam is something that's going to take an armor, possibly even a gunsmith, to take it apart. What happened with this particular firearm here? There was a cartridge of the wrong size, the wrong diameter, entered into the two-gun magazine of the gun. And as Sergeant Zook was trying to eject the rounds, probably by, I'm only guessing because I wasn't there, by moving the lever action back and forth to eject the rounds from the gun, the round of the wrong caliber wouldn't chamber into the firearm, so then it couldn't be ejected.
So did the gun jam because Sergeant Zook was manipulating the lever action, or did it jam because there was a wrong caliber bullet in there, or cartridge rather?
Well, the cartridge wouldn't properly chamber, so since it couldn't properly chamber, it couldn't properly eject. So that's what caused the jam.
So can you explain to the jurors how that gun would have been able to receive a cartridge of the wrong caliber to begin with?
Yes. Do they have a picture of this gun in front of them?
They do.
Okay.
And your monitor has arrows and all kinds of stuff. I'm not an expert at using that, but
Okay, this right here, you'll see, and I don't know how to use
go
the
there.
arrow here. Okay.
there's a lever right here that you can see, and you move this lever forward, all right, to the front portion.
Yes.
All right. Let's fast forward to this.
Spring tension.
Proceed, sir.
Okay, the way this gun is loaded, all right, there you can see right here this little tab. Okay, it's held back by spring tension. You overcome spring tension by moving it forward, and the front of this gun here has about the last 3 or 4 inches will rotate sideways, opening up what's called a tubular magazine. All right, a tubular magazine, for lack of a better term, is like a fat metal straw. Okay, and the cartridges can be dropped down into that tubular magazine. Now, the diameter of the magazine tube is wide enough to accommodate slightly larger than caliber ammunition, and that is what happened in this case. Once the tubular magazine is loaded, then the fore portion of the muzzle is closed up, and the rifle can be cycled by lever action. And what you have down here is the lever action, which basically is the action of the gun, hence the name lever action.
So the 45 caliber cartridge was fit in that, did you call it a loading tube? Or
It's a tubular magazine.
tubular magazine. But the 45, because it was the wrong caliber, was too large to cycle through.
Correct.
Okay. And were you brought in to fix this gun and make it safe?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
How can this gun be unloaded once cartridges are put in the tubular magazine?
Well, there are 2 ways to unload this gun. Okay, the first one is what I'm guessing that Sergeant Zook did. Okay, and all he did was this lever action right here that I have pointed to. Okay, you work it back and forth in a lever action type motion. All right, and I can go through the mechanics of the gun, but the simple answer is through mechanical linkage, the cartridge is removed from the tubular magazine, entered into the chamber, and then the extractor will pull the round out of the chamber and kick it out of the gun. So depending on the number of rounds you have in the tubular magazine, if you have 5 rounds, in theory, you run the action 5 times and all 5 rounds will kick out of the gun, will be ejected from the gun. The other way to unload this gun, and the way I ended up unloading this gun, is once again, I showed you this little lever right here, pulled it forward, the front barrel of the gun will rotate to the side and exposing the top part of this metal fat straw that I explained to you. All right, you turn the gun upside down, for lack of a better term, and gravity is your friend, the rounds fall out.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So the round that was actually in this gun, do you know if this was actually a dummy round that was inside?
I don't know.
Would there be any danger if it was a dummy round that was inside?
If it were, if you describe the 2 differences between a dummy round and say a blank.
Okay, but you didn't know one way or the other?
I did not
It
know.
could have been a dummy round that was
Could have been a dummy round, yes.
And it sounds like Zook didn't properly unload this gun. Would you agree with that?
I have no idea because I don't know what happened to the gun prior to me putting my hands on it. And I can only describe the configuration of the gun is when I got it. What happened with Sergeant Zook prior to me taking possession of the gun for that brief period of time, I can't tell you. I just don't know.
Well, Zook came to you because he couldn't figure out it himself, right?
Yes.
So he wasn't properly unloading it. Agreed?
I think he was trying, but I would agree.
Okay. So he was trying, he couldn't do it. But isn't this rifle, the way you just described this to the jury, it's pretty easy to unload, isn't it?
If you're familiar with a firearm, sure. I mean, anything's easy if you know about it, and you don't know until you do.
So you just open the rifle and the rounds fall out the bottom, right?
Well, it fall out the front.
Or they fall out of it once you open it, right?
Yes.
And you said your involvement in this case was, or in that limited role was because nobody really knew how to take this gun apart, right?
Correct.
And you told us that in a pretrial interview as well, right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know who loaded that rifle with that round.
I did not.
Cleared, do you? And you didn't interview any of the multiple people in this case who reportedly loaded firearms?
I did not.
No further questions.
Redirect.
So hypothetically, if Sergeant Zook attempted to unload the gun by manipulating the lever action, as you demonstrated, is that an incorrect way of unloading the gun?
No, it's not.
That's a perfectly legitimate way of unloading that gun, correct?
Yes, until the incorrect round was attempted to be loaded into the chamber. Up to that point, yes, that was the correct way of unloading the gun.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Next witness.
Benign witness.
Calls vibrant French.
Vibrant French. I don't think he helped or hurt either way. It was just kind of a pointless, just blah. Man, doesn't sway me one way or the other. That gun had nothing to do with Halyna Hutchins. it just kind of, they tried to make it show like somehow there's general negligence on set. It's not specific negligence related to the shooting and killing of Halyna Hutchins.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking to the microphone.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Byron French.
How are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Rio Rancho Police Department, but I am assigned to the FBI's New Mexico Regional Computer Forensics Lab as a task force officer.
So are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us some indication of your background and training with regard to cellular phone extractions?
Yes, ma'am. I'll start when I first became a law enforcement officer. I graduated the academy in January of 2011 from the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy here in Santa Fe. The first 4 years I was on patrol, and then the opportunity arose to become a digital forensic examiner at the New Mexico Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory. I got assigned that position, and it's a 2-year certification process approximately. Every examiner starts out working Windows computers, doing forensics, digital forensics on Windows computers, and there is the opportunity from there to do digital forensics with cell phones as well. During the initial process, there's just the pipelines of training, and then I went through what's called the basic cell phone course with the FBI in Huntsville, Alabama, back in, I want to say 2017, July of 2017. From there, I've taken a couple of other different specialty classes when it comes to digital forensics and cell phones. Black Bag offers a Macintosh forensics class, and part of Macintosh is the Apple operating system. From there, I've taken another handful of other courses such as Celebrate. They offer what's called CCO, CCPA, and they are a forensic tool. And what CCO stands for,
We've already
Celebrate
had
Certified
cell phone
Operator.
guy.
That is just one portion of the course, and it familiarizes you with the best practices to extract data off of mobile devices. The second part of that is CCPA. It is Celebrate Certified Physical Analyst. And that teaches you best practices and how to actually go through the data that has been extracted. From there, I have taken other courses such as a basic cell phone repair class. Sometimes we get these phones in as evidence and they're destroyed. I have the ability to repair them. I've been through advanced training ISP and JTAG and ISP and chip off. ISP stands for in-system programming, and chip off is just like it sounds. You take the chip off the device. I've also taken what's called SANS 585, Advanced Cell Phone Forensics. And just recently, I've been invited out to become a instructor for Celebrate themselves to instruct those courses.
How did you become involved in this case, if you recall?
I believe it was back in 2019. Was it 2019 or 2020? I'm sorry.
2021.
2021. Sorry, not enough coffee this morning. Back in 2021, I was contacted by Detective Alex Hancock from the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office to assist with phone extractions.
And did you perform a phone extraction on the cell phone belonging to Halyna Gutierrez?
I did.
And did you tell us a little bit about the extraction that you did, and what are you extracting? Are you extracting text messages, photos, everything? Give the jurors an idea of what's going on.
Sure. So in this instance, I did use the Celebrate program to perform an extraction, and there was 2 extractions involved. One is called a logical, and the other one is a file system. And
So he's the guy that
with those
pulled
two
the
extractions,
messages and things off of Hannah's phone. The guy that testified, 2 days ago, he was just the guy that got them and passed them off, basically. This apparently is the guy that actually did he says extraction, but extraction really means he just hooked up his shit and downloaded it. He downloaded her phone. So he's the dude that downloaded the data off of her phone.
Pursuant to defense counsel's stipulation, will the court recognize Mr. French as an expert
Yes.
in
Please,
what
for
areas
the
are you
love
usually
of
qualified
God.
in?
Digital forensics.
Thank you.
Yes, digital forensic examinations. You're an expert.
Thank you.
Have you been qualified as an expert in that area previously?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
How many times?
Twice. Once in the Honorable Martha Vasquez courtroom, not too far from here, and then the other in the Honorable Judge Johnson in Albuquerque, both United States District Courts.
Federal courts.
Federal courts.
Okay, thank you, sir. And at my request, did you review a particular photo?
I did.
And pursuant to defense counsel's stipulation, I would like to enter into evidence and publish State's Exhibit 118.
Yes. Admitted and you may publish.
He's got it. Do you see that photograph on your screen?
I do, ma'am.
Is this a photograph that was on Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
And can you tell the jurors the day and time that this was taken?
Without looking exactly at the exit data, do we have a picture of that by chance, or?
I probably do.
That would help.
I wouldn't want to put it up on that screen. Let me ask you this. Do you remember the date that it was taken?
If memory serves correctly, I want to say it was around December 21st. Then that might not be correct because I was, okay.
All right, sir.
She does.
Let's take a.
Imagine, if you will, a dimension not only of sight and of sound, but of mind.
But that's not the correct date. So I've looked at the exit data, so I know the correct date. So let's just take it. Give us just a moment here to clear this up. So I need to disconnect.
There we go. Some more data problems. Some more AV for Chad. You were the worst, Chad. It looks like we're taking our break here. And this is a long break. Again, we're taking the break because they have AV issues, not because it's time to take the break. And this break is...
All right, you may be seated. We're in recess.
about 25 minutes.
All right, you may be seated. Let's continue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. French. Can you please tell the
All
jurors?
right, we're about an hour behind.
Yes, October 10th, 2021.
We're about an hour
at 9
behind
p.m.
real time.
Thank you. Elmo, please. The state is going to move for the admission of states exhibits 119 through 129. I don't believe there's an objection. Okay,
All
sorry.
right, states 119, 129 through 129 are admitted without objection. You may publish.
All right, thank you. Sir, prior to your testimony, did I send you some text messages?
You did.
Are those text messages from the extraction that you performed
Yes, ma'am.
on Ms. Gutierrez's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 19. Let's see. If you can just give us the date and time and whether or not those messages are incoming or outgoing, who they're going from and who they're going to.
Sure. So both of these messages appear to be outgoing from the what's identified as the owner of the device, Hannah Reed, to a contact named Becca Santa Fe. The first message has the timestamp at the bottom right of October 23rd, 2021, 12:28 p.m. And it says, hey, comma, I might be coming to Albuquerque tonight and was wondering if I can get that stuff. The next message has a timestamp of October 23rd, 2021 at 5:09 p.m. And it says, Becca, call me when you get a chance.
And States Exhibit 120. Can you see that, or is it too small?
It seems to be that way.
Can you guys
Seems
see?
to be that way, Greg.
You bet. We'll zoom in and we'll just move it around a little bit.
So the first message is an outgoing from the same contact, Hannah Reed owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. The message states, he gets in 30 mins or so. Becca hasn't texted me back at all, and I'm trying to get my things from her tomorrow. This message was sent on October 23rd, 2021 at 6:20 p.m. The next message is from Courtney Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, the owner of the device, and it just says okay, with the timestamp of October 23rd, 2021 at 6:24 p.m. The next one is from Hannah Reed to Courtney Santa Fe. It says, let me start over. Okay, let me know if you hear from her at all. Thanks for checking on me again. Miss you already. And that is timestamped October 23rd, 2021 at 6:25 p.m.
So council has asked me to let you know that some of this would ordinarily be hearsay, but they've agreed to let the entire portion in, and it's for context, effect on listener. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
States Exhibit 121.
Another message from Hannah Reed to Courtney Santa Fe.
Oh, I'm sorry. We just looked at that one. It was part of the previous group. We'll take 121 out. States Exhibit 122.
This one, the top message.
Vo-
is from
voice
Hannah
to
Reed,
text
owner,
will
to
make
Courtney
okay
Santa Fe.
be okay.
The message says, could Becca maybe drop off my things to y'all since I haven't been able to catch her? That is November 13th, 2021 at 7:02 p.m. The next message shown there is from Courtney Santa Fe to Hannah Reed owner. I asked her to, hopefully she will. And that is the same.
Are we
time
talking about
same date,
drugs? Or are we
November
talking
13th,
about dirty
2021
laundry
at
or
7:06
gym
p.m.
socks or
States Exhibit 123.
what are we talking about?
The top message is from Hannah Reed owner to Becca Santa Fe. Hey, coming to Albuquerque tomorrow. That is timestamped November, it looks like 7th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m. And the next message is from Hannah Reed owner to Becca Santa Fe. Gonna be there for a week or so. November 7th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m.
So what are we talking about? Why are we watching this? Get to the point.
The top one is from Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed owner. I'm in Roswell working on Barron and Toluca, and that is timestamped November 8th, 2021 at 9:20 a.m. The next message is from Hannah Reed owner to Becca Santa Fe. Is that far? Bummer, I wanted to see you.
and that is November 10th, 2021 at 2:39 p.m.
State's Exhibit 125.
This one is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Becca Santa Fe, and it says, "Hey Becca, mind if my brother-in-law picks up my things from you after Thanksgiving? He lives in Albuquerque." That is timestamp November 22nd, 2021 at 5:53 p.m.
State's Exhibit 126. I know these are a little out of order. We'll pull them together with another witness in terms of their chronology. Go ahead, sir.
This one is from Hannah Reed, owner, to Courtney Santa Fe. "Hey, do you have Becca's number?" And that is October.
This is all after the shooting. The shooting was October 21st. So this is all after the shooting. What is this?
23rd, 2021 at 5:17 p.m.
State's Exhibit 128.
Bag of Coke, maybe?
A message from Hannah
They're
Reed,
alleging
owner,
she
to
had.
Becca Santa Fe. Becca with the question mark on October 24th, 2021 at 11:31 a.m.
And for context, 129.
This one, the first one is from Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner, and it says, "Hey, ... I am in Hamus working on Big Sky Splinter Unit." That is October 24th, 2021 at 11:33 a.m. The next message is from Becca Santa Fe to Hannah Reed, owner. "How are you doing, lady?" And that is October 24th, 2021 at 11:34 a.m.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
What?
Process.
What is the purpose of this? I think they're trying to say this is her trying to get back the bag of Coke she passed off. Allegedly, the alleged bag of Coke that she allegedly passed off to someone after the police interview. I don't know. They haven't explicitly said that. That was weird.
Good morning, Mr. French.
Good morning, ma'am.
So you looked at phones, and I'm going to focus on Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls. You looked at those two phones, didn't you?
I did.
And for Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls, you bookmarked very limited data that you extracted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't extract all the data on Sarah Zachary's phone, right?
I did full extractions on all phones that were given to me.
But this,
And then you
she didn't
bookmarked the
say
limited data
it was
and
the
passed that on
baggie. It
to
could have
Detective
been
Hancock,
my
right?
laundry. It
Yes,
could have been my
And
six
the same
pack
for Dave
of
Halls.
beer.
You bookmarked limited data and passed that on to Detective Hancock, right?
It
Yes,
could have
ma'am.
been anything.
But isn't it true that you don't know the significance of any of the items you bookmarked and what they have to do pertaining to the shooting event, do you?
Can you phrase the question differently, please?
Sure, and you talked about this a little bit in your pretrial interview. The significance of the items from the phones of Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls. You bookmarked those, but you don't have any information. You don't know the significance of what you bookmarked in relation to the shooting event.
I don't know if I would word it as significance. I generally do what is requested of me within the request form.
Okay, so do you remember giving a pretrial interview in this case, November 29th of 2023?
I do.
Okay, and counsel, I'm referring to page 5, lines 19 through 24. Okay. And do you remember being asked, specifically with respect to the examination of Dave Hall's phones, so of these items from his phone, do any of them have any significance to this event, this shooting? And answering, I don't know. I just bookmark it for the case agent. That way she could make her determination.
That's correct. I did say that.
Okay, so then you'd agree with me that the items that you bookmarked and gave and passed on that we're talking about here today pertaining to Dave Halls and Sarah, you don't know the significance of those items pertaining to the shooting.
Well, ma'am, it is not my job to determine significance.
Exactly.
I just determine, or I don't even determine, I just find what is asked of me within the request form, and I leave it up to the case agent and to continue her.
Shit. I screwed up. I was touching things. I shouldn't have touched things. I touched things. Why did I touch things?
Review between Sarah Zachary and Seth Kinney
I don't.
before October 21st of 2021?
I don't, ma'am.
I
Okay.
shouldn't have touched
And you weren't asked to examine Seth Kinney's phone, were you?
I don't believe so. That was not one of the phones that was given to me.
And you weren't asked to examine Alec Baldwin's phones, were you?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Is that unusual to you that in a shooting case, not to be looking at the shooter's phone right away?
Not always.
Okay. But regardless, the work you did in this case was limited to what Detective Hancock specifically directed you to do. Fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just a moment here.
Sorry. I apologize for touching things.
Redirect.
Mr. French, are you aware that Mr. Baldwin submitted his phone for extraction in the state of New York?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
This witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
You call Luke Haig.
Wow. I don't like that witness at all. That was weird.
And just for the record, I'm going to reserve Mr. French just in case.
All right. So please don't talk to any other witnesses, sir. And also, as a reminder, no witnesses that have not been called yet should not be on the watch live stream or the reserved ones. Other than ask, please.
I think that guy was supposed to to be the guy saying, here's the text messages about her wanting to recover the alleged cocaine that she allegedly handed off to somebody. That was weird, but none of that was made anything remotely resembling clear.
Okay, yes, Judge, you raise your hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Your Honor, pursuant to our agreement with security in terms of firearm safety, Mr. Rice is going to provide Mr. Haig with a box that has a firearm in it.
It has been cleared.
Yes. I suspect Mr. Haig will clear it again.
Is this the handgun? The revolver?
It is
We
clear.
can. All right.
Sir, can you go ahead and state your full name for the record?
Lucian C. Haig, spelled H-A-A-G,
How do you spell your first name?
L-U-C-I-E-N.
How are you currently employed?
I have my own consulting firm in Carefree, Arizona, Forensic Science Services.
What does Forensic Science Services do?
I'm involved in firearms evidence examination, primarily the reconstructive aspects of shootings, distance determinations, long-range shootings. Is it a ricocheted bullet? How close was the gun when it was discharged? Those are all reconstructive issues beyond the usual identifying a bullet or cartridge as having been fired from a gun. That's something I also do, but my main focus is the reconstructive aspects of shootings.
What were you asked to do in this case?
Well, a number of things to determine how the
And let me stop you real quick. Were you asked to do reconstruction, or were you asked to do more examination and identification?
identification was a small part of what I did. I did do that with the evidence cartridge case, but primarily reconstruction.
In this case?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you give the jurors an idea of your background and experience, please?
Yes, most criminalists, which is my professional title, have a degree in one of the physical sciences. Mine is in chemistry with some minor in physics. That was obtained in 1963 from the University of California at Berkeley. I then went to California State College at Long Beach, taking 2 more years to study. Which
that was
included
6
2
years
semesters
before
of
I was
criminalistics.
born.
That course was taught by the primary firearms examiner for the city of Los Angeles. Other courses were mathematics, clinical chemistry, documents examination. That takes me to 1965, when I gained employment with the City of Phoenix Police Crime Laboratory as an entry-level criminalist. I was sent on to Arizona State University, local university, for additional coursework. I started attending meetings of professional organizations that deal with firearms evidence, because that became my main focus in the crime lab. Although I worked in all sections, I later supervised them. My real interest and passion was the ballistics or firearms unit of the laboratory. I left there being the City of Phoenix Crime Lab in 1982. So I was there about 18 years. I've been doing some private consulting, some teaching at that time.
God, I was in
instructor
junior
criminalistics, which
high.
included firearms evidence. I started my own company when I left the City of Phoenix. My company became my full-time employer, and I've been working there ever since.
Sir, do you have any professional memberships?
Yes, there are a number of them. The most important one is an organization called AFTE, A-F-T-E, the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. I'm a longtime member. I became president in 1985 and 86, served on a number of committees. Other organizations include the California Association of Criminalists. That's the nearest regional area. I'm a distinguished member of that organization. I'm a member and fellow in the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which has a criminalistic section. I'm an associate member in a European organization. That's most of them.
Okay. Can you summarize for us your presentations and publications?
Yes, I'm very passionate about presenting evidence among our peers in the AFTE group. So to date, I've presented, and most of them have been published, about 200 publications over the last 50 years or so. I've authored with my younger son, who you'll probably hear about, a textbook on shooting incident reconstruction, which is now in its 3rd edition. With the
But what does this have to do with Hannah?
Have you received any citations or awards?
Yes, the AFTE group I mentioned before has voted me Key Member of the Year award several times, distinguished member status. Likewise,
This
the
has
California
nothing to
Association
do
of
with
Criminalists,
Hannah and
they
whether
have a
she was
fairly
negligent
uncommon
in
award called the
handling
Roger
of
Green Award that's
weapons.
for historical work.
How
And I'm very
the
interested in history,
distance of the
especially cases
shooting,
involve
this
the
has
use and
nothing
misuse
to
of firearms.
do
So
with her. Why
I've
is the
received that award from the
prosecution doing
CAC.
this?
And have you been qualified as an expert in the areas of firearm examination and or reconstruction?
Many times.
Approximately how many times?
Well, over the last more than half a century, 57 years, several hundred times, I'm sure.
Have you been qualified in both state and federal courts?
Yes, I have.
Have you been qualified in numerous states in the United States?
About half of the states in the United States and several foreign countries.
What foreign countries?
Northern Ireland, case in Guam, I think, and in Canada.
Okay.
Several times.
Sir, do you have any
Well,
particular
the
interest or
defense doesn't
expertise
determine
in,
what comes in or
single action
not.
revolvers or
They
old
can just
Western style revolvers?
They can just call into question
Yes,
his
I'm interested in all
credibility,
types
his
of firearms
relevance,
and
and
mechanisms, but
etc.
Single action guns, of course, what we see in
They don't get to
Western movies.
determine who is called
They're
as a
fairly
witness and
straightforward.
who
They're
isn't.
historic. Sam Colt is a well-known name, and he was an inventive genius, and his firearms to this day are still prized as collector items if you're so lucky as to have an original.
And how did you become involved in this case?
I think it started with a phone call in March of last year, where I was well aware of the case. I'd heard about it. I didn't know much about it other than there'd been some sort of a misadventure on a set with a death and an injury. So after that, documents were received. That's where I start every case. I want to read what's known about the case, what the issues are. Interviews were sent to me, a lot of photographs, and ultimately, in July of last year, I went to the local property room with the custodian there, and along with my younger son, Mike. We received, well, I think an inventory over 50 some items, but some of these had sub items in them. So that was the beginning.
As a part of the document review that you did in this case, did you review the ballistics report and the case notes from the FBI?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so expert.
Okay, is there any objection to tendering I'll ask the court to accept Mr. Hague as an expert in firearms examination and reconstruction.
All right, no objection. Yes.
All right, they're on lunch break now.
Sir, so in addition to reviewing the FBI examination report and the case notes, you also took numerous items of evidence into your own possession and performed testing on those items. Is that right?
That's correct.
And was the evidence revolver in this case that I'll refer to as the Baldwin revolver, was that one of the items that you took into your possession and tested?
Yes, it was.
Let's start with the FBI report. Let's go ahead and give me a screen.
All right, we covered the FBI report in one of my in one of my streams like a year ago, maybe a little over a year ago. If you want to go back in the Alec Baldwin playlist I have, we do go through the FBI report in some detail. But we're going to skip ahead while they talk amongst themselves.
Move for the admission of States Exhibits 130 through 146 and permission to publish with the witness as we move through his testimony.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All right, states 130 through 146 are admitted and you may publish.
Sir, so we have on your screen States Exhibit 130, but before we speak directly to this, ultimately, did you form an opinion, and I know we haven't gotten there yet, but we're going to, did you form an opinion about how the damage to this firearm occurred?
Yes, I did.
And did you also form an opinion as to the working condition of the firearm when it was received by the FBI?
I did.
Let's start there. What was your opinion with regard to the working condition of this firearm when it was initially received by the FBI?
By various means, I could see that it was in proper working order as designed by the original.
The other firearms guy
And
already
tell us what you
testified
took
to
into
this.
consideration in coming to that opinion.
Well, there are several ways. One of them is on my screen. I don't know if it's on your screen or not, but it's from the FBI examiner's report, a man named Bruce Ziegler, I believe. Who I met.
Bryce, yeah.
But I looked at all of his photographs and notes. And on the left side are the four positions that the hammer.
We've already had Ziegler testify. Why didn't Ziegler testify this? Why do we have to have two people come and testify to this guy is testifying based on the report of the witness we had 2 days ago.
Can have with this gun when it's
Yesterday.
working properly and undamaged. The top one shows the hammer fully forward and down. That's the way it would appear if you had just fired it or even dry fired it. The next picture down looks pretty much the same, but it's not. The hammer is about 1/8 of an inch rearward. And now it has engaged an internal mechanism, a safety notch.
Yes, we're talking about
So now the
cock
hammer
again,
and fire
Barsland
pin cannot
Thunder. It's
reach
all about
a
the
fire-
cock.
A live cartridge. The third picture down is the loading position, also known as half cock. The previous position could be called, and it's often called, quarter cock. At that half cock position, the third picture down, the cylinder, which holds capable of holding 6 cartridges, is now free to rotate. Prior to this, in the upper two pictures, it was locked and secured by a small latch that we can't see in these pictures. Final picture, and it's the most important one, the hammer is at the full cock, ready to fire position. You can now see the firing pin in the hammer, that it's fully rearward, and it's staying there. That will be important.
This is the fire pin
later.
right here. This whole
And-
thing
and
is the
if you
firing
would,
pin.
Because describe for us what the firearm is that you have in front of you. Is that this exact gun?
It's the brother to the evidence gun, same make, model, caliber.
In
It's
other
just
words,
not the
no,
evidence
it's not
gun.
the same one.
And would you demonstrate for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the the different positions and also specifically the half cock position and the rotation of the cylinder.
Sure. Well, I checked it, but again, just so everyone feels as comfortable as they're going to be around a firearm.
Hang on just a second.
You should probably stand in the middle.
Yeah, do you want to stand? And
Sure.
that would be great.
I'm actually weirdly surprised at the lack of people in the gallery for this trial.
Left-hand dominant, so I have to explain that. The hammer is fully down. If there were a live cartridge in this gun, the firing pin would be resting right against it. So this is an unsafe carry position if it were a loaded gun. It would also be the position if I had just fired it. There would be a spent cartridge. The firing pin would be deep into the primer of that cartridge.
The
You can
hammer
also
at
see it
rest
trigger.
is an unsafe carrying position.
That's the safety position. Very little movement, but the hammer is now about 1/8 of an inch rearward.
The hammer resting naturally is an unsafe carrying position.
Here's just pop forward. So it's got an internal spring that is resetting. Cylinder is still locked up, cannot rotate. Now when I pull it to the load position, you may have seen the cylinder rotate already. It's free to rotate now. The little latch that I mentioned, which we can't see, has been pulled down.
The argument can be made, yes, because the hammer is resting against the primer of a live round, assuming there's a live round in it. So I think his problem here is he didn't qualify, saying if there was a round in the chamber directly under the firing pin. It's a six shot. It's a 6-shooter. If there was 5 rounds in and there was an empty cylinder immediately under the firing pin, it would be a completely, absolutely safe firing position. I mean, it's carrying position. It'd be an absolutely safe carrying position if there was an empty chamber. He did. I didn't catch it. People are saying he did though. Did he say loaded? Did he say fully loaded? I didn't catch the nuance of what he was saying. But all right.
By that motion, there's a loading gate here on the side.
Yes.
It's opened, and this is where I would either remove fired cartridges or place live cartridges up to a total of 6. After loading it, fully loading it, I close that gate. And I have 2 choices. If I'm ready to shoot,
Okay. All right.
copy. If I
Fair
decide
enough.
what
I
I'm
missed
going to shoot
that.
at, this
All
is the draw at, pull the trigger. Hammer falls off of a ledge, a little notch. Actually, it's more of a step on the hammer. So now we're back to where we were a moment ago. If I'm going to fire it again, pull it all the way back. Hammer stays in position, which we saw in the photographs, which again is important because when we get to the damage that occurred with the gun, hammer won't stay there. If I'm going to let it down, if I'm going to render this gun safe, I can say, I'm not going to shoot. I do have to pull the trigger, but I get my thumb firmly on this spur. Pull the trigger, let it down. Once I get past the halfway point, I can let go of the trigger, and it engages a safety notch again. So there's all the steps. It's called a single action. Probably heard that term a couple of times because pulling the trigger accomplishes one single thing. It fires the gun.
In terms of, in terms of that loading gate and the loading of the gun, if you were to show me the primers and the head stamps of the rounds that you have in the gun, we know that there are none, but this is, we're just gonna play pretend. Show me how you would show me what's in that gun.
I bring it up, no one down range.
Here, maybe we go this way so that.
I bring
so
the
that-
hammer at
yeah.
half cock.
Okay, we want to show the
Let's go over here. So they can see behind
Okay.
us. There we go.
She used a term, it's an industry term, the head stamp. It's what's written on the cartridge, and in the middle of which is a primer. So if she wanted to see, or any of you wanted to see, are there fired cartridges in here? Live cartridges, all 6? I just rotate the cylinder. And we go a couple times around, see if there are any empty chambers or fired cartridges or live rounds. If we want to take them out, if they're live, you just dump them out. If they're fired, you need this ejection rod here to knock a spent cartridge out because it's expanding.
So if you were to show me
It's a very
the
good
rounds that you have
demonstration.
in the gun in this manner, I can only see the head stamp and primer of one cartridge at a time.
That's right, in this view from behind the gun with the gate open.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Can you take a seat?
Yes.
No, if
So-
I didn't hear him say, assuming it was a
When you- oh,
fully
thank you.
loaded gun, or assuming there was a live.
Is there anything else that
chamber.
you can think of?
I didn't hear him saying that, but if
from
he
the
did say that, it's not
documents that you
deceptive.
reviewed,
He's correct.
that went into, that contributed to your opinion that the gun was in proper working order when it was received at the FBI.
Yes, the examiner was able to fire at least 12 live cartridges for comparison purposes to recover bullets in fired cartridge
Again,
cases.
Ziegler already testified to what's in Ziegler's report.
Found it, we would have been able to do that.
And the condition that you later found it, can you just kind of describe what was wrong with it when you took it into evidence. And I'm going to pull an aid up. This is going to be an exhibit that's already entered into evidence, Exhibit 97A.
It had been partially disassembled. It was in a gun box with some ties.
I'm working on it. Hang on. Pardon me, where's my... Okay. If you can use this as an aid and sir, your screen, you can, use it to draw lines and all kinds of stuff.
So it's a touch screen.
It is if you need some assistance.
This is one of the FBI, of the many FBI pictures, and you're looking at 3 parts of the gun. The obvious one's the hammer. How do I erase it? Okay. The hammer's pretty obvious. Here's the firing pin. I really wanted to make a circle. It's making arrows. Okay. You tricked me. Okay, we're looking at the hammer, and I'm really pressing hard. The hammer, the important part of the hammer are these notches you can see here. There's 2 clear notches. Something goes in them. Well, one of them is the safety position. The next one is the load position. The one that's very difficult to see, and I almost obliterated it, is down at the bottom of my circle. That's where the full cock step would be, but it's been peened, P-E-E-N-E-D. It's been knocked off, rounded off, and it's full of very rough tool marks. The piece that would fit into each one of those is the trigger, and the trigger is the black piece here, but the tip of the trigger, in the industry is called a sear, S-E-A-R. That's the piece that goes in those 3 locations. And it really rests on this step when it's in the full cock position. So that's somewhat tenuous, and the pulling of the trigger causes it to slide off, the hammer to fall. There's a little piece in that circle I just drew. That's the broken off sear.
We did
of the
that.
trigger. So it's an incomplete trigger. And finally, the object up here has 2 names. The company that makes this reproduction gun calls it the bolt, B-O-L-T. I've always called it a cylinder stop latch. It was the thing that was securing the cylinder in the safety position, in the full cock position, but not in the loading position. The left side of that goes up into the notches in the cylinder for those previous positions and drops down and allows the cylinder to rotate in the load position. So looking at those both photographically and in person, I could see that the full cock step or notch on the hammer was broken away.
This has already been testified to by Ziegler, who wrote the report.
And the sear was broken off.
Reading off of.
And the stop latch, the little wings.
This is unnecessary.
That also was broken. And the gun can't work in the normal fashion if it had been that way on the movie set.
And based on your document review, do you have an opinion about how the bolt, the trigger sear, and the hammer were damaged? What took place that caused that damage?
The hammer had to be in the full cock position, and 1 or more substantial blows, impacts to the hammer, because it's just sitting, the sear and the trigger and the full cock notch are just sitting there engaged with each other, and it's a small area. So if you give a substantial blow, 1 or more, to the back of the hammer, it is stressing that area, and it will finally fail. And I can see under the microscope a lot of very rough tool marks where it's just rolled over and rounded off. It's no longer a step. It's a rounded area which cannot retain the trigger even if it was intact.
What's your understanding of the circumstances of the blows you're talking about?
As I understood reading the examiner's notes and report, it was an evaluation of whether this gun was prone to accidental discharge by an impact to the hammer.
Well, not only do we know what has happened, we've already had another FBI expert testify to exactly what he's testifying to. He's reading off the report written by the guy that gave the earlier testimony.
Based on everything that you reviewed, and also the examination and the firing of this gun that you yourself participated in, have you seen any evidence that the full cock hammer notch was filed or modified to allow faster shooting?
No.
Thank you, sir. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 134. Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at here?
Yes, you're looking at two triggers from a Colt reproduction single action revolver. The lower one is from probably the very pistol that's here today. It was a new Pieta Colt single action that my younger son owns. So that's the way it should look. The one above is the broken damage trigger, and the tip of the sear is not even present in this picture. So that area that's missing, just trying to get the hang of this, it's right there.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 137. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a view through an instrument called a stereo microscope to which a camera's been attached. And you're looking at a putting back together, so to speak, like a broken teacup, where I'm putting the two parts together. And all that roughness you see there are manufacturing marks. Those aren't breakage marks, but just when they made the part on the one side of it, it's been machined. And under the microscope, you can see those lines. So if you look at that, you can sort of see the contour agrees. And if we put them, my son and I put them right back together, you just see a faint line. So we deliberately pulled them apart a little bit so you can see they're two pieces, not just a crack in a piece.
So just to be clear, what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 137 is the trigger with the top part of the sear, and then the part of the sear that was broken off. Is that right?
Yes, two pictures back. If you remember, there was a little piece of metal off to one side and the trigger with a piece missing. That's what you're looking at here. Those have been put back together, or brought close together under the microscope.
And this is just a demonstration that the piece of the sear that broke off fits back on to the trigger sear mechanism, sort of like pieces of a puzzle.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's not ground off or rounded off. It's snapped off. It's broken off.
State's Exhibit 138. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Again, you're looking through the microscope at the evidence hammer as I saw it. And this area, I'll do this a little better. That's where there should be a nice right angle step, and there isn't. It's just rounded off toward the right. The other two are the load notch, and they truly are notches, and the quartercock or safety notch. But the circle area should not look like that. There's no step there at this point.
And it's your opinion that that was shaved off during the aggressive testing at the FBI?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 139. Can you tell us what we've got here?
Councilman Answer, he's introduced. Were they admitted
Yes,
earlier?
I believe so. I asked to admit.
Oh, 133, 146. Okay, thank you.
Got it. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
You're looking at four hammers in sort of an oblique view. Three of them, my younger son and I provided. I bought two. He took one out of the revolver you saw here today. But the one here is the evidence hammer. And if you look across at the other three, you can see that they're visually quite different. And again, the evidence hammer has very little left for the sear of even an unbroken trigger to rest on. So that was the purpose, just to show what do these things look like, and does the manufacturer make them in a reproducible way? And of course, they do.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 135.
Yes, this is the, again, company calls it the bolt. I know it as the cylinder stop latch. You, as a user, would only see.
We've got about 30 minutes left, and we'll wrap it up for the day.
Inside the frame of the gun to lock the cylinder up or to release it. The rest of it's well within the gun, and it's being operated when you pull the hammer back, and it's broken. One of the little ears or tabs is broken off.
Can you hold up your exemplar revolver and just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the area of that bolt that you have circled? Can you just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the notches on the cylinder where that engages?
Sure. You might be able to see the notches here. They come around. That's where the latch goes in. You can't see the latch unless we disassemble the gun. If you were to have this in the jury room and you were to look through here, there's a little bit of daylight. I can see it pop up, and I can hear it go into battery, so to speak. But otherwise, you will not.
It's very possible that Hannah could be negligent, but not criminally negligent. Absolutely.
Bring it to the load position.
Let's walk around so that they can see it just a little bit better, especially since it's a dark metal. It's hard to see.
I'll just walk down the line. My finger's right at one of them.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm going to shift gears real quick because then we're going to have to move to another machine. Were you also asked to examine some ammunition in this case?
A lot of ammunition, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
It's a disassembled 45 Colt cartridge with a type of bullet known to the shooting community as a semi-wad cutter bullet. The red material is just a lubricant that can be any color. So it's not the red color that's important. It's the shape of the nose of this bullet called a semi-wad cutter.
And what's this? That states Exhibit 132.
That's a much better picture of the contents of that packet. The cartridge case is on the right. The semi-wad cutter cast lead bullet. This bullet was made in a bullet mold. Is right there. You can see the truncated cone is the $10 description of that nose shape. It was going to be a cone, got truncated at the top. Again, semi-wad cutter bullet is the other name for it. And in the vial is the propellant, and that's a propellant very well known to me called Trail Boss. It's designed and intended for cowboy action shooting and lead bullets in traditional firearms like this.
And sir, what was your understanding of the source of this cartridge? And when I say source, I mean in terms of the relevant locations in this case.
This was one of a number of cartridges like this that came from a supplier in Albuquerque of ammunition,
Okay.
props, dummy cartridges, so on.
Do you know if that was PDQ props?
Yes, I recognize the name.
Okay, thank you. And States Exhibit 133, what's this?
This is one of 5 live cartridges that were recovered by investigators from this scene. You can probably see that the powder looks very different. It's smaller, it's darker, it doesn't have that little donut shape. The bullet style is also very different. Setting the blue lubricant aside, this is a round nose bullet with a truncated nose. So it would have been completely round had the bullet mold not had this flat area to produce this flat appearance. And this is pretty much like a traditional bullet from the late 1800s, early 1900s. And again, a cartridge case, 45 Colt cartridge case is on the left. So if we have a live primer in that cartridge and put it all back together, it's a live cartridge, not a dummy.
So Mr. Haig, if I went to a gun store and I bought a box of ammunition, let's say I'm buying 45 Colt caliber ammunition, would that box perhaps include what we're seeing in 133 and also what we're seeing in 132?
From professionally made purchased ammunition, you're not going to see an M&M situation or mixed bullets. They're all going to be the same weight, style, same kind of propellant, same head stamps, and of course the same kind of primer. They can come either nickel plated or plain brass.
And the live ammunition that was taken from the set of the movie Rust, can you describe the characteristics of that live ammunition in terms of the head stamp, the primer, those just sort of exterior identifying?
Yes, if we could go back to the other exhibit with the blue bullet, there's one of them. You can't see the primer, of course, because the cartridge is turned sideways, but it's a nickel-plated primer. It looks like chrome, shiny nickel-plated. If it were back-loaded, you would only see the top, basically half of the bullet. The part with the blue lubricant would be inside the cartridge case, and the powder, the gunpowder in the little vial, would, of course, be inside that cartridge. So putting it all back together, you'd have a complete round of ammunition. The head stamp, you've probably heard that term plenty of times, so I don't need to define it, for these cartridges was Starline. It's a very well-known manufacturer of cartridge brass. They do not manufacture loaded ammunition, at least not as I sit here today. So Starline's well-known. I use it myself. I'm a hand loader. That's what you would see if we turned that cartridge up so you could see it.
And what color was the primer on the live ammunition?
I think I said it, but I'll repeat it. Nickel-plated, shiny.
I apologize. Thank you. And let me ask you, do you know, can cartridges and ammunition that look exactly like this be purchased at local gun stores?
In the gun stores I go to, yes.
And at my request, did you obtain some and send me some pictures?
Both my son and I bought boxes of commercial 45 Colt ammunition with lead round nose bullets with a flat meplet is the fancy word, M-A-P-L-A-T. It's the flat spot on the nose. The powders weren't necessarily identical to what we see here, but they're a type of pistol powder.
States Exhibit 141, what's this?
This is the outer box of one of those, which I believe my younger son Mike bought this one. HSM is a small ammunition company. You can probably read it's meant for cowboy action shooting. It's a popular contest with traditional single action shooters. And those cartridges have the Starline head stamp and lead bullets with flat noses on them.
I'm going to get there. Let's go to States Exhibit 140. What's this?
Well, you can see 4 of the cartridges and their head stamp in an oblique view. That they don't say Starline, but that's their symbol. 2 little asterisks with a line going between them. And then, of course, the cartridge designation, 45 Colt, and nickel primers, shiny nickel-colored metal.
And States Exhibit 143.
This further characterizes the weight. In the United States, bullets are weighed in an archaic term, frankly, called grains, 7,000 of them in a pound. But 250 grain is the traditional classic weight of the Colt bullet. So this company, HSM, now tells us you can expect if you were to shoot one of these bullets and collect it and put it on a balance that weighs in grains, it's going to be around 250 grains, plus or minus a grain or two from the shooting and impact process.
So the grain comes from weighing the bullet.
That's right, just the bullet, not the cartridge or the powder.
And just as an aside, did you examine the projectile from this case, the projectile that was removed from Mr. Souza?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether or not that projectile was 250 grain at the time that the FBI had it and the time that you had it?
No, it had lost some weight. It started out life, in my opinion, as a 250 grain bullet, but it suffered reduction from probably 2 sources, a heavily fouled bore.
In other words, the gun barrel through which this passes had a lot of fouling in it from a black powder substitute. I was able to duplicate that phenomenon. So the bullet now, like squeezing toothpaste, gets squeezed down a little bit and it gets some rubbed off. Plus it went through 2 people and it struck bone. If you've seen pictures of it, or if you do later, it's got a lot of impact damage from striking bone. So for those 2 reasons, it weighed about 240 grains, as I recall. 10 grains is not much. And it was now reduced in diameter to about 44 instead of 45.
But in your opinion, that projectile started out as a 45 Colt 250 grain bullet.
Yes.
And let me go to State's Exhibit 144. What's this?
One of the cartridges from that box of ammunition that you saw earlier has now been removed. So you see it's nice and shiny and new in the brass. And the bullet is, again, not too unlike the one with the blue lubricant in it. It's round nose and it's truncated. So it has that flat front called a meplet.
And just for completeness, State's Exhibit 146.
Yes, it's just a closer view of one of the cartridges from that SM ammunition company.
So this cartridge has the same physical characteristics in terms of the shape of the bullet. Is that right? And we're comparing them to the live rounds found on set.
Yes.
And they both have brass casings. Is that correct?
Yes.
They both have the Starline brass head stamp.
That's right.
And they both have nickel plated primers.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Thank you. That's fine. Okay, thanks. We'll just need to make a note of it like you did. I appreciate that. Let's connect over here. Sorry, guys.
He should be. So this
Mr. Haig, at my request,
testimony seems so
did you meet me in
completely
August at
time
San
wasting and
Diego Sheriff's
unnecessary. I'm just waiting
August
for it to
of
be
2023?
done.
Yes.
And can you summarize for the ladies
I
and
keep
gentlemen
checking
of
the
jury,
timestamp.
what the exercise was that we engaged in that day with
You got about 20 minutes of this guy
Yes, he
left.
was. We had been requested to reassemble the evidence revolver with the broken parts, mainly the hammer and the trigger, or with just the broken hammer, the knocked off full cock step, to see if it even could be cocked and would retain the cocked position.
And while we were there, did we take some videos?
I'm sorry.
Did you record some videos while we were there?
Yes, we actually did it a number of times after we reassembled it, with and without the cylinder in the revolver, and videotaped, I think, 6 runs in one session and 3 or 6 in the other.
We're only going to watch 2.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do it. I'm going to get them started once you give me the screen. What's that? Thank you. Where are we? This is 147. Okay, hang on. Bear with me here.
All right, let's save as much time as we can here.
With the following exceptions.
Is there an issue with audio?
The evidence provided.
This is painful. And I mean, we've lost like 150 viewers just because of this guy. This is a time wasting.
Following exceptions. This is a new trigger and sear, same piece. It's the original hammer. It does also have a replacement bolt or cylinder catch. Otherwise, as mentioned, every pin, screw, spring, whether that's the main hammer spring or the flat spring that operates the trigger, are original to the revolver.
So what we did is just as a recap, this is the Baldwin gun, is that right?
That's correct.
And the hammer, or I'm sorry, the trigger is a new unbroken trigger, is that correct?
That's also correct.
And the bolt that we saw in the photos that had kind of lost an ear, is that replaced?
Yes.
But the hammer that's in this gun is the original hammer from this gun, is that correct?
But damaged, yes. And that was the whole point. Does the damage, how does it affect the operation of the gun if we isolate the hammer?
So this is the hammer that you believe was damaged at the FBI.
Yes.
The full cock position. Hammer falls and is captured at the half cock position. Again.
So what did you ask your son to do? He's the one holding the gun.
I asked him to go through the normal cycle. If you produce this firearm and cocked it and expected the hammer to stay cocked until you pull the trigger, it will not, because that full cock step or notch has been rounded off
The perfectly brand new trigger cannot retain the full cock position. The hammer falls to what you just saw, and it falls to that half cock notch. So the good trigger and its sear drop into that notch, preventing the gun from firing. So that's intentional. That's what Mr. Colt intended. If somehow the gun got worn and the hammer started to drop when you cocked it, it's going to get captured. And if it gets past that point, it'll be captured by the quarter cock notch.
Okay, demonstrate the positions of the hammer, normal positions. From full down when the firing pin is protruding from the breech.
Can you see the firing pin protruding from the breech in this video?
Yes, when I first described how this gun works for you, the hammer is fully down. So it's either just fired a cartridge, or this would not be a good way to carry this gun with live ammunition, because that firing pin is resting right against
It has
live priming.
nothing
So the
to
cartridge in
do
this
with
gun,
Hannah.
It wouldn't take much of a blow.
Nothing.
You don't have to hit it hard. Just drop it from a few inches in this configuration, and it'll fire.
If it does, they haven't said what it is, and I'm at a complete fucking loss.
From here, the trigger will not allow the hammer to drop because of the shape of the notch in the hammer. From the half cock and load condition also, pulling the trigger does not drop the hammer. And the cylinder is now out of alignment with the axis of the
This
bore.
is totally relevant to Alec Baldwin's
What you
trial.
mean there, and why is that important in gun handling? You indicated that the cylinder is now out of alignment with the axis of the bore.
Well, the two things you just saw was starting to bring the hammer back all the way. Went through the safety notch, cylinder's still locked up. But when you get to this position, the cylinder now rotates a few degrees, more than a few, about 10 or so. If somehow you were able to fire this gun from that position that you're looking at in the screen right now, there's going to be a real disaster, because the bullet can't go down the barrel. Maybe half of it might, but the other half is going to be jammed up against that area. That's really hard to do. And you're probably going to blow the cylinder apart. You may get injured. So there again, what Mike and I were demonstrating is it's called a slip off. If you're trying to cock the gun and you lose your grasp on it, the hammer falls, that safety notch captures it. And now if we get this far, it still is going to be captured, but somehow if it got past that, the safety notch, you're going to have a damaged at the minimum, or a destroyed gun, and probably an injury to yourself.
And in this position where the cylinder is no longer aligned with the axis of the bore, does the firing pin hit the primer every time?
No, it can hit it just at one side, and primers are designed to detonate, and it's the proper term, with basically a central hit in the primer. If you get off to one side, you'll often have a misfire, a failure to fire. And if it gets any further than that, it hits out in the head stamp area and hit the primer at all. The more that cylinder rotates out of phase.
The control will be caught and released, drops. And with lateral pressure, both directions, this one slipping the thumb off to the right side of the hammer, this one slipping the thumb off to the left side of the hammer, all catch on the half cock, as long as the trigger.
Why the example of the hammer slipping?
Why would we do that example? It can be a misadventure with this kind of firearm. One of them I described, you're trying to cock it and you lose control of it. If you haven't pulled the trigger, what you just saw will happen. Nothing. It'll capture the hammer. Similarly, you can cock a gun and then decide, as I demonstrated, I want to let the hammer down. I don't want it cocked. You're going to have to pull the trigger. You're going to have to coast that hammer down with a good thumb on this area called the spur. And when it gets past the safety notch, the proper thing is to let go of the trigger, and the safety notch will capture it once again.
All right, this is August 24, 2023.
All right.
Mike Hague and Luke Hague at the Santa Fe Sheriff's Laboratory. No,
Let's look at State's Exhibit 147A.
this is Dolly.
Just tell us before we play it, what are we looking at here?
This is the same evidence revolver. You're now looking at the other side, and we've removed the cylinder and the cylinder pin.
Is everything still the same though? We've got damaged hammer, everything else works.
Yeah, everything else is the same. I think we wanted to see the stop latch working at one
No, we
point.
didn't. We
Okay,
don't
go
want to
ahead,
see
Lance.
that. We don't need to see that. It has nothing to do with
in the
this.
property room, the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. And Mike, you're on to describe what we've done to the evidence gun. So it's the item 1 revolver, the Pieta. Original parts include all the pins, screws, grip, the original hammer. It has the original hammer spring as well as the original flat spring that operates the trigger. The trigger
It
is
is-
a replacement
it is
trigger. So
painful.
the top
This
of the sear is a functioning
This is
original.
literally
piece.
wasting everybody's
It has
time.
that original hammer. It does have a replacement bolt as well. Otherwise, all parts are original. Okay, and the hammer's in the fully forward position. It's the normal full cock position. Hammer falls, doesn't hold, but the half cock notch captures it. Let's do it again. I'll take it all the way down. You can see the quarter cock notch also functions. Half cock functions. And then I'll wait full.
And you can see the stop latch finally in that view. It's this little piece right there. It went down when it got to the half cock and then came back up when it reached the full cock position, because that locks the cylinder in alignment with the axis of the barrel.
And again, when it was in the full cock position and it was released and it fell and was caught at half cock, that was why.
That was as designed. That's what it should do. In that situation, the cylinder would have been aligned,
But in a way, it doesn't matter because it wouldn't fire.
No, I'm talking about when your son pulled it into the full cock position and it didn't stay there. Why didn't it stay there?
Again, the former full cock notch or step has just been beaten off. It's just rounded. There's no step
It's
there
just
any
what?
longer. So it'd be the same as the edge of the
Phrasing.
stand. If it were round,
Phrasing.
slip off.
Okay, I'm just going to go slowly through the video so that we can see the bolt that you were referring to. So I'm starting this video at 1 minute 9 seconds.
There you can see the stop latch right now. It's up because it's locking the cylinder if the cylinder were in the gun. And it's still up because we're falling from the full cock. If we'd come from the hammer down to this very position, it lowers itself so we can rotate the cylinder and load and unload the gun.
Okay. Just for completeness, we'll finish playing it.
Hold, but the half cock notch captures it. Let's do it again. I'll take it all the way down. You can see the quarter cock notch also functions. Half cock functions. And then all the way to full. And it fails to hold, but is captured at the half cock. I'll apply some lateral pressure to the hammer as I release it as well. That was to the right. This is to the left.
The FBI
Of course,
already
notch
did
the
this,
hammer,
bro.
pull the
What,
trigger at the safety notch.
why?
Or the load condition. Those do not release the hammer. Okay, I think that covered.
So based on the experiment that we
And
did with this
again-
gun back in August of 2023, even if the hammer of the gun was damaged on October 21st of 2021,
And the
would the
FBI
trigger have
actually
to be
did it with the
pulled
actual
for the gun
real
to
weapon.
fire?
Two things. Yes, the trigger would have to be depressed or pulled. The hammer would have to be at the full cock position, and it can't be damaged because it would do what we saw here. And what you just saw here would not fire the gun.
So hypothetically, though, even if it were damaged on October 21st, the operator, that being Mr. Baldwin, would have had to have pulled the trigger.
If you could get the hammer to stay at the full cock position, that's the difficulty to overcome.
Which it doesn't want to do.
It will not do.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to examine the spent casing from the rest movie set in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any conclusions about whether or not that spent casing was fired from this gun?
Yes, I did.
What's that?
I'm in agreement with the FBI examiner. I was able to match it under the microscope. There are tool marks on the breech face of the gun that print themselves, literally stamp themselves into the primer.
Oh, you're in agreement with the
there were a number of
FBI
test fire
guy.
cartridges that the
Who's-
Bureau prepared.
You're looking at
I
the
prepared,
FBI's
and under a
report
specialized
and
microscope for this
testifying.
purpose.
And we
I can
already
see very
heard
nice
from the
identification.
FBI guy
So
that wrote
I
the
do.
report.
Fired cartridge was fired in this gun. And then I went on to look at the shape, location, and depth of the firing pin impression as the next important question.
And let's go ahead and talk about that. The everything that you learned from the firing pin impression and what that tells you about the position that the hammer of the gun was in at the time it was fired.
It tells me two things: that the cylinder was locked up and aligned, so the hammer had been pulled all the way rearward. If it had not, it wouldn't be in alignment from what I've shown you. Secondly, the depth of the firing pin impression told me from doing test fires, multiple test fires, and measuring all the 12 that the FBI lab conducted, that it was a cartridge that was fired from a full hammer fall, not from an effort to let the hammer down and slip off or any other misadventure, but rather a normal hammer fall from the full cock position.
One final demonstration for us, if you would take your revolver out and come in front of the jurors.
This really annoys me and aggravates me. This whole
And you
last,
stand right here so that you
we're
can see
watching it
the
as a 1.5 speed.
So just for
For like the
completeness, I'd
last
like you to
hour and
demonstrate,
25
to
minutes
ladies and gentlemen of the
it's
jury,
been a
using this
fucking waste of
exemplar
time.
revolver, the position that what had to have happened on October 21st in your opinion for this gun to fire. Let's show them rather than give them a verbal description.
It had to have a normally functioning, undamaged hammer. The handler, in this case, Mr. Baldwin, had to get it to this position. If you let go of the hammer, it would stay as you see it here. Pulling the trigger will fire. Now you can do that as quick as you cock it, or you can wait minutes, hours. But when I do that, if there's a live round in there, it's going to fire. Firing pin impression is going to have the full depth from this. And I've done it. If somehow I did this, I'm trying to let it down. I'll let it slip. It either won't fire at all, or it makes a much shallower firing pin impression. I did that multiple times with the evidence gun and with the exemplars. I own several of these. My son owns several. So I can distinguish by the depth and the centering. This was a normal hammer fall from the full cock position.
So had the gun fired at a position less than full cock, lower than full cock, in between full and half or half and quarter, you would be able to tell that by the depth of the firing pin impression. Is that correct?
What I call a slip off. If you're trying to let the hammer down and you get about the halfway point and it slips, you also have to pull the trigger, by the way. It'll be a much shallower firing pin impression. It doesn't hit the strike. It doesn't strike as hard. And from the quarter cock, if you're trying to put it in safety position and you lose control of it, you have to pull the trigger. It just makes an indentation in the primer. It doesn't fire at all.
Thank you, sir. If you can take your seat. Sir, in the what we call the discovery, in the documents and information that you reviewed, did you have an opportunity to review some videos of Mr. Baldwin on set in the church pulling the gun out of his holster?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with that type of holster?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this type of gun?
I'm sorry.
Are you familiar with this type of gun? I think you've indicated you are.
Yes, I think I own 6 or 7 of them.
Okay. Is there anything particularly difficult or dangerous about pulling this style revolver out of that style holster, in your opinion?
Not so long as you don't load it, or if you do load it, that you don't cock it and pull the trigger. Otherwise, it's safe. It's an easy movement to make. I have no problem with how to do that.
When you say it's an easy movement to make, can you think of anything, that the gun might get caught on, or anything that could create danger?
Not realistically. Again, the hammer secures itself well to be drug across clothing. And if it fell without a trigger pull, then the trigger's well shielded with a trigger guard. But if somehow the hammer got pulled off the full cock position, you've already seen what's going to happen. It gets captured at the half cock position.
All right, thank you. I'll pass the witness. Mr. Bowe, I'll have you disconnect us.
All right, I think we're done here. I think that's it. And before they break for lunch.
You want quarter of?
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right, they're about 15 minutes away from starting. That's the end of that whole thing. Was a complete and utter waste. That bored me. It was completely unnecessary. He's essentially testifying to everything that the FBI agent Ziegler testified to the other day, and he's actually using Ziegler's report to testify that what Ziegler said was accurate. And then he's doing all the same tests that Ziegler did. That angers me, and it really, really turns me off to what the prosecution was doing. But yeah, his budding sensations is connected 0 dots, nothing about any testimony that's been had in the morning of day 4 of today. Nothing, none of it has had anything really to do with Hannah. They have not connected anything that's gone on to Hannah Gutierrez and the criminal charges against her. Yeah, Aaron says, I hate to say it too. At this point, I'm Team Hannah. Pointless. Yeah. Hannah is still negligent, but is she guilty of what she's been charged with? The prosecution hasn't made this case. They haven't connected any dots to her. This is all about Alec Baldwin, what Alec Baldwin did, where Alec Baldwin was, how far away from Halyna Alec Baldwin was, whether the gun could have fired the way Alec Baldwin said it did, how it responded. They haven't said much of anything about how Hannah was involved in this, what her culpability is. Again, I've been saying this since day 2. It's the prosecution's case to lose. And right now, as of today, I think they're doing up until yesterday, I was speculating about whether or not the prosecution is in fact losing this case. Today, I'm saying the prosecution is well on their way to losing this case. From an evidentiary standpoint, the jury could still say someone's got to pay, she's going to pay. Moxie Dame, what's up? What's up, Jess? Up to this point, the jury still could come back and go, we think somebody needs to pay, and she did it, so she should be. They can say anything they want, but from an evidentiary standpoint, I'm literally totally against the prosecution at this point. And I think she needs to be held accountable. I think Hannah should be held accountable. But from a legal standpoint, I don't think the prosecution is doing it. I just don't. If I was a jury member, I would just be saying, why are you wasting my time? What are you talking about? Is this the Alec? Did I walk into the Alec Baldwin trial? How come we haven't even talked about Hannah today? They haven't talked about Hannah today. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it right now. I'm actually quite agitated. I'm annoyed by it at this point. They got to get their shit together. They've got to, if they want to have any chance of convicting her from an evidentiary standpoint. The jury can still do whatever the hell they want at the end of the day. I don't know what you all think. We're going to shut this down here now. Let me know in the comments. Go back when we shut it down. Leave me your comments. Let me know what you think, because I'm annoyed that they wasted my time. The jury has to be annoyed that they got their time wasted so far today. All right. Let's tell you what's going on here. We're going to shut this down now. Right now it's 4:30 a.m. here in Korea. I've got to be awake in 3 hours. and getting ready to head out the door in 3 hours. So I need to get a few hours sleep before I start another day. Thank you, Jeff, for a wonderful show. I didn't do anything for like the last hour and a half. I just sat here and was annoyed. For the last hour and a half. I didn't do anything, but thank you anyway. Thank you, mods, for being here. I appreciate it, especially those of you that are over here in this area in Asia and Australia, Australasia, and that whole area here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being mods and doing the great thing that you guys do. Chat, thank you for being chat. I appreciate it. You rock on, chat. You guys rule. And thank you so much for the support. Huge. We're finishing out the month way strong today. Right. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super chats, the gifted memberships, the monthly chats, all of that. And I appreciate all of you just here in chat, just talking to each other, just keeping me entertained during this absolute shit show of a morning session. This has been ridiculously fruitless and annoying from my point of view. Maybe I'm the only one. Today when I'm in the office, I'll go back, I'll watch other people, see what they've said and what they've commented. But frankly, I'm livid at the way the prosecution has handled the case this morning. And equality with probably the last super chat of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jeff, for doing this with us. Take care, please. Oh, I will. And thank you, equality, for you. Thank you for being here. This is so fucking dumb. Really. What do we have? We had the FBI chemistry guy. He testified that live rounds have gunpowder in them, and one live round went bang. Duh. We had the DNA person saying that Alec Baldwin's DNA was on the gun that Alec Baldwin handled. Well, no shit. We had the Dolly grip guy who is more concerned to me about preserving his claim for money in the civil trial than he really is about you giving an honest testimony here. We had the medical examiner who, in her brilliance, said that Halyna Hutchins died of a gunshot wound. Well, thanks. And this guy, I don't even know why the fuck this guy is on the stand. I'm annoyed. I'm aggravated. So that's it. I'm going to peace out here. Now, tomorrow, Wednesday, we're going to start a bit late. I hope the court went really late yesterday. I hope the court doesn't go so late today. I hope they don't go so late today, because I'm going to actually be starting late. I'm going to be starting about 11 a.m. because I have exclusive tickets to an exclusive screening of Dune tomorrow night at like 10 o'clock. So I won't be home until about 1 a.m., but I get to see Dune a day earlier than everybody else on the planet. So there you go. I'm going to be watching an exclusive screening of Dune, and then I'll come straight back here and we'll pick it up where we left off. So we'll see y'all tomorrow. Guys, let me find a place to send you. I'm going to send you over to Danny on if she's still streaming this trial. I know she was on jury watch for the other case. I want to send you to Danny. Let's see if I get to send you to Danny or if I send you somewhere else today. Hang tight real quick, peeps. I need to turn you over to someone while I go to sleep. And while you're at it, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. If you've stuck with me through this absolute shit show of a morning session and you're still here, please subscribe to me. And if you are subscribed, please double check and make sure you're still subscribed. I love you guys so much. Oh, this is so aggravating. All right, I'm bringing up my options here. Customization, redirect. Who gets the redirect? Mystery Science Theater, Lawyer you know is doing a reaction. Okay, Danny is watching the Trachonis. Oh no, how is she doing? She's doing 2 lives. Danny on direct is doing 2 lives. Let's go to the Rust shooting live. All right, folks, we're going to send you over to Danny on direct with her handling of this. They're going to be coming back. They're supposed to be back to court in 10 minutes. So go over, hang out with Danny for about 10 minutes or so. Tell her that she's awesome. Subscribe to her, like everything she's done. So tell her Law Rack sent you. We'll see you all tomorrow at about 11 a.m. Eastern. Until then, take care, peeps. Enjoy yourself. Love you all. Take care. Bye now.